Alright, they get rid of Narman's Tusk. He has been a thorn at their side as well. They say we don't play against that one. As well as the Darks here. Alright, level up. Feeling like that previous game draft gave them a lot of headaches. So they also get rid of Forces Darks here. They might be thinking of taking something that can make good illusions, either with a Radiance or just a lot of damage, like a Luna, Medusa. Not that the Medusa is really pickable in this current patch. She might be. She might be actually. We'll see if she comes back. I generally don't miss Medusa. You know, she's always seems like such an annoying hero to play against. I prefer Luna. Team Tickles. Get rid of the Life Stealer. Level up using a great effect in game 1. They take the Centaur War Runner. If you level up, you're gonna have to start thinking about what heroes you can take that can deal some serious physical damage to deal with the Centaur later on. Even if Heart got nerfed, it's still 35 strength and a lot of regen, and Centaur can use it amazingly well. So level up. You gotta keep the Centaur always in the back of your mind. Like, someone's gotta deal with this guy. Enchantress though. Enchantress, Centaur. Doesn't tell you a whole lot about the draft from Team Tickles. You know, it's like, you got pretty solid laners, some a little sustain. And good, the Stampede could be really good, by the way. Two people get soul bind, you Stampede them, they both run away. It's not that bad. You would like to get some way to root people if you can, but who can do that on level up side? I mean, who will they pick, sorry, to achieve that goal? In the meantime, wow, they're really taking their time. We're down to 30 seconds of reserve. How about Doom? I know the thing is we haven't seen Doom in so long, but I thought Doom would be pretty solid in the previous patch, right? Everyone's getting heart. You can always just Doom to prevent the healing, but of course AA came out as an option. Dawnbreaker, all right, so could be Dawnbreaker 4, could be offlane Dawnbreaker. Definitely likes Inkswell, and they put up. All right, so it's going to be offlane Dawnbreaker with this Skywrath Mage, double silence, double arcane bolt. Not bad, not bad. But these heroes don't strike me as Centaur killers. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. Early on, they do a decent amount of damage, all of them. But later, Centaur just gets too tanky. You put what's that? What I think the Eternal Shroud. 35% magic resistance feels like you could just negate a lot of sky, or you can just get piped straight up if you want to. And Spectre, you know, it's always crazy when you talk about hero and gets picked. Spectre, I don't feel like the nerf was enough. Yes, it's not gonna be the best time in her life going up against Skywrath Dawnbreaker, but she's gonna have Enchantress healing her up as well as bringing creeps. So it feels pretty. Wait, screw that. She's gonna have Treant Protector healing her up. This level up draft does not scale very well into the late game, I gotta say. Dawnbreaker has damage issues later on, and even if she's off lane, you kind of want to prioritize the Aghanims maybe. Like, we've seen the Echo Saber into Deso, but you know, Dawnbreaker, I mean, I've seen, oh man, I don't like this puck. I don't like this puck. The good thing is that it's very hard for Tickles to catch you. Like, what, Overgrowth, Centaur, Jump, Stun, whatever chance, like, it's not great. This puck should be fairly mobile. At the same time, so freaking squishy on level up. Reminder, I've been wrong in all my predictions, though that means the level up is going to win. But in my head, I'm looking at this level up draft. I'm thinking, my God, you guys are just so easy to burst down. The only way level up can win is if they continuously keep getting kills, because their late game is a joke compared to what Tickles has. All right, Tickles. They ban out the Terrorblade and the Naga Siren, feeling like those are the guys who can give them trouble. Tickles needs a mid. Level up needs a carry. Honestly, you can take a Slark, but I mean, he does benefit from these long fights. I don't know if you really want to take a Slark. You have no front line. Ursa might be a little bit better, but I kind of like how Slark goes in and out of these fights. Level up has picked Luna a few times, but you're up against Enchantress, so she's not really an option. Slark, Ursa. I'm trying to think of Chaos Knight, but again, Chaos Knight. I don't believe Chaos Knight illusions can be taken. Ah, yes, there you go, Chaos Knight. I believe your illusions cannot be taken because they're like hero illusions. You know, it's like when Lion sucks them off, they stay around. Oh, keep up the light. Horse on horse action. Coddle mid. Alright. In the last 2 picks, I will say that level up kind of brought it back a little. Coddle is very fragile, so now you have a target to go for. Coil's really good against him. The Chaos Knight feels like he does give you that physical damage and meat in the front line that you want. At the same time, I do think Tickle's draft is overall better. Scales, superior scaling the late game. And I do think that they're going to be taking it. So hopefully I can get one prediction right. I'm hopeful. I want to see what Eki can do on this Dawnbreaker. It feels like he's also going to have to do a lot. Like Dawnbreaker and Chaos Knight are going to be the main point. Puck, decent, but this Grimstroke Skywrath Mage just does not inspire a whole lot of confidence for me. At least you do have at least another combo, right? You can Soulbind and you get the double stun off from the CK. That's pretty nice. I think when you Reality Rift, you sort of Reality Rift the second guy, not the guy you target off. Same thing with Nether Strike for Spirit Breakers. Very odd mechanics. But on the other side though, Team Tickles, Spectre is really good. You have Treant against CK is amazing because you get all that that plus armor, and that's all CK's damage does. Spectre, you can get Blade Mail, it gives you a little bit of sustain as well. You have Centaur who's gonna go Blade Mail hard, that's also really good for you. And the Coddle is the one where I'm like, I mean, I know it could work, but it feels like the other side's gonna have a decent amount of reach. It's Puck, so you can get Splink Dagger, you can generally kill this Coddle, he's fairly fragile. So I don't like the Coddle pick. That's the one where we'll see. We've seen it work, but it's risky. So let's go in the game and see if that risk pays off. One thing about Lornoff, though, on this call is that he's so fast. 400 movement speed. 400 from the start. I mean, I know he's smoked, but still. 400 is insane. Alright. They smoked. There's a smoke action here. Nice. D-ward. Level up, deciding that D-ward is worth breaking the smoke off. Desire gets it and he's out. Dawnbreaker is looking for phase boots. Gonna get Bracer, phase boot, then you might get Soul Ring.
30 seconds.
So one of the reasons why Call came into the mid lane was because there was that small creep camp to the side that you can just go illuminate. You always get that nice bit of extra gold, but that creep camp has been removed. And while some creep camps have been added, it doesn't feel like it's very easy for him to get them. And his horse has an Aegis. That's very cool. I've seen that before, and it always feels like, wow, that's pretty damn awesome. I haven't mentioned that Lornoff will be also able to heal his allies along with Narmin, which again, level up, they have decent burst damage, but that doesn't get them in the kills. Oh, speaking of burst damage, 3 bounties on level up. Alright, that's getting exciting. Good start for them. Dawnbreaker Skywrath should be able to do well in this lane. Like, they have enough damage that they can get kills on Spectre and the Treant Protector. They can zone them out. This is one of the best things about Skywrath Mage, is that you throw a concussive in Arcane Balls and you're like, easy 250 damage at level 2. And you can spam that up. You need mana, of course, but you can't spam it at least. So the hero damage early on is pretty insane. This is gonna be the mid lane matchup here. Puck versus Coddle. Well, Sukov is gonna try to focus on sort of dodging some of these illuminates, but you can also use them just to get the creeps, and that's gonna be good enough for you. Top lane, there's gonna be some action here. I think we will see if Enchantress can get some decent creeps here. If Ducalis can, that's pretty good for him, especially with the force stun. On the other side, though, CK as well as Grimstroke have stuns and slows galore. So I do think we're gonna get some action in the side lanes. We already talked about. So it's Ducalis bottom, Narmin's on the top lane. My bad. We already talked about how this lane could go fairly well for level up. Oh, Ducalis punches him in the face, then just walks away. Leech Seed was pretty heavily nerfed at level 1. From 25 heal to 20, losing 20% of that value it's a lot. At max level, 17 to 65, it's okay-ish, but that level 1 too, it feels like it's gonna be a lot. You lose 20, and then you lose 10%. Overall though, No one really, like the carries have the same CS, the offlanes have the same CS, mid lower enough. He's got that Fairy Fire and a couple of Magic Wand charges. Not a whole lot. He might need to get that salve going. Stukov, he is starting to put out that pressure just a little bit. The Illusion Orb doesn't hit. Stukov forced to go to the north to dodge it. But Lornov also doesn't get the range creep. So, man, this. Oh, in the top lane though, they do get a kill. Focus gets it. And I did think that this is gonna be a slightly better. In general, the side lanes look pretty good for level up. Grimstroke CK, very dangerous. I think that we could go for the Centaur, but you know, you take a few hits, you lose a little bit of life, and they're like, yeah, we can bring him down. Sorry about the coughing. Slightly sick. I don't have COVID, so don't worry, guys. You're all safe. Let's keep our light one to go for the urn. All right. Spirit. It used to be also that you can get null talismans for that magic damage, so you can see like 3 nulls into Spirit Vessel, Dagon, and Call will just run around the map getting kills, which is pretty fun to watch at the time, I gotta say. And meanwhile, Stukov, I think he dodged another Illuminate. Uses all his mana actually, just to bring down low enough. Lots of low health heroes on the map right now. Meanwhile, Desire getting that a bit of harass off. Yeah, again, I'm looking at the hits unit takes from those physical attacks with Desire. It's not much. I mean, it still starts off with 5 armors. It's pretty good. Meanwhile, Eki, Phase Boots, already finished his Bracer. Let's just see what he goes for next. Top lane, that looks like Enchantress is going to be healing up just fine. So Narman is going to be okay. Again, I haven't seen this skin on the Dawnbreaker, and her weapon looks different. I like her hammer. Her hammer is awesome. I don't know why that you put that with some weird blade. Overall, it's a little bit of a farm fest here. Just one kill for level up. Anything happening? CK and Spectre are suffering a little bit, but again, that's kind of it. Also, this feels like a blade, not a hammer. I liked when she had the hammer more, you know? Big girl with a hammer, cool. Big girl with a blade, whatever. Meantime, though, it's just top lane. Force is doing a really nice job of zoning out the CK here, who is actually jungling. By the way, you can't jungle as effectively as a Chaos Knight. Chaos Strike does not heal you anywhere near as much as before, so you can actually see him walking back to base. I'm not sure if he was jungling or he just took a few hits and he's like, yep, I gotta walk back so I can TP back. But either way, a lot of time away from the base. A lot of time. It's also only level 1 Chaos Strike, so you're just not getting a whole lot of value right now. I'm excited to see what Stukov can do when he reaches level 6 on this Puck. He's, you know, Puck is generally a feast or famine kind of hero. You can go around the map, relatively low cooldown, and oh dear, they killed Ducalis. Another win for level up. As we mentioned, this damage that you have from your side lane is pretty damn scary. Alright, focus. Yeah, he's back in lane. He's farming. He's happy. Life's good. Life's good again. And Centaur is going to be able to finish that Vanguard. Going to do a lot to mitigate the physical damage coming out from level upside. Not that they have a whole lot of it. You know, we won't be seeing CK in this early fight. Bomb lane looks like they are a bit of a rumble in the jungle here. Or not unit. The ENG swell comes out. That's going to be a dead Spectre. Nice rotation by Kidara, by the way. Twin Gates shows up, does the damage, then Twin Gates back in. I gotta say, I love the Twin Gates, although Eki, Leech Seed, Blood Green, I think he's dead. Yep, he is. He actually stands for a second just to give him that Leech Seed heal. He's like, you earned it, Ducalis, you earned it. That's actually a big deal that Ducalis was able to get a solo kill on Eki like that. Like, you kill the Spectre, but then you lose your Dawnbreaker in that manner. You can't be too happy. Mid lane's been a complete farm fest. 39-5 to 38-11, so very even here. Both teams just kind of happy, like, yeah, I'm willing to farm. Are you willing to farm? I'm willing to farm. Focus, armlet, standard build. I don't think that anyone on level up is going to be building a Radiance, which is kind of a shame. I feel like every team should have a Radiance builder. Then again, if you can get the Agam Scepter on
Dire's middle tower is
Grimstroke, you
under
can just
attack.
make copies of Spectre and there's your Radiance. Although that's very expensive and unlikely to happen. It is an option for Kidaro if he somehow managed to get the farm. Does seem like Spectre wants the Radiance, but again, it's gonna take some time for him to do that. Force. How much agility does Centaur get per level? Is it 1? I think it's 1 agility because he's sitting at 1 armor. And it's like, damn, son, you get 1 agility. Oh dear. Oh, Puck, he's going for it. Yeah, Lorna, that's gonna be painful for you, buddy. Meanwhile, Ducal shows up in time, but he doesn't do it. Sorry, he doesn't show up in time. I don't think even if he did, it would have made any difference. Like, can you imagine being Puck and Treant teleports to you? You're like, are you serious? Did you really just TP to help as a Treant? We have a stack going on here. Kidaro also scouts out. Make sure he blocks that camp.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
overall,
is
level up
under
has
attack.
done the economy game from level up is looking really good. All 3 lanes basically won. Stukov getting that kill mid. Now Lornov's having a tough time. Focus was able to get that kill on Eki and bottom lane as well. Like Dawnbreaker's also doing very fine for herself. Oh dear, look at Unit's net worth. Oh dear, and that's going to be the Inkswell popping, and they get another kill. I'm telling you, whatever team I think is gonna take it, they lose. Like I was thinking, this is gonna be Team Tickles. They have the late game, blah 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 blah, and like an idiot.
Are scanning.
No, I turned out to be wrong. Was really well played by Stukov so far. And top lane, there you go. Dawnbreaker ultis, they get a kill on Love. That's another core kill for them. And oh dear, if they spot Force. He's only level 5 by the way, he doesn't have Stampede. And yeah, top 3 net worth, all level up. Top 2 supports, all level up. This is the exact graph. So farm distribution you want to see.
Where are you going?
Well, you prefer all 5 are on your side, but oh. Focus, Inkswell comes out, Enchant not
Radiant's
available
bottom
to
tower
remove
is
it,
under attack.
and looks like he might be okay here. Focus, stun comes out, nope, not okay. Not fast enough. Much needed kill for them. And you can see Force now, all the way back to the top here. One thing the level up is going to have problems is bringing down those towers. Especially with an early point of that living armor. It doesn't heal the whole lot, to be fair. Level 1 living armors,
Dire's top tower is
it
under
exists. Let's just call it that, you know. Its impact is barely there. But if he gets a couple levels on it, level up, they're going to struggle to bring down the towers. There's really no physical damage for it. Maybe like enchanters can get some creeps that help. That's it, really.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, sorry, enchanters on this side. My bad. In the meantime, though, Team Tickles, they're pushing. As I mentioned, there's Enchantress working for them. Meanwhile, they do get a kill on Desire, so it's a bit of a comeback. Oh, Unit shows up. It's possible he could get it. Looks like he's going to be jumping away. And up the illusion up comes up in time, and he's going to be okay. Stukov is fine. He doesn't mind it always happening.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Meantime, Stukov just gonna be farming. He's going for the Witch Blade. I've seen a bunch of this Maelstrom build on Puck, and it works okay when you get like that Aghanim Scepter, but it feels like a big heavy investment. You also have to make sure you always core like multiple heroes to get value, and not really the biggest fan. Armin might be losing his ward and probably gonna be losing his life. Yep, and they do get it.
Dire's courier has
Yeah, that ward ended up getting them nothing. Although the Focus does lose his courier, which is not the biggest deal. Treant has the arcane boost. Oh, interesting. No points in the Nature's Grasp. I don't see that. I mean, you think 1 point is pretty good just because the slow is nice, kind of like a don't fight. But no, he's maxing Leech Seed and Living Armor. 2 points in Living Armor. Living Armor definitely gets a lot of value from level 1 to 2. You know, like you get what? 1 more heal, 5 seconds more, 2 extra armor. Like it adds up, but no points in Nature's Grasp. Very odd. I wonder if he's gonna. What else he's gonna add? I miss the old days when we used to see Meteor Hammer on Tree Protector. That was so much fun. Alright, well, fun-ish, I suppose. Grimstroke, he's going to go for the shard. Again, this is not the best shard game because you're up against Enchantress, but so far, no, I don't think I've seen Narman dispel Inkswell even once. With the travel on Keeper of the Light, his mobility is going to be unparalleled this game. Apart from the Spectre's global presence and the puck mobility. Alright, so he's got some pretty paralleled mobility. Alright, Witchblade finished on the puck. He's got some damage. Alright, Blade Mail is going to be the item of choice here for Eggy. Someone said I should pronounce it as Eggy, not Eki, which is easier. Eki sounds like more of a word. Eki is like, I don't know. Bomb lane though. Spectre, can we look at Spectre? Spectre! Spectre! There we go. Spectre, he's taking it. 3 silences. Stampede comes out. Oh my, almost makes it out, but the Green Coil comes up and he's still alive! Jeez, the Illuminate as well as the healing from the Healing Seed. This is gonna be enough. And now it's Eki. Oh my. That was insane. How the hell did that happen? Alright, the double. He wants it. Kadar wants this kill so damn badly. Kadar, oh no. It's gonna be your life. And double stun. A little unexpected, but there's a shield rune on Stukov, so killing him is not really likely. Oh, very well played, by the way. Those are the illusion orb, they all get baited, but in the end, level up. They go for a big kill and they don't get anything out of it. So that was a bit of a recovery from this for the Spectre as well. Remember, Unity's not having a good game and they try to kill him, they get nothing. Still a bit low on the net worth, by the way. Like, look at that. They go for him, the healing seeds, and he is able to stay alive. That nice heal for Lornoff, by the way. Good timing. By the way, in the meantime, I think they got a kill on Ducalis. Sorry, Narman on the Enchantress. But what a fight! What a fight! And Kidaro, he's like, I'm going for it! And well, maybe he shouldn't have done that. Poor guy loses his life in the end. And good jump in by Force, but I mean, he got the double stun, but didn't really matter at that point. They're gonna kill Grimstroke and make it out. 14 minutes in. Any good item? Spectre, Blade Mail done, working towards the Radiance. The thing is, it takes a long ass time to get that Radiance online for Spectre. Like, it is not fast at all. Centaur, you did see the debut of his Blink the previous fight, and he's going to go for Blade Mail after, and then it's going to be the Heart. So it's very standard build for Centaur, nothing crazy there.
Dire are scanning.
Enchantress, he just wants to go. I like it. Just go for that straight up Dragon Lance. Alright, they know where Stukov is just because they see the orb. However, this is not a lineup that can catch him. Like, your best catch is Centaur Jump, which is nothing to really like write home about. Can they actually catch Stukov? Oh, it's a lot to write home about. It's a lot to write home about. And they do get the kill. You gotta, you know. You feel like maybe you would have dodged it in a different situation. But Stukov loses his life. Team Tickles, they are not in the lead, but feels like they are. Spectre, continue just to farm away for that Radiance. Hey, Dawnbreaker didn't take the level 10 talent, instead opting to go for the passive. I like that. I like that a lot. What do we have? Skywrath Mage is going to go for a Dagon. I see some people like to pick the Phylactery on it. I think it's pretty good to have good on Skywrath Mage, honestly. All stats that you want and some on the region. Key, I think he spotted them out just because they're all next to that. Yep, that's a Druin. And I think Ducalis, yep, he's got the shard. This shard it's insanely good. Like, it gives you so much. Anytime, oh. Ulti is used. Bomb lane, Spectre. And Spectre again. Is she gonna? Nope, not tanking enough. This time Focus was here, ensuring to get the kill. Eki, fairly durable, and looks like he's gonna make it out just fine. So much better fight going on for your 4 level up. Remember, you want to bring down units as much as possible. You do not want the Spectre to get that Radiance, and she is again fairly far behind in terms of net worth compared to all the other cores. Nice deep ward, by the way. Alright, Lornoff makes that in time. Oh, Ducalis. Ducalis, do you want to be here? I think they... Well, there's no sentry there. Doesn't have overgrowth. The Chaos is just gonna be fine. Dire, they feel like there's like someone's here. The Chaos just gets the deal or just moves away. Pretty boss move, I guess. Kind of often you see that. Now top lane focus. He's taking a few hits, and the Spirit Vessel's probably gonna ensure his death. Great armor toggling earlier on, but not enough to keep him alive. This is a good kill. Look at that, 1,300 gold. I think, does that count as both? I think that counts as both the Dawnbreaker as well as the Chaos Knight. Only just one kill. Grubo finished on the puck. Very nice combination with the Witchblade. What's he gonna go for after, I wonder? Look. On the puck, just gives you so much mobility. Eki, top lane. Oh, he's going for BKB first. I mean, it does allow you to shrug off overgrowth, and there's nothing else that Team Ticos has that pierces BKB. So it's pretty nice. But again, this does bring out the problem that you don't really get a whole lot of damage from the Dawnbreaker. And this would have gone a decent way to actually helping with that. Alright. Force is just farming away. Smoke comes out for level up. They'd love to find someone. I think they might have actually smoked on the ward. Nope. Because you can see there's a few deep wards coming out from the right side. Behind the tier 2 top and the tier 2 mid and low enough. Now that overgrowth comes out, but who the hell cares in full? Oh dear, Force wants to help his friend, but it's not gonna happen here. Looks like Spectre wants to come in actually, but Spectre, do you really want to do that? They already lost 2 people here. They do get a kill on the Grimstroke, but that's gonna be not much. One more hit from Lord of the Axe doesn't land. Lord of should be fine. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. Oh, sorry, 2-for-2 trade. Holy moly, Unit. Well, the Chaos actually gets the kill, but Unit shows up. What started off and looking like a really good fight for level up ends up just being, well, not good at all. Yeah, start of Phil, they kill off Narman from the beginning, and I mean, they go for the Centaur. He's very tanky, not a guy you can jump on, and stays alive for a little bit. The heal is not enough to keep him alive. At this point, it's like, alright, you got 2 guys down. It looks like it's pretty over, but no, Lornoff is able to bait so much from Stukov, even though it almost cost him his life, but still, he is able to stay alive. And in the meantime, they go straight on for focus and bring him down. What a crazy game. Lornoff, he's got Orchid. That goes a long way towards shutting down this puck. Although he did, you know, he's now Stukov. I think he's faster than the Centaur. Centaur didn't have ultimate available to actually get there in time. So, alright. So Puck does have the Blink Dagger. I feel like that's very needed in a game like this where you really want to prioritize your mobility. Lornoff is highest net worth in this game. Damn! When did that happen? Meanwhile, he's going for BKB next. Not seeing the Dagon build, top lane. They just want this tower. The idea that they're going to be killing Stukov is very unlikely, but you are going to be able to kill Kidaro and, oh, possibly. Nope, the puck is very mobile. The Stampede comes out. And can they get him? He is, nope. Can't make it out, and Stukov loses his life, and Team Tickles are punching, and they're punching them hard. They had Dawnbreaker's ultimate available, but it's when you're an core Dawnbreaker, you're actually more conservative with your ultimate, because you don't want to give them... If you're a support and you die, that sucks. If you're a core and you die, that's game losing. Okay, this area of the map is very interesting. Alright, Centaur... Only about 1,000 gold away from the heart, and that's when only focus can deal with him. And oh dear, Radiance is also built up. Radiance is fantastic against CK because your illusions, there's nothing they can do. You know, they're gonna miss. There's no way to increase their accuracy. Grimstroke, can we look at Grimstroke? I want to see if he's building an Agam Scepter. It's a high risk item because it's so expensive, but if he has a Philosopher's Stone, it might be like the item to go for on the Grimstroke. Yeah, Glimmer Creep, Force Staff are always good, but getting that free Spectre illusion, it might be the thing you need to actually win the game. Smoke, who do they want to go for? Pretty deep here. By the Dire side, they might bite off a little bit more than they can chew. Ducalis. Oh, they kind of know. Oh, the tree. Oh, the courier actually tells them where he is. The Mystic Flare comes out. There's no like visual cue for it, but it did show up, and they do get kill and Ducalis and his courier. We hate you and your pets. I think Dagons should be finished as well on Skywrath Mage. You're gonna help them out a little bit here. Lorenoff. Remind me there that Lorenoff used to be part of Level Up. So he is playing against his friends turned rivals. I always wonder how that feels competitively. You know, you play with months with a player, then you have to go up against him and you're like, oh, this is awkward. And Hart just finished up on the Centaur.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess they're probably going for the Lotus Orb after. You symbol the Vanguard. It's a good value out of the Ring of Health. Alright, going for the Tormentor. Who do you want to get for? My lord, did this guy almost lose his life from that. The end, Eki gets it. It's a solid shard. Starbreaker gives you magic immunity. Debuff immunity. So I was after years of having magic immunity, now now we know that it's like, oh, debuff immunity and magic resistance. It's like, okay, that's different. So shards are available on Kadaro. Ducalis has the shard. Can we look at Grimstroke? I don't know what he's got. He just picked up his tier 2 token. Oh, it's a Vambrace. Very unlikely for him to finish the Aghanim Scepter anytime soon. He's not even going for it. He's going to go for, I believe, a Glimmer Cape. Obstruction on the CK. That's nice. I mean, if you can get on top of people, you should burst them out. Ooh, a Specialist Array. I don't believe that your extra shot gets the impetus, but it's still very nice for you. Can you imagine you have Sproink and impetus and the Specialist Array, and you're like, my god, she's throwing hits everywhere. They need more damage on level up. They need more damage. I gotta say, these two teams are very content to sort of sit back and farm. And neither one of them feels like they're in a very big rush. A lot of times both teams are like, alright, I think we're winning in terms of the net worth late game calculations, so let's just go late. Let's just farm off. CK has a heart. That could be a problem, actually. Team Tickles' burst damage is it's gonna be rough for them to chew through 4,000 health when he turns out the odd, but not so hard to chew through that as Dawnbreaker. Oh, poor Eggy. Another death for him. It's really all on focus to do something for level up right now. Stukov, his mobility is good, but it's so risky to play puck. You know, one silence, one stun, and you're just dead every time. Anti-Style gonna be finished up on unit fairly soon, allowing him to split push. And of course, that Skywrath Mage Science is gonna be just useless. Radius is the choice here for Team Tickles. Dire could contest it. Reminder, the Dawnbreaker, I mean, Solar Guardian is global, but they don't seem to even be aware that this is happening. So it just might be a free Roshan for Team Tickles. Who do you want to give it to here? Spectre, maybe? Centaur kind of jumps in first. I think Spectre, yeah, Spectre. One thing that you also have to consider is who's got items to sort of throw away. And Spectre's got a Quelling Blade that he doesn't need, whereas now Force, most of his items are a little bit more useful, like the 6 of them. Smoke comes out. Team Tickles, where do you want to go? They could find Skywrath Mage top if he walks into the lane. Ooh, nice early gem on Lorenoff. I love this. You're winning the game. You want to make sure that the enemy team doesn't have a chance of comeback. So what do? You take away their eyes. They can't see. They can't make the good moves that they want to. What's going for, actually? I mean, I'm sure that's not a Divine Rapier. Unlikely to be a Daedalus. Nullifier, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I guess he could go Nullifier. Removes what? Living armor? Okay.
Dire's middle tower.
We'll see what that... it's not Sacred Relic, what the Demon Edge builds. Alright, focus. Yeah, this could be a nice easy kill for them. A whole lot of damage coming out. Now it does fall, but at the same time, they do bring down Skyrit Mate. Nice global Solar Guy onto 2, but they are just so damn fragile on level up. They use the Grimstroke as well, and CK is trying to do something here. That's not enough. Unit gets a triple kill. That Radiance Burn doing work for them. Yeah, they got a big pick off on the Enchanters, but so what? As Unit, he thinks, he's like, do I want to dive? I mean, tier 2 isn't even half health. TT kills once blood. Good stun coming out. It was pretty good Solar Guardian, but the jump in from Force. They can't kill Force. They can't kill Unit. Lornoff is healing everyone, staying far away. Like, this was the right target that you want to go for. You want to get the Enchanters. And they do bring down Narmin, but like, look at the stun jump in. They lose the Sky. Good Solar Guardian, by the way, but unfortunately it takes a while for him to land here. And good, like the overgrowth, it's so, everything is just better on Team Tickles. A good overgrowth coming out, the stuns landing on, Unit just more durable. Aegis is used, but that's really what you want. You want the Aegis to be used. Killing Spectre also means that you spend a lot of time bringing her down. That dispersion also comes back to you. Double Wisdom Rune. That is 4,480 EXP for the Radiant side. Pretty massive. Yeah, you can see, look at that, straight up. Although I imagine that's because of the team fight, not just purely the double, the Tormentor as well as double Wisdom Rune, Twin Protector, he's got that Philosopher's Stone. And Chaos Knight went back for a Mand of Midas. I did not see that one coming. I wish we had the thing that tells you how many voice lines have been bought, but in the meantime, Stukov jumps in, just jumps out, realizing he's in trouble. Yeah, I'd love to know what voice lines was the most purchased, so you can get an idea of what the community likes. Yeah, he's tickling him. He's coiling him. They're Solar Guarding and Mystic Flaring him. They're killing him, in fact. They deaded him. Force. Yeah, it took a lot, and he was by himself, but that is still a kill that level up will take. In the meantime, will they be able to get any objectives out of it? They've only taken the tier 1 bottom. They haven't taken any other tier towers in the game. There's no Roshan to go for. You'd like to do a little bit more than just farm here. Desolator finished on the Dawnbreaker. It's gonna be very helpful for them. They need that extra damage. It helps everyone on the team. Armin. Oi, oi, oi. He's got that Hurricane Pike. I think he's got like 3,000 gold in the pocket as well. Enchanted Quiver? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's the item. The upgraded... it's like the upgraded diffuser or something. I don't know. What is it called? Disperser. Can we look at it? I guess not. Not an item I've seen a whole lot on the puck, I gotta say. But... we'll read about later on. I think it's like an AoE slow and speed up for your team. It's kind of alright. Agam Scepter finished on... sorry, Agam Scepter finished on the Spectre here. So you can use that just to show up to everyone. I like that she has that single target. Oh, Ducalis? You bit off a little bit more than you can chew, buddy. And he is going to lose his life. That's fine. I mean, he's doing what he needs to, though. If your team tickles, these are deaths that you're okay with. Oh, dear. Looks like Dawnbreaker is going to lose her life. One more hit. There you go. Eki loses. So, in terms of trade, Team Tickles comes out ahead. They get the bigger, more important kill. Reality Rift now pierces spell immunity, and you have more durable phantasm illusions as well on the CK. What's the win percentage? I'm thinking 80% Team Tickles. I think that's a little generous if the graph says so, but it does feel like it's an 80% right now, even though they're only 5,000 gold ahead at 31 minutes. But their draft is just hard to kill. I guess. Oh, I see a Spectre ultimate coming out. Who's she gonna go for? Maybe my ears are playing tricks on me. Alright, CK. I think that Silver Edge is coming out for him. it does give them a way to kill this Spectre, because Dispersion
Radiant's
just
middle
mitigates
tower
so
is
much
under attack.
damage. There we go. Silver Edge finished. Centaur does not, I believe, have the shard yet. We just clicked on. I'm not in the lobby, so I can actually click on heroes and random. I see exactly what you guys see. But unit. Oh, unit. Oh dear, very unfortunate here. They wasn't able to get the concussive chop. If they did, that could have been a nice kill for them. The Vital, wow, just barely makes it out. Well, yep, both ultimates being used, but the Sky Mage still survives. Super close. Wasted smoke by level up, but at least you don't lose anyone, so you still walk away not happy, but not sad either. Which is apathy, I believe. Alright, Dawnbreaker taking some hits here. Eki. I don't think Eki you can take on the half man, half horse. He's got like 6 times her thighs. Force? A bit risky to try to go for him now, but what they hit hard. They hit very hard, and it looks like the ultimate is Grimstroke immediately falls, but they do coil the Spectre. But who's killing who? And the Soul Guardian comes out, but Spectre, yes, she gets broken. She does lose her life, but not before she brings down 3 units. Just going in deep, and luckily for them, like, yeah, they got the breakup. It's just like, oh dear, can they get him? And looks like, I think, Puck, did he get stunned? Looks like he should be okay here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oy. And they're just going for the Tormentor. This is a pretty unfortunate thing to lose. Lorov gets... Actually, what is his shard? Is it Recall? I think it's Recall. That's the Call shard. And... yeah, the thing is, when they jumped on the Centaur, he had 2 stacks from the shard. So it's very difficult to bring down. Then the heal comes out a little bit late. And yeah, the break is decent on the Spectre, but... you lose 3 people. And Narman just chugging away those impetus shots, getting 2 kills in that fight. Look at Narman's net worth. That guy is rich.
Thanks.
Well, how's Enchantress going to go for? Yep, it's going to be the Hex, baby. Oh my, oh my. Also, I love the casual Wraith Band. Firstly, you really want attack speed if you are the Enchantress. Secondly, it gives you, like, each Wraith Band gives you so much armor. It says it gives you 4, but it actually gives you 5.6 because you get the 10 agility. So it goes a long way towards mitigating that physical damage from the CK. In the meantime, yep, Hex is finished. Enchanted Quiver. Roshan comes up. He's got the cheese. Does anyone know if Block of Cheese still has a thing where it doesn't get stopped by... oh, Stukar. Ducalis, yeah, they know. Solar Guardian, they got him. Oh, Spectre, really? It's kind of wishful thinking that you're gonna get the Puck here. Yep, just the ultimate being used. It's very low cooldown, it's like 40 seconds, so you can afford to just press it from time to time just to... oh, you can't afford to lose him like that though. Inkswell gets the Dispel off, but it's not enough. As meanwhile, the Grimstroke, Kidaro, good use of that
Radiant's
Ogre
middle
Seal
tower
Totem.
is under attack.
I like that it just says you flop like an Ogre Seal. Like, oh yeah, Ogre Seals, they do flop, like as if we know it. Soulbind spell damage. What does he actually combine the Soulbind with? Ancient Seal, Arcane Bolt, Chaos Bolt, right? That's pretty much it. Oh, well, he's dead. Desire wanted to go and get that Wisdom Ruin, but just loses his life instead. It is a chokehold by Team Tickles right now. Sky Mage, very close to that Aghanim Scepter, will give you a lot of extra damage that you desperately need. Unfortunately, he still is about 400 gold away from it. Maybe Level Up's play is to get the 3rd Roshan on Radiant side, give the Aghanim Scepter to Grimstroke, make illusions of the Spectre, and win fights that way. That requires about 5 different ifs to happen, but who knows? Well, looks like 50 kills are like, we know you guys want 3rd Roche, so we're going to be generously taking the 2nd one, so the 3rd one spawns even earlier. They're very nice. And there we go. Takes a little bit. Spectre probably wants it. The break means that your first life now is a little risky, right? You get that break on you from the Silver Edge, suddenly you get killed. You come back and it's like, all right, now you guys can't Silver Edge me again. Sorry, break me again. Octarine Core on the Call. Focus has still got decent farm. I mean, even Stukov is not too bad. Like Eki, the problem is that Dawnbreaker really needs gold. The hero's just, I don't know, like the hero like needs like +7 base damage or something. Then I feel like the hero's in a really good spot because otherwise her damage is just such a joke. 10-man smoke. Well, 9, but Spectre's gonna show up anywhere, so she kind of counts as being smoked. Sort of. Oh no, Desire? Yep, he is dead. Although the jumping comes out, they're going for the Enchantress. Looks like the Aghanim Scepter has been reached on Puck, so there's some damage coming out. They do kill Narman here. Can they go for more? Kadaro? Oh, actually, Kadaro is still alive. I think they managed to glimmer out in time. Focus. Hey, who's killing who right now? He's very tanky, but they can't anyway. Meanwhile, Eki gets the Inkswell on him, needs to proc. Oh, the proc is in the worst time, and it's not gonna be enough to save Focus. Oh dear, the Inkswell needed to come up just like a millisecond earlier. Could have been a 2-man stun. In the end, it's another one fight for Team Tickles as they bring that Focus. That 1-for-1 trade looked good, but the Inkswell pop, I think it timed out. I don't think it was actually used by the Grimstroke, but either way. Oh, Unit draws out the ultimate. Who is he looking at? Oh, we're going to look at the fight again here. Yeah, this bring down straight going for the Skyrath Mage, which is a real unfortunate problem. And yeah, the damage coming out from this Aghanims with the Dispersers, not bad. Alright, let's go back to the real game. Real game. They're pushing high ground. Or, okay, I mean, we're going to watch this till it's all the way to the end. Yeah, the Inkswell at the very last second is what got them. Look at that, he has the Inkswell on him. And actually, I think, yep, just as he, I think he actually procced it, sorry. That doesn't look like 5 seconds to me. And they lose Focus. Almost a good fight. Almost. Top racks are down. They're going for more here. No Puck, no CK. I think Puck must have. Was Puck just killed? Looks like he was just killed. Actually, just no buyback, and yep, Team Tickles looking very close to victory. Silver Edge 97. Yeah, I'll say it's pretty nice. 7. Eki goes for Silver Edge. That's pretty good because now you have 2 ways of breaking the Spectre in case anything happens to the CK. But I mean, she still has Aegis, and they want to end this with this Aegis. Oh, alright, Haunt comes out, they're going for Eki. Eki BKBs. Nice stun! They bring down Centaur. I did not think you can get that much damage out on the Centaur. Meanwhile, the Soulbind on 2. As well as with the Dream Coil. Can they gut anyone though? Nice use of the Solar Guardian. They got Lord off! They do. Starbreaker comes out with the last hit. Meanwhile, holy crap, they do some damage to that Tree and Protector. But Unit, he's like, you guys are out of gas. You got nothing coming out from me, but, or do they Focus? Life steals! He does get life, so the Inkswell does not come out in time to heal him up. And I think the Grimstroke might be losing. Oh, well, he loses his life actually. Everyone buys back. Everyone buys back on Team Tickles. They want this over. Haunt is going to be available in a second. And it just shows up. Looks like he's going to be trying to get a couple of kills. But they don't want to dive tower. Actually, Spectre takes so much damage. This could be a dive. Nope, eats the cheese. He's fine. Huge fight from level up. But unfortunately, they got no buybacks. I think also they won that fight, but in the end, even if you win the fight, you kind of like you have to be able to go for round 2, and round 2 is when they're losing this. Team Tickles takes it. Very, very nice. Gotta say that last hurrah from level up was really fun to watch. Well, alright, big jump in by the Puck, but I don't think it's gonna matter here as Kidaro, he loses his life. And can you do it, Stukov? Can you bring them down 1 versus 5? I think not. They might consider just trying to waste as much time as possible here. Team Tickles, they're just gonna go for the throne. What exactly are they scared of? They don't have to worry about CK for another 25 seconds. There's no glyph. This, yeah, that's oh, wait, no, Eki's here. Eki jumps in, gets the ulti off, but does not land on anyone. Meanwhile, people are just hitting the throne, and Eki loses his life. GG is called. A great final attempt by Level Up, but they were just too far behind here. With the scaling late game is that you just don't have durability and you have damage. Puck and Dawnbreaker, they're, I mean, like Puck, he went for Disperse or Agams, it's fine. The Witchblade is okay, it's like gives you okay damage, but he needs to keep getting kills. Dawnbreaker, we talked about this here, it's like it's just doesn't scale amazingly late game. CK was doing work, CK was doing great work, but it's not enough. You're up against Specs and Centaur with a call behind them, giving them heals with a Trained Protector. And overall, Team Tickles, I really like the draft. I really like how they played it out. And unfortunately for Level Up, they weren't able to claim the W. So that's our first match, done and dusted. Next game is going to be versus Team Clay and Virtus.pro. And it should be starting in just a few minutes because we are right on schedule, which is where you want to be all the time. So we're going to take a little bit of a break while these two teams set up and we go join the lobby. And then we'll come back. It's going to be Virtus.pro versus Team Clay. And we'll see how that match is going to go. So see you guys in just a bit.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, hello. I didn't get the 3-2-1. Thank you very much for welcome back everyone to the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary. When what better way to celebrate a quarter of a century of being around than by having a Dota 2 tournament with a $100,000 prize pool. And boy, do we have an interesting one for you guys. We have Team Klee, which I'm not too familiar with, going up against Virtus.pro, the same roster that went to the international just a month ago. And in fact, yeah, this is going to be our matchup here. Now, I know a lot of you think that Virtus.pro is going to take this 2-0, that they're a stronger team, that they have more experience, more well-known players. And I gotta say, I think a lot of you are on the ball, honestly. You know, not that, you know, Team Klee doesn't have a chance. Dota 2 is full of upsets, but on paper, Virtus.pro does look a lot stronger. In fact, let's look at the players on each of these teams and see what we're working with here. As versus with VP, this is the exact same lineup they had in TI. It is Kiritich, Squad 1X, Notice, Seiyu, as well as FNG. What did they achieve in TI as well? Oh, they actually, well, no, it wasn't 5-6. They were pretty decent, right? 7-8, yeah, 7-8 at TI. So you can expect them to bring something. Although it's not Seiyu playing here on position 4, it's Antares. I believe he might be standing in because, yeah, it's unless he changes his name. No, yeah, that's a stand-in. Usually when we have a stand, we have the face blanked in. So they do have a stand-in here. Interesting. All right, let's look at Team Klee, which is their challengers, the new people. Not exactly new, but still, it's going to be till the end. Zayak is actually playing here. Blaze, Young G, as well as Kami. So Kami, I believe he's taking over from Etch Duo. I gotta say, these till the end, we're told like Klee is joining, so there's a bunch of different names here than the roster I was thinking of. But Zayak's here. I actually last time Zayak I saw him play was in the Asian games. He was representing, I'm trying to remember the exact country he was representing, but I was casting, well, obviously his country, but yeah, I was casting him in the Asian games, and he looked pretty good. I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to actually give Team Klee the victory. In fact, let's go to the draft, see what we're working with in game 1. Versus Pro, who's going to be starting off with? Last series we had a lot of TA being contested, and in this game, Team Klee immediately with this TA ban. Okay. I do feel like we are going to be moving a little bit more towards those agility cores, and TA with the refraction, with her high damage, the ability to take Roshan, like she is going to look fairly popular right now. Virtus.pro, they ban out the puck. This hero has been on the radar a little bit, you know. You get the Agam Scepter, you get the Maelstrom, that's one way. You can build with the Witchblade, you get those solo kills. Very elusive in general. does feel like more and more teams are like, Puck, yeah, let's take him. He is pretty good. I mean, I don't really see it. I just feel like a hero that gets shredded within 2 seconds of a fight is not often a hero you want to have, but you know, he does bring the damage, to be fair. Klee, they ban out the Dazzle. So far, Spirit Breaker, nobody seems to be banning him. And another surprising hero that we haven't seen a whole lot of today is the Bristleback. No bans, no picks, no nothing. Nobody wants him. So I'm a little surprised by that. I know that Spirit Breaker, the big nerf was to his bristle, like Hairball, 3 seconds, lower cast range, and Bristleback ability itself. Now you proc at like more damage level 1. You used to proc at 225, now it's proc at 300. People used to leave it at level 1 because they were like, I don't want to reduce damage, I just want to proc it. Now it's like, now you really want to max it out. Alright, Team Klee. Spirit Breaker, Primal, Beast, Treant, Protector, CK. Lots of options for you to consider. Who do you want to get rid of? I mean, you could take Spirit Breaker, you could take the Bristleback. There's some good stuff you can work with here. But who do they want? Taking a bit of time with this this banning phase here. I'm just to see what Zayak is going to be playing with. Alright. Let's see. What does the bans from Virtus.pro tell us? Don't want to push. They don't want to deal with that pushing power coming out. They ban Spirit Breaker. Bristleback is in the pool. So is Treant Protector. They take the Primal Beast, another hero that is very popular. Pulverize getting 4 seconds at all level is a bit of a nerf to the hero, by the way. Like, you do feel like you're just not as active. Trample has a higher cooldown. It used to be 75 to 90. Now it's 90 at all levels, which is annoying. If you put him up against the Invoker, it's not going to be fun. That mana drain is not, it's just don't enjoy it. Ice Wall is super annoying as well. Like, it's not a matchup that I like for the Primal Beast. Obviously, it's not, you know, does 5 versus 5. Someone else could deal with Invoker, but Primal Beast, I don't think you really just don't enjoy that laning phase at all. In the meantime, going back to another round of bans here. I imagine Team Klee might consider banning Bristleback just because with Invoke on the other side, you don't want to take him because Invoker's going to build Spirit Vessel. And it's like, do we want to? You know, we set ourselves up in a rough spot. It's not worth it. But at the same time, Dawnbreaker comes out. Spectre is still in the pool. And as we saw in the previous game, I think Spectre is very viable right now. I don't think there's anything wrong with picking some Spectre. Still waiting for those bans coming out here. As mentioned, they are happy, Team Klee, to sort of take as much time as they can with in this first few steps to get ready, which is you won't have much time to adjust later on if you guys have a lot of disagreements. But they ban out the Magnus, so team fight and global presence has been the name of the game for Team Klee. They don't want to deal with. Nature's Prophet is in the pool, and so is Spectre. You put that with a Sunstrike, and you got some pretty powerful map pressure. Sorry, global map pressure. So of course, you can always take Faceless Void. What's up for Cataclysm? Although that's one of those kind of like last case scenarios. If you pick Faceless Void, oh yeah, Trade Protector, naturally. If you pick Faceless Void so you can combo with Invoker, it's like it's a combo that comes on way later. You have to make sure you get those chronos. It's kind of a risk that most teams, if given the choice, would be like, we'd rather not do that. Not that we don't want to do it, it's just that we don't pick it for that specific combo. Alright, Team Klee, you got 2 picks. Alright. Well, certainly don't want Bristleback. You have Primal Beast mid, but you can always take the Spectre. You can always take the Nature's Prophet. You know, I like Primal Beast as a support, to be honest. I know that he's picked as a core and he makes sense there as well, but he's like, him and Spirit Breaker always feel like they're also really good supports if you want them. BKB Piercing, very tanky. I think the highest strength gain in the game at 4.3. Flexible item build. Can jump in. Oh, I like him. It's like Ice Fog has nerfed the hero quite a bit though. just doesn't feel like he's as good as before. He's also, his body makes... Oh, Nature's Prophet. Hey, there we go. We talked about him. Ask and ye shall receive. We talked about Nature's Prophet saying he is lucky to be picked up in this game for the global presence. Now, do you pair it up with a Spectre and you just run rampant around the map, getting kills on people left and right? Despite global pressure being highly prioritized, Io himself has not really been picked much. By the way, we didn't see the standings before this this match began, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is Virtus.pro's first game. Oh, Jakiro! Huh. So you are signaling that it's going to be like a position for Nature's Prophet. I mean, possibly. I think Jakiro is fine as a 4, honestly, but it's the more standard is to put the Jakiro 5. The hero really just wants levels, and that's why gold doesn't help you too much, whereas Nature's Prophet with items is huge. So I think that's the most likely option here. Nature's Prophet Primal Beast, okay combination. Jakiro, who do you want to put him with? You put him with like a CK and you have a very, very powerful lane together. Someone enter, stand in. Yeah, by the way, you guys are 5 minutes delayed, and I sometimes do read your comments, so if you have any information about sort of the stand-in situation, because we get, so like the roster, like, alright, this is the roster, and the game begins, and you're like, oh wait, we had a stand-in, we think, and you're like, oh what? Nobody told me anything. Alright, Virtus.pro, what do you want right now? Do you want to take Spectre? Spectre, Treant, Protector against Primal Beast, Nature's Prophet. I think you're okay with that. Like, yeah, Primal Beast got some damage on you, but I think it's enough to really scare Spectre. You put a Nature's Grasp as well, and Primal Beast starts moving super slow, and you're like, you will not get me, you jackass. Oh, Virtus.pro taking their time with this one. And of course, we talked about the Faceless Void being an option. Slark wouldn't be so bad. You can dodge a lot of what Jakiro has, jump away out of Nature's Prophet. You like Primal Beast because you can just be there, like stab him for 100 times, and you're like, hey, this is awesome. All that extra armor he gets is useless against you. So Slark is an option. Alacrity is also not so bad on him. What are we waiting for here, Virtus.pro? 20 seconds left. I think they took something like a minute and a half at least just for this pick. It's gotta be something mind-breaking. Alright guys, Crystal Maiden carry. It's coming. Or Drow Ranger. That's a lot less, out there. I haven't seen Drow for a long time. I think oh, alright. Brewmaster, always good. And Rubik. Pulverize is great. Ice Path, Dual Breath is. I mean, I know everyone talks about Ice Path, but Dual Breath on Rubik's actually pretty bonkers. Sprout Teleport, everything from Nature's Prophet except for the summons, I guess, is pretty good. Not bad Rubik game. The problem is that Rubik himself is kind of weak. You know what I mean? It's like Rubik is meh. His stats are not as good as they used to be. A lot of times he has always been fragile, but that remains a problem. And if you want to spell so badly, just pick the hero most of the time. It's just the better option. We'll see what Rubik can do though. I think he's got a lot to work with at least. And Slark comes out. On the other side, I'm a little surprised by this. I thought that Virtus.pro would want the Slark, but maybe they ban out the Faceless Void. They do not want to deal with this Cataclysm combo. We talked about those heroes. Spectre remains in the pool. If I was Klee, and I would need to get triple my MMR to be there. But if I was Klee, I would consider banning out the Spectre. Just seems like it's a headache you don't really have to deal with. And Spectre with a Radiance is not the most fun for the slot because you don't build MKB very often. What are they gonna go with? Our last phase is gonna be very quick. Oh, Void Spirit banned out for Virtus.pro. I don't say that very often. Void Spirit in general just doesn't. Remember that patch when they buffed universal heroes from 0.6 to 0.7 damage per stat, and everyone's picking Void Spirit. Oh my god! I think I got enough of Void Spirit for years. I don't ever want to see him again. So I'm glad to see him banned. Also, I don't like the fact that Harpoon can latch you even as you jump away. If you force staff yourself and he harpoons you midway through the animation, you get zonked back. I think that should get nerfed. Of course, every core player in chat's like, no, you idiot! It's still good. I'm like, no. Oh, why? Like, how many things are counting for staff? Nullifier and harpoon? Doesn't seem right. Alright, Klee, you got only a few seconds. You gotta pick a mid here. Do you want? I don't know if you want any of the spirits. Puck is gone. Quap is okay, but you don't scale. You want something that doesn't really lose mana. Maybe that's gonna say. I wouldn't mind. Oh wow, Razor. I was gonna say Zeus. Still within the lightning theme, unless it's Primal Beast gonna go mid, which he'll suffer in terms of mana, but he won't mind. And you come with the Razor in the off lane, and Slark's going. All right, I think that makes more sense. Luna comes out as the pick here. So what does this mean? It means that very likely, and yeah, I think it's more likely, right? It's going to be that. Okay, so it is 1J. So that's what Zayak's calling himself. Oh, weird. So Kami is going to be their carry. Young G is their mid. Okay, so it's going to be offlane Primal, mid Razor. Mid Razor against Invoker. Oh, that is a bit strange. So Antares is standing in for for VP instead of Sayush. Meanwhile, I believe Team Klee is also has a stand in where Kami is standing in for Dream. So each team is coming in with one person. Alright, in terms of the draft, I kind of like the Slark pick, but the Razor is the one that's very iffy to me. You see Razor versus Invoker and you're like, is this a good matchup? It doesn't seem like. Firstly, you can make Forge Spirits to deal with him if he like gets you. You can Cold Snap, throw out an urn. It's not like Razor's amazing against Luna because you always have these illusions doing damage, so you can't like get her and you're like, oh, all our damage is done. So I don't like the Razor. I do like the Slark. I like the Primal Beast. I like the Global Presence with the Nature's Prophet as well. So there's some good stuff there. Let's see VP's draft again to remember exactly what they had, because I'm like, what was their carry again? I know I like the Brewmaster. I think Brewmaster is really good. And they of course got Trained Protector so they can stall out the game. Invoker should be able to push out the map. You can't, not push out, but like get kills around the map. You can't kill Slark, but everyone else feels like fair game. Oh yeah, and of course they carry Luna. Luna doesn't do too well against Slark, but it does give you some of these. Oh wow, we just like switched. We're in game, guys. We just switched straight away. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm okay with the Luna. I think that she's just an okay pick, whereas I really like the Slark a little bit more here. Brewmaster, Invoker should be able to do some work, and Rubik is also another one. Like, Rubik, he got decent spells to be fair. So I believe 1J is Zayak. I'm fairly sure. I mean, he's their position 4, right? I'm not sure why it's called 1J. Alright, well, they have a nice ward here on the Radiant side. Virtus.pro, they'd love to get a kill if someone moves a little bit to the left. You know, come on. Do what Beyonce says and go to the left, 1J. 1J. Oh. He might. Does he? No, he's got a feeling. I'm telling you, he's got a feeling. He's like, something's there, guys. Something's there. The feeling pays off. It's like he's gonna be fine. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? Noticed they really want to fight here, and they might actually. Oh, Nature's Prophet, not the most durable hero. Does TP straight. Oh dear. Takes the teleport, but gets the Lucent Beam to the face, and Curatage gets the kill. Possibly the last person you want to give it to, Squad 1X, also gets an Observer Ward removed. So it is very nice start coming out here. And oh, okay. I was like, we're gonna go to a replay for a kill. I'm cool with that. Seems a little excessive. Mid lane here. Young G sucking the mana out of Squad 1X here. Squad 1X. He's not got the urn queued up just yet, but he probably is gonna get it at some point. I know that crown's gonna be building into. Young's taking quite a few hits here early on. Meanwhile, top lane is going to be Rubik and Brewmaster against Jakiro. It's like, I gotta say, Team Klee in the top lane, they look very strong with this duo. You know, Jakiro, Slark, slows and grabs. You're against Rubik, an easy person to catch. Brewmaster, though, is definitely not an easy kill to get, but Rubik, it should be fairly easy. I mean, if till the end gets caught, he might be in trouble, but should be generally okay. After this game, guys, we're going to show you current standings to see just how important this match is. I believe Klee is something down like 0-2, and this is Virtus.pro. So Klee, they need to get a win because only 3 teams advance from each group. Each group is made of 5. And oh, Squad 1X almost losing his life here.
Dire's middle tower
Takes a lot of damage here from Young G. And but although in terms of creeps, it's fairly even across the board right now. Although that's not even. 1J shows up and gets him a kill. This is what we talked about with Nature's Prophet. That global presence is such a nightmare. By God, does he move slow, doesn't he? I mean, I know he's got no boots, but and no one, of course, buys boots on here. But wow, he is slow. It's not like the animation makes him look even slower. All right, Luna just going straight up power treads here. Meanwhile, getting a nice pull off by the Train Protector. FNG, I think they knew he was there, but it wasn't really worth the kill. Problem is, you can't actually like. Oh, Kami loses his life. What? Kami loses his life. Lays. They want to get this kill on Kiritich. The slow comes out, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, they kill Noticed at the top lane. So 1+1 trade in terms of cores. I do think that VP will be a little bit happy with that, though. At least Brewmaster got experience. And with Brewmaster, that fast level 6 is not all you care about, but most of what you care about. Sorry about coughing, by the way. I do apologize. I've been slightly sick for a little while. Alright, meanwhile, mid lane just continue to be a little bit of a farm fest here. Although Young G, those denies, very sexy, 12 and 6. Well, I mean, Squad 1X has a few denies himself, but still, Young G is pulling out a little bit. Although the big winner so far seems to be the Luna. Kami is just absolutely having a fantastic time in the bottom lane. Especially with that first blood. Gee, the first blood is so good. So not Kami, Luna. They want to kill Noticed. If you're Kami, you might consider putting another point in Essence Shift, because then you get like the double durations of the stat steal. Unfortunately, if you do that, your farming speed really gets reduced later on when your Dark Pack's not maxed out at level 7. So it's always that thing you have to pick as a carry. It's like, do I want to do better in the laning phase and get kills, or do I want to try to farm? And generally, most carries settle for the farming route, which is safer. You're not guaranteed kills, but creeps are much easier to secure. TP mid. And are they going to be able to get a squad? Beautiful use of the Sprout. And Young G was nowhere in position to get it. Nice use of the Nature's Grab to slow them down. 1J is taking a bit of a beating here, but should generally be okay. And it's a big rumble here. 5 heroes come mid. In the end, though, it's a lot of punches being traded, but no one actually losing his life. No, MG, Saki again. Squad 1X just walks out of there, and he is fine. Very mobile on this Invoker. If he can also just throw an Ice Wall or Tornado, and he'll be fine. Looks like the Brewmaster, they feel like Notice can solo, which is allowing Antlers to rotate around the map a little bit. I still find this Rubik pick very... It's a hair scratcher. Oh, sorry, in my case, it's just a head scratcher, I suppose. Kami just jumps away. He is gonna be fine. And meanwhile, looks like 1J just dies. I think that was on purpose. Maybe, yeah, looks like very much on purpose. Trying to get a stack off and died. Weird. I don't think he took a Sunstrike because Invoker's going Quas Wek, so there's no way. So yeah, just a big miscalculation. Maybe he was just low health and he's like, alright, let me get over with and die to individual creeps. Till the end, TP is just to stay alive. And Brewmaster double bracer, man. This guy is not unkillable basically. Kami, he wants this Rubik kill, but he's taking a lot of damage early on. I do think they're gonna get Antlers in the end, though. Kami, he was in a bit of trouble here. He doesn't want to be thunderclapped, you know. He's like, don't clap my cheeks, sir. And Kami, that actually might have been a bad choice to go for the Dark Pact, because all it doesn't like you remove the Nature's Grasp, but he's gonna be just fine. No, he doesn't. The Blood Grenade. Yeah, this is why he didn't want to use that Dark Pact in that situation. He could have removed the other stuff. And it looks like 1J is probably dead as well. Oh, cheeks getting clapped all over the place right now. As till the end, the heal comes off. I think he's probably dead. Healing Lotus being picked up by the Room Master. He's gonna be using this time just to farm away. He already actually uses the Healing Lotus. He's like, I don't want to die to a creep. So a big win for Virtus.pro. They did. Yeah, I can see that they just got. I don't think that calculates the kill that they got on in the beginning. By the way, still. Wait. Okay, we're gonna see this one again. Yeah, look at this. He jumps. He uses Dark Pact here for really no reason. Blood Grenade comes out. Leech Seed as well. And because you don't have your Dark Pact, you can't remove these effects. So a bit of a mistake here. There's no reason to Dark Pact when you're Nature's Grasp. It just doesn't do anything for you. I know that he is 3 times my MMR, by the way, but even pros sometimes make these small mistakes. Meanwhile, till the end, he takes the Leech Seed, just dies. So the net worth advantage for the first time in the game, I think, goes into Virtus.pro's favor. 1J, what's he got? He's got the Urn. By the way, I gotta say, apart from the bottom lane, everyone else is kind of heavily focusing on fire. You can see like 47 and 43 in the bottom lane. Everyone's just like at 28, 25 in terms of CS. Young G gets a couple more. He gets into 30, but it does feel like it's just the Luna, the Primal Beast are the ones really focusing on farm. Treant, no living armor yet. To be fair, until Jakiro starts hitting buildings, you don't really care about gaining living armor. It's like, he's got level 1 liquefier. I've seen some people max the spell out, and I gotta say, as good as the spell as it is, I feel like you don't really want to max out liquid fire ever. Dual Breath is just so much better. And in this game, maxing Ice Path is risky because then Rubik gets it. It's super good. I mean, he gets max Dual Breath. Hallelujah. That's also a pretty bad spell to give away. So it's going to be the Hand of Mindset Radiance build into Brewmaster. The best build possible for him. So I like to see it. Invoker is taking a little bit of hits here. And Young G. Yeah. Oh, they wait. Whoa. Okay, let's get them away. I guess he just wanted to make sure they could try to get those denies off. There's going to be Spirit Vessel coming out for Invoker. Standard. Not great against the Slark, but solid overall. Till the end. He's still in the Nature's Grasp. I think he's dead. No way he's making out this one. FNG on the Stream Breaker. I mean, he's got 3 kills on Treant. That's rare, to say the least. He's been involved in 5 out of 6 kills. Very impressive to say the least. And it's Stream Protector. It's not like a hero that usually gets kills. Like, this is the slowest hero in the game, and he's just showing up and doing really well for himself. That's one of the reasons why you could go for this max Q, max W build on Treant. You can do a lot of decent damage and get a good amount of slows as well. Kami does not have his ulti. He doesn't actually he can't jump. He can't jump because FNG blocks him. What a boss! And you know he's got a generous body on him, so good luck pouncing through that. Till the end. See, they spot him out through the Observer Ward, and looks like he's very, very likely losing his life here. Fuse Raindrop procs. There you go, gets the end, and they get the courier as well. All right, Virtus.pro is starting to just run them down one by one. And Team Cleed, I feel like they're a little confused on how to deal with this. You have Primal Beast who's farming really well. If you're Team Cleed, you might consider playing it with the Primal Beast as your strongest hero. Kami goes up again. He's like, I want to get level 6. And I want to get in this particular lane. No other lane will give me level 6. And meanwhile, Kiritiji is like, I'm just farming. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm looking at Primal Beast and I'm thinking, you gotta do something, buddy. He's going straight up hard after Blade Mail. Standard build. He's very farmed, by the way. Blade Mail, Phase Boots, Bracer, Magic Wand at 10 minutes. Not bad at all. But his team is suffering, particularly Kami. It's always an awkward situation when your standard comes in and loses his life and you're like, oh, not good, doesn't feel good. You know, you're like, oh, alright, nice, jump in, gets the double slow. Can they get a kill on squad 1? Sorry, Young G is actually turning this around. He wants to go for more. He has to be careful, he's got low health, but the magic damage is not enough. And this is what you want Lace to show up. Yes, and the kill. FNG again. Overgrowth. Again, allows them to get the kill. FNG, he's alive. And he just jukes to like the 1 tree that he had. So it's a 2-for-2 trade in the end. I think I'd favor Team Clee over this one because you are behind. You are able to get those kills that you need. So yeah, you walk with a little bit more gold, but less experience. So even trade, but I like seeing Team Clee get a punch a little bit. You want to play with Primal Beast. You want to play with Primal Beast. If you do this though, you tell Kiritij, hey, you farm. We'll try and make space around the map. It's a risky play, but you oftentimes in situations where when you're behind, you have to make tough decisions. And if they can get kills around the map, Kiritij's farm will be a lot less of a problem. Brewmaster already 1,000 gold with the Hand of Midas. Oh yeah, Kami. Is he building a Hand of Midas on the Slark? Can we look at that for a second? Oh, Diffusal. Echo Saber to Diffusal. Wow. I mean, okay. I don't think either chance is wrong. Sorry, either chance is wrong. Meanwhile, top lane notice. They slow down Young G. Knows he's running. He's running. And Kiritij shows up. Tornado. Is it gonna land? It does. And 1J is gonna be losing his life as well. So you know when you go for Brewmaster, you best not miss. Because that guy is hard to bring down. Rubik's Soul Ice Path. It's level 1. It's not the most amazing spell in the world, but it's still Ice Path. Yeah, you cannot go for Brewmaster. Like, he didn't have splits, so that was kind of smart of him to go for it at that time, but he is Brewmaster. You know, he's got double bracers and whatever the hell his shape-shifting dancing moves are. He's got a good amount of them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. I like how we can't see Antares. So it's like, oh, there's 1J. Spirit Vessel not too far away. And this is very helpful, you know, against everyone. Although Mantle will be available on the Luna and Panda can split. So it's not like there's no counters for it until, you know, 45 minutes or something. Alright, to be honest, you can counter anything for 45 minutes. It's not like there's no counters in 20 minutes. There, that sounds better. Alright, they see Squad 1X. Tornado comes out. EMP. Bye-bye half your... No, sorry. 2/3 of your mana. God, that's so annoying. I gotta say, EMP burns way too much mana. It's such an annoying spell. Alright, Lizzie steal. He steals the spinning thunder thingy. Plasma field. No. I get the points. I remember this name. So, what do I want to go for? Yeah, till the end. He is in a bit of trouble. Dual Breath comes out. 1 Fate Bolt will get them the kill unless Squad 1X wants it himself. Tornado comes up. Klee should be able to keep his mana just fine. You know, I hear Young G chase someone. He was chasing FNG. The G's are all over the place. Meanwhile, that's a dice catch there on Squad 1X and Klee. Alright, they lose their Jakir, but they get a couple kills. Kami. And he decides to use his ulti and just run away. Maybe he didn't need to use his ultimate, but it's better safe than sorry. Alright, Kami. He's actually up Squad 1. Squad 1X is not getting a whole lot from... It's not the biggest problem in the world because Kiritij is, and your Brewmaster went for, like, Hand of Midas Radiant, so he's always going to be useful, but Squad 1X is using his life a little bit. Poor till the end. And caught between a rock and Squad 1X. And Tornado comes up, and there's it kind of like he wants to fight. By the way, he just got the Echo Saber. He feels like he's ready to go for it. And nice use of the onslaught here by Lace. I feel Lace every time he shows up, Virtus.pro panics a little bit. Well, not that they panic, but it's scary. I wasn't sure you really need to use the ultimate here on Kami, but better safe than sorry. The problem is that by using his ultimate like that, he's not able to later on join fights with it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tower's gonna fall. Virtus.pro, they don't really have good tower pushers. Yeah, Luna is amazing later on, but early on, she doesn't show up. And there she is. Screw what I said. Kiritij is like, no, I want towers. This is how we got top 8 in TI. FNG, he has been, what, 4, 1, and 8, involved in 12 out of 14 kills. This is super impressive to see. And Brewmaster just finished his Sacred Relic. So things are about to get a little dicey here for Klee. And I say a little dicey because I'm being a nice guy. It's going to be quite scary. That Radiance burn on the Brewmaster, it doesn't look like they really have any answers towards it. And now Jakiro's going to have to start maxing out Ice Path because it's such a good ability. But that means that Rubik gets a good Ice Path. Mid lane, Laced. He doesn't have the heart, but he's still a very tanky guy. He has enough money to go for the relic. Of course, when he activates Blade Mail, that's another problem. FNG, I think he wants the courier. He wants it. He got it. Oh. Now, that is 375 gold for the team. These courier snipes can do a lot of work. I think there was a game where Matthew he's in South American play. I'm not sure which team he's on, but he got like 14 couriers. They still lost the game, so the moral of the story may not quite match what I'm saying. But you know, if you can get courier kills, go for it, guys. They're worth a lot. 4 staff finished on Antares. Fairly useful once the Razor catches on people. Now, is Roshan an option? Kind of an option for Virtus.pro, but they might want to wait for it to be on their side. You know, you have Luna, will give everyone else damage, it'll be helpful. On Klee, Jakiro is pretty good against Roshan if he has max liquid fire, but he's only got level 1, so it's not the most amazing thing in the world. Meanwhile, Radiance is finished up on the Brewmaster. Holy moly. Now, this is just gonna be, it's tough. They're only 5,000 gold behind on Klee, but it feels so much more somehow. And, oh, I hear Blade Mail being active, but I don't think anyone's actually fighting here. Meanwhile, oh no, Lace is just farming. Very close. He's so close to the recipe. If he gets it, does the game change dramatically? Not really. I mean, you'll have much bigger heart attack. Oh, Kami. Oh, Kami. Oh, look at that. They're trying to block the jump. He does. Well played. Tornado comes out. The ultimate is going to finish in a few seconds, though. Lucent beam, and he's dead. Young G also loses his life. I think that was it? Is he doing it almost solo here with that blue split? I don't know. Antares was there, but a bit of a disaster right now. Oh, this Lark pick is not working out at all for Klee. That's what you have to be sitting there thinking, all right, guys, how do we fix this? Because this needs to be fixed. My bottom lane, it looks like they might be going for squad 1x, but this guy, Lace is tanky. Doesn't mean he has a whole lot of damage though. Like the heart, oh, he's just dead. Oh, he didn't even have heart. Heart was on the courier. Oh wow. I think he was gonna go for that. Next Prophet builds takes the Math Initiator's talent at level 10. It's good, but I don't think it solves 0 damage from Kami. He has the ultimate. He hasn't used it yet. Squad 1x. Alright, they're gonna get to go for it till the end. FNG. He is walking on the Nature's Graph. FNG might be losing his life. He's so close. But he manages to walk out. Tornado on 2 EMP. Goodbye your mana. And goodbye to your lives as well. Although that is a neutral kill on the niche buff. It's not too bad. They get coming. Oh, it's a team wipe. Klee.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not looking too good for them. I gotta say. 92%. Yeah, and they go straight for the Tormentor. This is gonna give them an additional 1.4 thousand FNG. And I think Squad 1x, by the way, might have actually was very close to dying to the Tormentor as well. He wants to get FNG, almost gets him, but he just walks through the Nature's Grass, which are trees technically. And I'm not quite sure this Prophet ended up self-sprouting, but that was not the move he wanted. In the end, Young G also loses his life. And I hear a Bruce split. Looks like they're going to be killing Nature's Prophet in the real world. And notice, he's just crushing it, man. They have no answers to the race, and Antares is going to be overtaking Young G in net worth very soon.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh dear. Huh. You know, I wouldn't have thought Manta style was the pick. I know it's good against Overgrowth and the Spirit Vessel for the Razor, but you're up against spread damage from the Luna, so a lot of your illusions are going to disappear. Radiance is going to burn them as well. I would have thought BKB was the item. So it's a little interesting to see that. Overall, Virtus.pro complete control of the map. And noticed he's around a couple of them, and up twin gates away, and they can't catch him. So the question is, what can Klee do to make a comeback? You could hunt Curatage, actually. As strong as Luna is, until you have Satanic, you're still fairly killable. So if you can get on top of the Luna, you can bring her down. Notice is kind of out of the question. There's really no way you're going to be killing this Brewmaster before he splits. In most situations. I mean, if you can catch a 5-on-1 and get the Pulverize, followed by an Ice Path, maybe. But in general, he's very tanky. But Luna would be a very high priority, not impossible kill. Octarine Core. Yeah, what's he got? Yeah, no BKB, no Satanic. I say that like that's all that matters. I mean, still has Butterfly and Hurricane Pike, so it's still a tough kill. Alright, I hear a Sunstrike going off. Looks like they might find someone. Oh, till the end. Fighting till, well, his name. But it's just not enough. And he loses the courier as well. Ouch. 335 gold. I think that was worth. What's coming up? Okay, he's got the Aegon Scepter, so double leap is going to be very helpful. We've seen Virtus.pro do an amazing job of making sure that they just stand in front of him so he can't jump away. At least twice they've been able to stop him from escaping because of that. And he's going to go for BKB for Young G. I like this. I like this a lot, but also means that you're kind of limited a little on your damage, right? You got like BKB Manta on your Razor. You have Primal Beast, who is durable, but his damage is kind of like decent, but not amazing. And you have a very underfarmed Slark. So, if Nature's Prophet can split push for the map, that's also very helpful. However, you are up against Luna, who just got the Aegis, which we thought she'd get at this point in the game, once the Aegis split to their side. Yeah, now, Luna will be able to push the lanes very well, thanks to that Manta style. So even if you're Nature's Prophet, she pushes a lane, sends her illusions to another, and you're like, oh, well, that's not great. And there you go. 18,000 lead for Virtus.pro. Zakira has maxed out Ice Path other than taking the level 10 talent, which makes sense. You really need a lot here. Octane Core finished up on notice. Look at the Ice Path. Damn, that's the distance. And Slark shows up immediately. Gets caught up and... Oh, they're having trouble going in here for... Look at that. No mana on Primal Beast. Like, immediately. No mana. He's just gonna die. It's super difficult for him to engage these fights. Kami goes in and he's like, nope. You put your Primal Beast in, you put your Slark out, and Slark is out for the count, actually. Meanwhile, till the end, he's going to be burning to that. Well, no, he's just going to be... Moonbeams are going to get him in the end. Well, they do have... sorry, backup protection, but it just disappears. It's gone. Virtus.pro. Just get the racks. I feel like they just walked in, slapped Klee, and walked out without them losing anything. Oh, poor 1J. 1G punch in the face. And again, that self-sprout, that's twice it's happened. And Curatage is doing the usual carry contribution. Shows up, one loosened beam as a person's about to die, and then he can go, look at my KD, it's so good. And it actually is pretty good. 407, very impressive. And looks like he wants to go for that Satanic. He's very close to it. Look at Antares, he jumps in, throws an Ice Path, sees whoever he can. He actually caught Kami that previous fight. Kami was totally not expecting that when he TP's in. They just go for the top lane. We're at the stage where it's basically cleanup duty for Virtus.pro. You know, unless if there's nothing Klee can do to win, Virtus.pro has to make a mistake basically, which is the worst situation to be in. But oh, they're going for it. Yeah, immediate split. And Kami, look at that loosened beam. He loses half his life with a couple damage. Lace jumps in, loses most of his man. And they do get a kill on Anters. That is a big deal. Anters is out, but and looks like we will see the Prime Beast able to survive. Kami jumps in, maybe thinking he doesn't want to be there, but he's getting those hits off Squad X, taking a bit of damage, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, Young G, he's stuck in no man's land, gets the slow off. But yep, he is down for the count. Buyback is used by the Nature's Prophet here. 1J or oh, what? Oh, that was close. He basically got his butt hairs, but not enough. Lies, do you really want to go into this? I guess he does. Feels very risky to be a Primal Beast in this situation. EMP comes out, boom, mana gone. Standard problem that the Primal Beast has been suffering from. He pulverizes Kiritich, but it's like Kiritich has Aegis, he doesn't care. And Kami, he's got 14 on stolen essence shift stack. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Alright, they're going for the Brewmaster. They could get this. He's got Radiance though, but they do get it. Big kill for them. However, they're losing Raxus. So while they get a kill, you know, you don't want to lose structures for it. Alright, Antares. Base him a little bit to stay around. Kami gets a few hits off, some more, but it is not enough. Only 2 permanent stolen agility in this game. Young G, I don't think you really wanted to do that. Klee holds in that they haven't lost their throne, but they're not. The situation is getting better here. Looks like they should be able to get this kill. Beautiful kill on FNG. Notice actually tips his own teammates. You know they're having a good time when they're trying to tilt each other. They're like, do you guys see that? Squad X, Boots of Travel, and Hurricane Pipe. Unusual items to see on there. Oh, here they go. They go for him. Want to make sure he doesn't get that jump off, and he doesn't. Actually, the leap on the Rubik leashes him. It's pretty insane to see. Meanwhile, he uses... Man, look at the efficiency of his movement. He uses a Sunstrike to spot out the Wisdom Ruin so he doesn't waste his time walking up there if it's not there. Like, who does that? Squad X does, but I mean, who does that? It's very impressive the way the pros maximize their time. Like when we say, you know, they play faster than, you know, like a normal pub game, that's what they mean. Like they're just getting so much more of the map. Blaze, alright, Blue Split is used, tower disappears. Remember, those Earth Pandas do a lot of, well, Earth Panda does a lot of damage to that. The Rax range is gone. Melee about to 1J shows up, and this gets no. Where the hell did he TP? And Kiritich is like, yep, this game is very much over. Sunstrike not even needed. Gem actually dropped. I didn't realize they were even going out of the map if they needed the gem, but okay. Kami is here. He's going for Squad X. Price is out of mana, but then again, Kami, holy moly, forced to use well everything. And Kami's gonna lose his life. Ultimate's down. No use of the shard, and he is dead. Absolute stomp by Virtus.pro. But this is the difference between a team who gets top 8 TI and Klee, who, you know, not quite on the same level based on what we saw. But very impressive performance by Virtus.pro. I noticed on the Brewmaster did an amazing job. He just goes for the randomized rates. They can't do anything to him. The whole game, I'm looking at the Brewmaster. Yeah, they got him, like, what, they killed him what, once, twice? Doesn't matter though. He's just like unkillable the entire time. Squad X gets the early Spirit Vessel. He's able to mitigate a lot of what the Primal Beast does. And just the EMP Primal Beast, no intelligence hero. So you jump in. He has like 1.7 intelligence gain. And he has a mana nerf on Trample. So he goes in, his mana's gone. Every fight, he just onslaughts, mana's gone. You're like, well, that's unfortunate for you. So, very clean game by Virtus.pro. Kind of what we expected. Klee, you're going to have to do a lot better in game 2 to make a comeback. But that's going to be in a few minutes. For now, we're going to take a little bit of a break, about 8 to 10 minutes. And when we come back, we'll see, is Virtus.pro going to end this 2-0? Or is Klee going to be making a comeback? So we'll see you guys in just a bit.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup 25-year anniversary. And what a nice way to have a nice way to celebrate a quarter of a century. And with the Dota 2 championship, it's $100,000 prize pool on the line. Although you have to make it the top 8 to even get a taste of the money, which is what the teams are doing right now in the group stage. We're currently looking at Virtus.pro versus Team Clee. This is Virtus.pro's first match in the tournament. Team Clee, they already had a victory 2-0 against Boom Esports, so at least they got something in the pocket. But VP is looking like the strongest team in their group, which includes Marsbet, Seabay team, as well as Boom Esports. So overall, I feel like Team Clee, that game 1 didn't really inspire a whole lot of confidence. It felt like Virtus.pro had their number from the start. They knew they just outplayed them. Top lane with the Brewmaster pick was just amazing. Like we saw Slark and Jakir can't do anything. This is them with a stand-in. Anters is standing in for them on the Rubik. Mid lane, Squad X. I'm sorry I called him Squad 1X. I apologize. That was my mistake. But Squad X, he's had a fantastic time against Primal Beast. Primal Beast, it's like he wants to be able to do something, but you can't. You have Ice Wall to deal with. You have EMP. You also take a lot of those Cold Snap and Earn Charges, which means that you're always taking damage. You can't use a Trample. So mid lane was also a big problem for them. And in general, also X wasn't Primal Beast, sorry, it was Razor there, but it was one of the things that they could do to just counter the Primal Beast. Bomb lane was okay. Lace farmed a lot, but Kiritich farmed even more on the Luna. And then at one point, Virtus.pro was like, we're done farming. Let's start winning. And that's just all that happened. So that's game 1 done and dusted though. Team Clee, I hope we see something better from them in game 2. Something a little more active. Because you can't afford to play slower than Virtus.pro. You have to play a lot faster than them. Just because on paper, you are the weaker team. You know, it's just kind of the nature of the beast right now. Where you have to be like one team. When 2 teams come against each other, one of them might have the advantage in experience. And in this case, this is Virtus.pro. And they get rid of the Centaur as well as the Puck, whereas clearly they don't play against the Dazzle. Spirit Breaker is in the pool. He's been banned in every game so far, so the team's still respecting quite a lot. One hero that has not been banned and has gone unpicked is Bristleback. This would have been sacrilege a week ago, but now people are like, yeah, he's not that good anymore. To be fair, they are right. Yeah, has also been surprisingly highly contested so far. I say surprisingly just because she wasn't really as popular in the previous patch. She didn't get any buffs in this patch. But with everyone else getting weaker, her staying the same, and you know, she just looks better comparatively. And Virtus.pro, they get rid of the Invoker as well as the Pugna. So Spirit Breaker is in the pool. Does either team want to get him? Will Klee ban him out now? And they'll be like, well, we ban him. We don't want to play against the Spiritbreaker. They might choose to take it for themselves. This is an interesting thing. Is a lot of like a team you can be like, do you guys want Spiritbreaker? Because if you don't want him, we don't have to ban him, and we'll force you to waste one of your bans. That's Klee thinking about taking a bit of time with this last ban here. One here, oh, there you go. Spiritbreaker gets banned. They don't even want him. Very interesting. And they just go back to the Primal Beast. I mean, Lace did have a good laning phase. He farmed well, but again, he really suffered against this Invoker. With Invoker gone, Primal Beast should have a better time though. Like that's when from the start, Klee, the Primal Beast feels a lot more enabled. We'll see what Virtus.pro has to decide to what they try to counter him with. Another thing about the Primal Beast is that you can now last pick your off or your mid and put the Primal Beast in the other role. You pick him and you're like, where are we going? We don't know. Well, it depends on what you pick, and then you just put him there in the end. Although Virtus.pro will have last pick, and Magnus comes out. Damn. I mean, look at that. By the way, he looks really good, and that like the animation and all that on the Magnus looks really solid. Oh, well. So this gives you a huge amount of team fights of your Virtus.pro. If you pick him, you can also excite the farm of anyone, not just melee, but range cores as well, but melee in general is what picked. However, and most of the time Magnus just gets an Echo Saber and uses the power on themselves, which I like. So you can just be greedy and be like, yo, I need items, and that works for them. Rubik is the ban for Klee, feeling like Antares was a problem for them. Alright. Still don't see Rubik as an incredibly scary pick, but for Klee, they don't want to play with it. FNG's Tree and Protector is still in the point. If I was Klee, I'd say I'd want to get rid of that. The guy was getting like 4 kills or something first 5 minutes. He was involved in so many engagements. I think at one point he was involved in 12 out of 14, which is insane. So I would rather get rid of that. Plus, if you're Klee and everything, and you want to play fast, Tree and Protector really hampers that play style. Taking their time with this band. Although in general, Klee is being very careful with their approach towards this game. Who would you wanna get rid of right now? Is there any combination with the Magnus you're worried about? Snapfire is a surprisingly good combo with the Magnus. Just because you can get that cookie on multiple people, and then a Sky Blast followed up, like that's so much damage. Then again, Snap is not really picked, but it's a solid combo when it comes up. Phoenix is not bad as well. And they get rid of the Grimstroke, so they do leave FNG's Tree and Protector. Okay. Although actually Grimstroke is pretty good with Magnus. You Inkswell him, he blinks in, he RPs, then they pop the Inkswell just as the RP starts about to end. Very nice. And while we're waiting here for Virtus.pro, Chaos Knight was picked in the previous game. I do think the hero is still pickable. They get rid of the Nature's Prophet. I feel like he is still a bit of a problem. And he did show up and get a kill on Squad X. So they're like, alright, we don't want to go up against that guy. Spectre is in the pool. RP with a Spectre Radiance on top. Pretty good. Although I don't know if you want to pick Spectre this early. However, if you wait, it's very likely that the enemy team will get it themselves. Alright, what's VP gonna showcase? Tree and Protector. Remember, I mentioned that a bunch of times. One here that has fallen out of favor is the AA. Just because the Ice Blast now lasts, I think, 10 seconds at all levels, and the damage from Ice Vortex is slower. Plus, with Heart being weaker, regen is a little less valuable, which means AA, whose main shtick is countering regen, is kind of gone. If you want, because you want to take a Necrophos. Necrophos is pretty solid, but too early, and then every team might take Dispels. Alright, we're waiting on this one. What else do you want to add combo with the Magnus here? Another hero that I haven't seen a whole lot of is the Dark Willow. Remember, guys, Dark Willow, Hand of Midas into Aghanim Scepter, and you just stay back and shoot the entire time. I think they added 2 seconds on Shadow Realm. So before you used to Shadow Realm for 7 seconds, and then you'd be on around for 9 seconds. That was if you had the cooldown talents. Now Shadow Realm you get 4 seconds where you're vulnerable, a bit risky. So I can see why teams are like, it's not worth it anymore. Virtus.pro is really taking this out. They take it. Whoa! Lion! Okay. Alright, so Lion got buffed. Earthspike went from, I think, 575 cast range to 650. Or from 550 to 625. Something like that. He got like 75 cast range. So it's a lot better. Hex was also buffed in a recent patch to have scaling cast ranges. So that's nice. But it's still Lion. This hero is garbage at farming. That's the main problem with Lion, is that you can't get any farm with this guy. And they pick Phoenix on Klee, which is a much better support, I think, than the Lion. Well, the value, of course, of the Lion is the mana drain, which we talked about in the previous game. Primal Beast's mana it's smaller than his brain, which is pretty small. So Lion, you get a 3 points of mana drain. Primal Beast comes in, you slow him down when he tramples, take away his mana, and suddenly he's gonna feel really bad. However, I gotta say, neither one of these heroes on Virtus.pro do anything towards the Phoenix. It is gonna be Phoenix 5. As Skywrath Mage comes out, a good combination with the Primal Beast if they can get it. Although, again, Primal Beast is going to be flexible. I imagine that it's going to be the carry pick next. You want to keep this Primal Beast flexible. You do not want to pick a mid and then be like, oh, Primal Beast is off. Or you pick it off and do the same thing. You want to pick a carry. Faceless Void is probably something that I think Klee is going to go Faceless Void. You have Skywrath Mage, you have Phoenix. The enemy team's got the Lion's pretty squishy. Magnus can't do much if a Chrono's up. It's very hard for him to RP anyone. So the combinations are just too good with the Faceless Void. So yeah, I'm putting $2 that's gonna be a Faceless Void, and we'll see. Chat, you guys can decide if it's gonna be Faceless Void for Klee or not. Alright, Virtus.pro. No! Does that count? I mean, I said Klee would take it, but Virtus.pro takes it themselves. Seeing it's obvious as daylight, and they're like, nah, come on. Do you guys think we're gonna fall for it? And they have good save as well with the Shadow Demon coming out here. This is a problem. Before you could sort of Ancient Seal the Faceless Void, maybe get the kill, but now Ancient Seal, Pulverize, you can just, it doesn't matter, you get Disruption is used and that's it. Klee, I think they gotta be kicking themselves just a tiny bit, because you could have picked Phoenix and Faceless Void. They take Spectre instead. Was that the plan all along? We will never know, but the plan to work with Faceless Void is definitely gone. I like the global presence that the Spectre provides. Skywrath Mage, you put an Ancient Seal, Spectre jumps in, you're like, alright, cool, we can get some kills. The Radiance is also very nice for the mischance, in case, you can just throw it on like Faceless Void. If he crows people, you're like, oh, his damage is reduced significantly because of the Radiance. So there's some value there. Virtus.pro, well, they need an off or a mid, and guess what? Klee also needs an off or a mid, because Magnus and Primal Beast are very flexible. I do believe that Magnus is more often picked as the off lane though than the mid, whereas Klee, we'll see what they work with. Last pick goes to Virtus.pro, so Klees, they're going to have to sort of showcase their pick. They'll have to look at all these and be like, this is what we can work with. Something, I always say this, but whenever I see Faceless Void, I think to myself, isn't OD pretty damn good, Faceless Void, Chronos, OD is very tanky, especially with the Aghanims. You Astral and the allies caught. Good damage. I don't know. I do feel like OD could always be an option for them in these situations like this. Well, we are down to the nitty gritty in terms of that reserve time here. 2 seconds for Virtus.pro, 27 on Klee. Who do you want to ban out? They feel... Are they convinced that this Magnus... I mean, probably, right? It's very likely this Magnus is going to be off. What mids... Oh, sorry. No, wait. They think Magnus is going to be mid. They banned the Tidehunter. How odd. Magnus mid, huh? I mean, I'm sure Squad X can make it work. I would have thought that Magus would go off, but we'll see what Klee is thinking. Pangolier as well as Kunkka get banned from Klee. Invoker has already been banned, so you don't have to worry about that combination with the Faceless Void. In general, there's not a whole lot of damage inside the Chrono, which is something I think Klee has to be worried about. I was thinking that Virtus.pro might consider taking a Zeus, but the Storm Spirit pickup does kind of make you not want to take Zeus. Who would you consider taking? We've seen mid Coddle. Do you want to take... Is there a spirit you want? Not really. I know they take the Earth. What? They take the Earth Spirit. That is a confusing one. It's going to go Squad X, so it's going to be Magnus off. Antares position 4, FNG 5. And on the other side, we have Young G going mid. Kami, their stand-in, going to be playing on the Spectre till the end. Position 5 is going to be the Phoenix, so it's going to be off lane Primal Beast again. Virtus.pro doesn't have a whole lot to work inside the Chrono, but their team fight is obnoxious. It's the two biggest circles in the game, which is the Chronosphere as well as the ARP. Well, okay, ARP is not a big circle, but it's incredible team fights abilities. You also have decent save from the Shadow Demon, and Squad Ice is going to be very tanky. I think it's going to be 2-0 for VP. This draft looks very hard to deal with, very durable, great team fight. Your supports are useful either with a lot of disables or just with the save. The other side, there is decent stuff, but I think the Faceless Void instead of the Spectre would have brought it all together so well. You know, I mean, like, wow, what an interesting background. Did you guys see that poster? It was like budget Dota 2 heroes cosplayed by Walmart or something. In the meantime, wow, Young G is in a very dark room. Well, yeah, I'm Klee's draft. Let's see, offlane Primal Beast. I think that was solid. Better in this game than the previous game because you can just charge at line most of the time. So the mana burn is not as big of a problem. I like the carry Spectre. I think that global presence is very nice for you, especially with the Storm Spirit jumping in. The draft works. You know, you have Phoenix as well as Skywrath Mage. Although their ability to hold people down for the egg is mediocre, right? Like, it's like, well, we have Electric Vortex and Pulverize. It's fine, but it's not enough. So if you're Klee, you have to win fights, an egg on towers, an egg on Roshan, and that's so you get the like full value of the Phoenix. Oh, well, Virtus.pro, they smoke up. Let's see what they're gonna be finding. Squad. Well, Kiratage, can you put on a happy face? I suppose Facebook has a mouth. Doesn't the mouth count as part of a face? Should he not have a mouth? Alright, Squad X is going to go mid against us. So it's brothers facing off against each other. Earth versus Storm. Earth Spirit should be able to farm okay. I think it's going to be mostly a farm fest. But Earth Spirit might need to ferry up a little bit more regen just because it's easier for the Storm to harass him. So he might lose a little bit of gold because of that. But he's very durable. He's scouting. He's like, do they have any wards? Alright. So he's like, someone just planted the ward.
You thought to tame the lion?
FNG's line is gonna be the interesting hero to watch in this one. Like, when was the last time you guys have seen Lion? He continues to get buffs. This is one of the ignored heroes at TI, by the way. Although I thought Shadow Shaman got the bigger buff. Kiratage. He really wants it. Oh my. All 4 bounty ruins going to Virtus.pro's. Sorry. And immediately Kiratage is like, you're going to have bad time. He's like, yep, they are. That's 800 gold advantage right off the bat. Alright, so top lane. One thing though is that Skywrath Mage should be able to get some decent harass off. And Lion, Faceless Void, not a scary lane. You know, I say that as I see Skywrath Mage lose about a third of his life. But yeah, Skywrath Mage and Primal Beast should do fairly well again in this lane. Although Time Walk is annoying, but it's not too bad. And interesting, Blaze actually is given a time to go. FNG, he has been doing an amazing job just harassing 1J here. He's got the He's got the stun, he's got a blood grenade. I'd be a little bit worried. In the bottom lane, Phoenix is also taking a lot of damage. Of course, part of it is because you have to use Sunray to, you have to use your health to use spells, but still, plenty of damage being taken here by the Phoenix early on. Kami. Like, VB's playing this very aggressively. Phoenix gets skewered back, and I think he might be dead. Yep, till the end, losing his life. This is not how he wanted. Looks like it goes to a creep. I think a ranged creep was able to get that hit in the ends, but still, first blood. They were VP starting off very hot. You know, all bounty ruins and first blood. Very, very nice. Squad X, he's taking a little bit of damage, but we expected this to happen. It's slightly harder for him to lane just because, you know, Storm is ranged. You walk in, you take... Oh, nice denies, by the way. Young G showing his skill on this one. Top lane. Lace is sort of by himself as the Scythe Mage goes to secure this water ruin. They're feeling like, okay, we're winning mid. We don't want Squad X to get those ball refills, and that's what they're working with. I like it. I like it. It's not like Lace is very killable. He might not be getting a whole lot of CS because he's left alone, but it's, you know, your lane mid's going fine. You're like, let's try to get as much as we can. I say fine. I mean, it's only like 2 denies extra for Young G. That's the only advantage he has. Alright, Spectre going for classic items. You know, it's going to be the power treads into blade mail. Nothing crazy there. Really enjoying those extra stats from it. Used to be phase boost was very popular at some point on Spectre. Helps you move from camp to camp. A little bit more damage, but then people are like, yeah, we prefer the power treads. Attack speed's good. Stats is good. Switching, always good. Till the end, might need to be careful. Although they do chase him off to the other side. Okay, that's 3 of them. And he jumps away with the Icarus dive. Looks like they're not going to go for more. Who's going to get the Lotus? It goes to the Magnus, but he pays a hefty price for it. Takes a few hits to the face for it. And in general, though, notice not having the best time in this game. Only 8 CS to his name.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lanes, Young G. He's actually lost quite a bit of health right now. Might need to get some help to secure those the ruins coming out very soon. You can see already Scarlet may serve in the area. However, I'm looking at Primal Beast and I'm seeing him take a little bit of damage here. He's not liking that. This is more than half his health overall. Scarlet Mage, you have to make a decision now, 1J, if you want to go top or not. Because if you go top, you're going to be leaving that water ruin. And I think he might actually, which means that it's very likely we'll see Ursprit get one for himself. And yeah, actually, Virtus.pro, they are concerned. They get to send someone bomb. FNG. Yeah, you're pretty soft, buddy. And they have Onslaught if they want to use it. He has him in the end. Swipes him in the back. Lots of damage there. And doing that means Squad X is able to pick up the water ruin. And Anters picked up the other one. Very nice. Yeah, they decided to secure it on their side for Virtus.pro. It cost them FNG, but he's a position 5. Anters only level 2. He's very close to level 3 though. And that is all spotted, by the way. He's walking under Radiant Vision right now, so they know this all happened. I think they might have spotted the ward that was being planted as well. Young G really wants that level 6. And in the meantime, they get a kill on 1J. Young G, 1J. Oh, very confusing here. And Lace, they need a bash. No bash. And that's why he makes it out alive. You know, Phoenix is losing a bit of health. Phoenix. No, he's fine apparently. He's still alive. Nope. And they get another, like, VP just feels like they're playing these lanes so much better. You know, to be fair, it's Spectre Phoenix, so it's not the most amazing lane. The bomb that they get, oh, Lace, they get him. And Squad X, he tips 1J. They probably had a scuffle in a pub or something. Kami. One can get him. The skewer is available. Gonna be the... Oh, actually misses the Shadow Poison. You really would like to get it. And one hit there doesn't get it. But does cost Anters his life. And notice, he's like, you know what? It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna go out. If he could have hit that Shadow Poison, he might have been able to kill him before he died. But either way, they're still very happy here for Virtus.pro. Because as we said, they're 5-2 and they bring out the enemy carry. Magnus, though, he's really not much in terms of CS. 12 in 6 minutes. That's 2 CS a minute. not the best CS in the world. Meanwhile, middle lane, it's going to be a pretty big dive here as the Squad X. He is still alive. Throws out the rock at the very end. Squad X loses life. 1J. Huge rotation. Young G does take a few shot poisons, loses his life, but you are still very, very happy. Klee finally getting a bit of a break here. Virtus.pro, they're going to go for the ruin. As Invis, he decides not to take it, instead denies it. I wonder if we'll be seeing any sort of steals coming out here for the Wisdom Ruin. Might be unlikely here. Not a whole lot of them. I mean, there's a Storm could jump in. We usually see the rotation at the 6.5 minute mark, so you can kill the on the offlane. You kill the offlaner and you take the enemy Wisdom Ruin. Meanwhile, 1J. Shadow Poison, not enough. You need at least that fourth one to get him. Damage comes out. Oh, gets 2, but he's really desperate for this kill. And it's like, I think you're going to be paying for your life here, Antares. Yeah, the greed gets him in the end. He does lose his life. That's one of the nice things when you're a support is when you kill someone who's chasing you and then you pick up the Wisdom Ruin. You get so much experience from that. And once you are almost level 5 at the 7 minutes in. Same thing with till the end. And the ultimates from these supports are pretty damn powerful. Although, as I mentioned earlier, their ability to hold people down for the Mystic Flare and the egg is not the best. I mean, Pulverize is good, but it actually sort of moves people, so it's not the best combo with Mystic Flare. Antares also picks up the Moon for his side. Looks like Mask of Madness is going to be the pickup for Kiritich. He wants to be able to show up to these fights and throw a Chronosphere. When you have Hand of Midas, it's a little bit more risky to do that. You just don't get that much attack speed bonus. FNG, stacking. I love that stacking gives you experience now. It's such a nice change. You get like, what, 30% of the experience of the camp. Very nice. And gold, actually in favor of Klee, just because Magnus notices he's been having an absolutely terrible game. It's just not looking so hot for them. Spectre on the way towards that Blade Mail. However, VP don't have to be worried too much. Falling behind is not the biggest deal because you always have Chrono and RP. And that's just always going to be the big equalizer. See many games when, you know, Face of Void gets like Refresher Orb at the 4 mid mark and then there's no way you can lose. You just Chrono one guy, refresh, Chrono another guy, and like, oh, we're 5 versus 3. Then if they buy back, you go out, wait for your ultimates again, just keep doing that. It's very effective. Notice he is potential kill. He's only level 5, so no RP. They do have the Storm nearby if he wants to join for Young G. He's gonna go. Alright, Young G wants to kill Antares. Yeah, he's not making out. Do they spot the stack? And they do. Oh dear, everything going well for Klee right now. And looks like, notice he's thinking, yeah, yo, I want this big jump. Will they get the Hex off? They do. They don't have RP just yet. Well, actually level 6, but he just takes the skill point now. Young G has no mana. Looks like he almost loses line, but he is going to be alive. Egg comes off, forcing Virtus.pro to jump away. Kiritich is here as well. Does he want a Chrono? It's like, it's not ideal situation for them. Chrono does come out, but your Chrono, the Primal Beast, who's being Sunrayed, he's very tanky. And looks like it's going to be a big jump here for Young G. Gets the line in the end. Noticed. He has low health. Young G will probably be losing his life. Just no mana to jump away. And it is a skirmish. As Klee loses 2 cores, but they do bring down the line and the Magnus. Overall, fairly equalish fight. I think the fight might actually not be over yet. No, it's fine. Oh, neutral creeps kill. Well, Phoenix losing his life to a neutral creep, not ideal. The end, Virtus.pro is going to be very happy. I mean, they were pretty happy just because they bought 2 cores, but the Phoenix death is a cherry on top. Sure, they don't get anything out of it because of neutral kill, but he's still off the map, not getting gold for himself. Kami has the Blade Mail. And I think he could have showed up in that previous fight. He's going for the Radiance right next. Young G. We have Young G going for... Ooh, I love the Witchblade build on the Storm Spirit. I feel like it's really nice from him. You could consider going for Orchid to get those kills on the enemy supports, but Witchblade is also pretty solid. Dagon and Antares? No! No way! Oh, meanwhile, Young G, oh sorry, Swatis, I mean, is gonna lose his life, and he does. How much you guys want to bet that Dagon's not happening? I don't think Antares is gonna finish the Dagon. Seems a little too greedy for me. I mean, very unlikely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, in the meanwhile, Shadow Demon, yeah, he's going for it. He's got the freaking phylactery. Not phylactery, sorry, the diadem. Nice stun coming out here, but it's a little bit wishful thinking. Alright, they tried to proc the lightning on Antares. The egg comes out. You want to go for it? Can anyone hit the egg? It's taking forever. They do get it at the end. They were slowed down. The finger comes out. How do you finger a dinosaur? That's how. And Antares loses his life. Did he get the finger stack kill? Feels like that was barely on the edge of 3 seconds. Line. I did. Oh dear. And meanwhile, Klee taking some damage. They don't have Chrono for another 20 seconds, but oh dear. Kami gonna lose his life. 3 kills across the map for Virtus.pro. Yeah, they lose notice, but who cares with the victory that they took. Notice his farm is really, really low this game. Like, I mean, Antares is farming pretty well for himself, but Magnus he's got nothing right now. No Blink Dagger, no Echo Saber, just a tough game. Kirdich he's got Chrono if he wants to use it. Primal Beast, getting close to that. Blade Mail, very close to that. I think he's gonna have it after this wave, actually.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is
This is gonna
under
be was it the first tower to fall in the game? Yep, first tower to fall in the game. If we can get it, opens up the map and doesn't really remove Dire's Roshan advantage, but certainly reduces it slightly. TPing to the tower is much faster than TPing to the outpost after all. Kami has his ultimate, uses it. Who are we jumping on? Top lane looks like Young G. Sorry, Squadex is gonna be losing his life. I keep calling him Young G. I don't know why. Storm is Young G. Earth Spirit is Squadex. Oh, and Storm Spirit decides to change items. Go for the Kaya instead. Huh. It does give you good damage, and you could combine it with the Sanj, I guess, which is pretty good. This is an unusual pickup. I was thinking to go Witchblade or Orchid. It's not unusual that Storm should get. It's a great item for Storm. Chronosphere mid. Although that's a tanky Spectre. Do they have Finger? They don't. Do they need it? They might have. As the roll comes in, they do get a kill here. Egg is not available just because they have no... Well, actually, sorry, forget that. Manaka is ready. They have RP, but Kiritich has used the Chronosphere. Oh, what? Oh, I mean, tactical. Really good move. That's interesting move. Not sure why he'd ult in that situation, to be honest with you. That seems weird. Alright, well, the good thing is that I don't believe Virtus.pro saw that, so they're still assuming that Egg is online and available, which isn't quite as good as actually it being available, but it does mean that the enemy team is worried about it. Phoenix, he's got 1200 gold. I don't know if he's saving for a shard of Hand of Mice, but I expect one of these two items will be the item that he gets next. Lion, looks like is Glimmer Cave the first. Wow, interesting item choice for the neutral. Honestly, was that the thing? Moment of Courage? What's it called? Something of Courage. Medallion. No, neutral. I don't see Spark of Courage. There we go. Yeah, I don't see this one online very often. Right. Skywrath Mage. He is just going to go for the Veil, followed by the Glimmer. Just wants to stay alive and throw out his spells. I like it. 9, an easy kill, and an FNG, no way of making out this one. Sorry, bud. The price of Lion is this. This happens. It's a very common occurrence if you want. 65% win rate for Klee. I mean, I know Gaben likes Spectre. I feel like that's a bit excessive. On the other hand, they have some good stuff for the late game. Oh, RP comes out top. Looks like bottom lane. Who did they find? They find a Spectre. Can they get the kill on a Spectre? Looks like the Shadow Poison coming out. Needs one more hit. Gets it. And in the meantime, but they are going to be losing notice in the meat as well. And I think the Squadex loses his life. Antares, and it's a lot to get that Spectre kill, and it's not worth it for Virtus.pro side in the end. Great response by Klee. Yeah, late game Fiercely, you have this mobile Storm who's fairly tanky. You have Spectre, you have Phoenix heals, of course, Primal Beast on top. Scarlet Mage, if you get Aghanim Scepter, he actually kind of becomes a factor, but he does fall off a little bit. What's he got? 18. Okay, if you wanted a shoddy with a bot by now, it's a Hand of Midas on Phoenix, isn't it? And I think he's saving to buy the recipe first rather than the glove. You want to buy them together as much as possible so that they combine in the base, so the cooldown starts from that second. 1J gets killed on Squad X. That's 2 deaths in a row. He's starting to fall a little bit behind here. And if this Phoenix gets a Hand of Midas, that's not going to be too bad. Noticed? By the way, this Kaya combined with the Ancient Seal means so much magic damage is coming out from them. And you can see, Magnus, typically a relatively durable hero, just gets melted in half a second.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, of course, the Veiled Discord. Sorry, my bad. That's another big factor here. By the way, do you guys know Veiled Discord damages shields? It's one of the weirdest mechanics. They're like, how do we make Veiled Discord better? They're like, well, how about if it takes 200 damage off of Glimmer? Brilliant. It's such a unlikely to be a factor thing, but it's there. Heritage continues to be number 1 with net worth. How's the Maelstrom? What's the BKB? I think he's gonna need that BKB. Oh, bottom lane, FNG, standard. He's 0, 5, and 7 on this line. It's not his fault, it's just the nature of the beast. You pick Lion, you feed. I mean, it's kind of how it works. They're baiting with Heritage, seeing if someone's gonna jump on him. They have Notice right nearby. Looks like Klee is not gonna fall for it, though. They smoke up, so maybe they have an idea. There's vision here for Virtus.pro. Klee, they're going west when south is when east is their goal. Squad X, though, a much easier kill, and it does get the roll away. All right. Oh, Heritage! He gets the time walk off, and he's gonna be fine. Oh dear, but his friends are showing up. They need to save him. Anters throws out the save, but may not have been the most ideal because you actually want the damage now. Chrono on, well, his entire team, but that doesn't matter. They get the Phoenix, and they bring down Young G as well. I haven't seen that in a long time, but you chrono more of your allies than the enemy team. Still, gets them what they need. Radiance is finished up on Spectre in the meantime, though, so the magic damage is going to be a problem. Really lucky if Heritage managed to survive that. I'm not even sure how he survived that. He needs to find bomb. That BKB cannot come soon enough for Heritage. And he's got no chrono now, nor do they have RP. So this is a very risky attempt to move in the bottom lane. Alright, can we look at Phoenix? What did he buy in the end? He went for Glimmer Cape. Really? All that gold to buy Glimmer Cape. Okay. I was thinking he's gonna go Shard or something else. No, that's gonna be the replay here. Yeah, unfortunate timing with the disruption. If he had not used it, they might have not need to use the chrono. But at the same time, it's also the smart thing to do. If Heritage had died, you'd think, oh, why did they disrupt him? So it's the low risk move to do to make sure that, well, to remove the risk in general. Lace, I haven't really seen much of the Primal Beast. He's 2, 3, and 2. He's very close to that heart. Overall, it's been a bit of a quiet game for Mr. Primal. Heritage, he has the BKB. Once he has the Molineer, they're still gonna have some problems killing this Spectre. I feel like when you chrono, you can kill everyone, then leave Spectre for last, because killing her first is gonna take a lot of time. Even Primal Beast is difficult, but at least you have magic damage you can put on top of him. Well, FNG, he's like, come, kill me now. I think he's only got 1 kill with the finger. Oh, it's not a kill, it's like a finger death. There you go, heart finished up on Primal Beast. 3,000 health, pretty difficult. Ring of Aquila picked up. Top lane, yeah, he went Dagon Aether Lens on the Shadow Demon, followed by Shark. Is this standard build? I really don't think I've seen Dagon Shadow Demon often at all. Phoenix gets the Philosopher's Stone. I think someone else has a Philosopher's Stone. Oh, so does Earth Spirit. How many Philosophers do we have in this game? Oh, big jump. They catch notice. Again, this guy has had he's had it rough on the Magnus, and you can see it. His net worth is approaching support territory. Of course, his supports are fairly farmed, so that's one of the reasons, but it's still relatively low. Roshan is on the Radiant side. Dire, are they wise to it? Alright, Chronosphere is up. And if you are Virtus.pro, you have to always be thinking, oh, they could go for Roshan now. Although to be frank, they don't have the very best Rosh lineup in the entire world. No impressive eggs coming out so far. Apart from the one that happened behind the tier 1 mid, although that one is impressive for a different reason.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
Mercape.
Dire's top tower
Just stays
is
alive
under
here.
attack.
Shield run on Squad X. And that's going to make him very tanky. Although, again, Veil of Discord does damage that a little bit, which Scarlet Mage has. Hex on the Scarlet Mage. He's keeping the shovel, by the way. It's really good to keep it if you get no good tier 2 items, because you can just keep digging for bounty runes for your teams. And even just getting the foreman is also very useful. Well, VP is like, if you guys don't want, we'll take it for ourselves. People's gift on the Faceless Void. 15 strength is a lot, by the way. They smoke up on Klee. They have an inkling this is going on. I believe the scan was used. Yep, it's used on Roshan, so they know this is happening. The Spectre is on the other side of the map. Of course, she can just haunt it if she needs to. Although they might know that this is happening. Radiant, they don't. The scan time's out, but because the Virtus.pro leaves, they might have assumed they just sort of walked away. Smoke on smoke here. This is a good fight for if the Phoenix can get the egg off. No, he does not. Chrono comes out immediately. Phoenix loses his life here, and the Youngie going for the jump. Eventually does lose life. Phoenix buys back. He wants to go back into this fight. Curious use the BKB. Antares. Oh, RP on 4. Can we get a Phoenix egg? Doesn't need to, but beautiful use of the Sun Ray here. And in the end, it looks like it's going to be a nice victory coming out for Klee. They lose their supports and they're forced to buy back on the Phoenix, but who cares? There's going to be Roshan going down here for Klee. It was a good Chronosphere, but Spectre throws out. When Spectre just jumps on the line every time, it just brings him down. It's super annoying for Virtus.pro. Their supports are very, very squishy, and there's no real way to solve it. You can get a Glimmer Cape, I suppose, and that helps, but it's still tough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the fight starts. It's pretty damn good for them. But will they chrono? They chrono the Primal Beast, by the way, who is unkillable. FNG immediately dies. Doesn't even get a chance to get a finger off. Curitage has already used most of his BKB charge by this point. And of course, the Phoenix, just the Sun Ray is so strong. Holy crap. I don't believe he's got the shot. He could have egged the Sun Ray, but he used the egg at the end instead. And now it's about, what, 4 more minutes of Aegis on the Spectre, who's been proving to be a very big challenge for them to bring down Virtus.pro. Summerspirit's got the BKB. It doesn't help you much against both RP as well as the Chronosphere, but at least the damage coming out from everyone else is reduced. Or, negated, basically. He's got the Glimmer Cape.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You'd like getting Blink Dagger online, but when against Spectre, if she haunts you, it's kind of hard to blink away because the Radiance Burn will already catch you. So, Blink Dagger feels a lot less useful than usual. Lace. Alright, and there you go. That's Lion. They don't have Chronosphere. Lion just loses his life, and they're going to go for Squad X, who's unable to roll away because of a beautiful jump by Kami. They do get a kill on the Phoenix. That's a dieback on the face. Curitage, though, the BKB time's out. It's going to be his death as well. And it's feeling more and more like we might be getting game 3 here. As Virtus.pro, their support duo is just so fragile.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Shadow Demon might be able to do something if he can get disruption off on Spectre. You know, you get those Radiance illusions for yourself. That could be something. But at the moment, it's costing them a lot on Virtus.pro just to get one kill.
Dire's top tower
And
has fallen.
never mind. And of course, Kami's got
Radiant's bottom
3 minutes
tower
of 2
is under
lives.
attack.
Yeah, Antus has 2 problems. One of them is that he's got, I mean, 2 things he has to do. He has to save people, and he has to make illusions of Spectre. And he only have one ability to do the
Dire's
same
top
thing.
tower is under attack.
Let's see, heals level 25, then you get 2 disruption charges. But until then, it's tough. Kate is also starting to fall a little bit behind here.
Dire's middle tower is
Smoke
under
being
attack.
used. Oh, sorry, that's Invisor, not Smoke. Who they want to go for? Anytime you go for anyone, though, Spectre's going to show up. When she has the Aegis, she's a lot more willing just to throw her ultimate at anyone who shows his face. But they want this. Kiritage is here. Who do they want to go for? Oh, Kiritage is just here to farm. Bit of a tense moment here for Virtus.pro. Keeping time dilation as at level 1 standard. The damage from that spell increases super bad scaling. Stats are usually a lot more useful for that. And Cloak of Flame is picked on the Spectre. Again, making it even more worthwhile to make those disruptions illusions of her.
Dire's bottom
Blaze.
tower
Oh,
is
still
under
hasn't picked up
attack.
his tier 3 item. Oh, Ceremonial Robe. Even more damage from this Storm
Dire's
Spirit.
bottom tower
Like an
has
Ogre
fallen.
Seal Totem. Should help notice land those RPs a little bit better. Or at least just or escape maybe. But Kami in game 1 with the Slark wasn't his best. But on this farming Spectre, he's having a really fun time. Because he also got Orchid, by the way. So if he jumps on anyone, he should be easy top bot. Sorry. Wisdom
Dire's
Ruin.
bottom tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
he knows. He just decides it's not worth it. And FNG goes back in time. Philosopher's Stone on the Phoenix, by the way, so he is getting that very nice passive gold coming out for him. He's got 2,400 in the bank. And Shard picks up on the Shadow
Bottom
Demon.
tower is under
Should be a nice
attack.
way to... That Demonic Cleanse is pretty nice heal for your allies. Although it just doesn't feel like it's going to be that much... like enough. Lincoln, he wants to buy Lincoln Sphere so you can like counter the haunt or use it on an ally to save them. They're like in trouble, you put it on them. Okay, they can't be haunted. It's nice, I suppose, but a lot of the damage coming out from Klee is like AoE that doesn't really, Lincolns won't help too much against. And there you go, the disruption illusions of the Spectre pushing down bottom lane. Kiritage putting the Molineer static lightning on the creep just so it pushes out the lane. You have to be pretty careful. You have to make sure that's a creep that's being hit, so you can't just put it on like a ranged creep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ogre Seal Totems coming out here from Klee's side, and no one's died for a while. Which when you're behind, that's a good thing, because you don't want. It's like as long as you can see the win percentage actually dropping a little bit in favor of Virtus.pro. You don't want, as long as the network advantage doesn't increase. You know, like your situation is okay. If you're 20,000 gold behind 20 minutes, that's bad. If you're 20,000 gold behind 40 minutes, that's still bad, but it's a lot less, not as bad. Looks like Primal Beast wants the Agam Scepter, the break. Not a whole lot to break in this game, I guess. Time Walk? Yeah, it's fine. Ceremonial Rope picks on Phoenix as well. So both Phoenix and Storm have Ceremonial Rope. Not the best. And they do jump in. Nice save coming out here. And oh dear, they're going for more squad eggs. They want this, and of course, big jump into the back line here by a Spectre. Chrono coming out. Who's he catch? He catches the Phoenix. Always the best, a good kill for them, as well as Charisma. So both supports being brought down. FNG is dead, but he has buyback. Kiritage doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with. One time walk, and he is out of there. Meanwhile, Squad X and Antares, they're pretty low health here. And notice good use of the Ogre Seal Totem. Can he make it out? Looks like he's forced to use the BKB. And I think he just wants to get close and skewer away, and he does. 2-for-2 trade. Virtus.pro, they are forced to use the Chronos here, but they're kind of happy with that. It's only supports being dropped down. So overall, a bit of a win for VP. Yeah, they get a little bit more gold and experience just because they are behind. Oh, Squad X. He just solo dies. Walks into... oh dear, walks into Kami, just gets shredded. And Orchid prevents him from jumping away.
Dire's middle tower is
Well,
under attack.
it was a victory for BP, but now it swings all the way back to Klee. What is Heritage building next? Might consider if he's going for a refresher orb. Is he going for a refresher orb?
Dire's middle
It
tower
has
is
BKB and
under
Molineer. Yeah, okay. Alright, Shard has already got a silver edge. So one way, at least a way to break the Spectre. I like that. I expect refresher orb is going to be on the menu at some point though. Because we can see like he can jump in, chrono, get a couple of kills. If he can chrono another one, the fight's basically over. FNG and Antus are the ones who have got to find ways to stay alive. Antus is okay, 2000 health is not too bad, but FNG feels remarkably fragile. Oh, nice D-Ward coming out here. How much life does FNG actually have? Dear Lord, the Tormentor nearly destroys him. Alright, Heritage, very close to the Shard. Can go in and out. Although, without the Banter or Lincolns, you might go in and be forced to use your BKB. Hex on Mr. Storm. Ooh. He's also got his BKB. That's a little scary. Heritage is doing an amazing job, but I feel like the rest of the team is just not delivering what you hope for at this stage of the game. Squad X is on the cliff. What does he have on this Earth Spirit? Can I look at all the items for a second actually? He's gonna going through them one by one. There we go. Of course the team fight is gonna happen right this second. Squad X, he's got Blade Mail, BKB, and Sanjin Kaya, sorry, pretty good. FNG's got Glimmer and Force Staff, who's gonna help him stay alive, but might need a bit more. I like the dust. The smoke. If he can smoke himself when fights begins, and keep his distance. I mean, oh, smoke is actually just used right now. You can actually haunt him. And oh, Hand of Midas unnoticed. I didn't see that one coming. All right. Well, thank you. 2 ceremonial robes, by the way, super odd to see on the same team. I don't believe that item stacks. It's an aura. Magnus, he wants Refresher Orb and the Lincoln Sphere. Double RP. He's got a few good ones, to be fair. They just need to disrupt Kami. That's gives them so much in these fights. And again, VP, when kills aren't happening, VP slowly gets cuts the net worth deficit. Their movements across the map are overall more efficient. Alright, Heritage though. Heritage is kind of in no man's land here. Silver Edge walks away. Radiant uses 2 scans. I think one of them did it on there, so they knew someone was behind that. And Satanic is the item going for Heritage here. The Dispel's nice, and you know if you're low life, you chrono, you use Satanic, boom, you're back to full health.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, there's a lot of healing lotuses. Meanwhile, smoke on 4 VP. This could be your time here. There is no primal beast, but can you actually catch one? Smoke is used by Klee. Oh, he knows. He goes straight up for the Storm Spirit. Does not want to go. Then goes straight for the Phoenix as well. That's 2 kills for them. And FNG is still alive in this fight, even though Kami jumps in. Big jump in by Laze, but they do bring FNG in. However, this is not a problem for them. That's a dead Spectre here. They do kill Heritage on the way out though. Notice he's alive, but I don't think he's going to be alive for long. So it does cost them 2 buybacks. But in the end, it looks like it's going to be a victory for Klee here. First of all, they have buyback on multiple people. But here's the thing. Can you take Roshan without Spectre? It might be a hard one. First of all, overall, still a decent fight for them. Remember, they were not forced to use their buybacks. So 3, 4, 5 trade, but those buybacks do equalize. And looks like they can't take Roshan without Spectre. Good use of the chrono. Catch them both on the edge. Yes, and then they immediately both buy back. FNG gets disrupted again though. These disruptions to save people, I don't know if they're worth it, because you'd much rather have illusions of the Spectre who can do radiance and fire cloak damage. So I don't know. I'm not sure that saving FNG is worth it. Also, I've noticed that we haven't seen a single lion finger since the first one. Or not one for a long time, and yeah, they get squad X in the end. Solid fight for both teams. Can walk away from that feeling like they got something. We got Aegis on Klee, but we were forced to use 2 buybacks. Yeah, FNG's only got that 1 finger death, which means if he takes the health talent at level 15, it's really not worth it because what are you gonna get? 70? Ooh. Yeah. Till the end. Yeah, that ceremonial robe. He does a lot of damage on the Phoenix. And he's getting close to that level 20. He's level 20. You get that extra sunray damage. Oh. Okay, FNG. He reveals himself. Poor guy. But he does have the Glimmer Cape. Are they going to be able to go for something here? Notice is around, but yeah, just get a kill on the Lion. Nothing else you can do. Squad X might lose his life. No, rolls away to safety. Antos is here. RP on 2. But yeah, this is not a whole lot of damage that you're working with here. And he actually throws his ally inside the Sunray. The Phoenix X Sunray. I'm not looking at this fight and thinking this is going to go anyway for Virtus.pro as Klee gets 3. A very odd Chronosphere, putting Magnus right outside, like inside the Chrono, right next to the Phoenix Egg.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, Kami, I think he used his ultimate to find the face void. 95%. I gotta say, I'm very surprised we're just not seeing those disruptions coming out on the Spectre. And this Lion pick has been... Oh, Kiritage, he's dead. And there's a reason Lion doesn't get picked. He is so fragile. And, well, they have buybacks here on Virtus.pro, and I imagine that's the discussion right now, is do we go for that, do we give them top racks so they can conserve our buyback? It's an option, an expensive option for sure. But then again, so is using your buyback on Faces Void. Squad X, he wants to build a heart, but it's gonna take a while for that to happen. Level 25s are coming out soon as well. Kami already has his, and so is the Primal Beast. Alright, looks like, I think it's top lane. Yep, he walks into the sentry. And Squad X is dead.
Dire's bottom tower
After a very impressive opening game 1, Virtus.pro caught in the back foot this entire game. A couple of good chronos and RPs, but that's about it. Alright, Kiritage has buyback, and I think he might have to use it if they want to keep those Raxes alive. 25 seconds is just too long. And you know Squad X is not showing up in time. He's got no buyback. Kiritage, there's no glyph here. And looks like they're just kind of willing to give away Mega Creeps. Death sentence is almost in most games, but maybe they either think they're going to handle it or they're going to throw in the towel within a few seconds. Alright. And to be fair, it's always awkward to buy back when you have 20 seconds left. You're like, come on, really? Now I buy back? Here, who do they want to go for here? Is there an option for them? I just realized that FNG can remove all those spec illusions. Not something we've seen a lot of. Every time Kami jumps on him, FNG is not able to like remove the illusion in time. Kiritage. You do not want a Chrono Young G. That's the guy with the Aegis. Would you like to go? Squad X will he be throwing out the first punch? First kick rolls in here. He's very tanky. Antares disrupts him to save him around, but again, not always sure that you might want to save the disruption for someone else. And oh, look at that damage! Holy shit! Kiritage just gets melts, and now the Phoenix Egg comes out. They have what is that Chrono? Oh dear! He calls his friend again, and Kiritage time walks away. Doesn't listen, despises all sorts of chaos. They do get the Phoenix kill at the end. Notice he does buy back, but he does not have RP available. Finger comes out, but it's not even enough to remove the Aegis. Meanwhile, it looks like the save is used on Kiritage. Kiritage dies, and sorry, that's the first life being used by the Storm. Final BSC is just using his uproar to kill them all, and their diving fountain. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough for VP. as they're just getting double and triple kills on everyone. 40,000 gold lead for Klee as they end the game. Gotta say, I really love the way they were playing with the Spectre and Storm. This global presence that they were working with worked out really nicely for them. We saw a bunch of Phoenix eggs. Earlier I was like, Phoenix eggs is whatever, but he was able to get it perfectly with the chronospheres. Like, how many times was the chrono coming out and he was just be sunraying people there? And that worked out well for him. So Spectre farmed. Primal Beast was unkillable. Most of these fights, they just couldn't deal for them. On Virtus.pro side, it was good. I like the wombo combo of the chrono and the RP, but never really came out. Never really worked out. I never see disruption coming out on Spectre, which is the hero I want to see it come out on. You know, you want to see the Radiance burn, the Cloak of Flames coming out, but that just didn't seem to happen at all. So we're tied up. We're going to be going our 6th game in just a minute. We're going to give these teams a chance to relax here, get a drink of water, and then we'll be back here with Virtus.pro versus Klee Gaming in just a few minutes. We'll see you guys then.
have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let Tent GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello and welcome back to the final game between Team Klee and Virtus.pro. It's been a bit of a crazy one. Actually, it's been a crazy day. There's a second series of the day that goes to all 3 games. Game 1, the first series of the day was Level Up versus Team Tickles. I was like, okay, Team Tickles won that. Then the game 2, we have Virtus.pro and Team Klee. Virtus.pro game 1 looked absolutely unstoppable. I was like, alright, this is gonna be, we got a quick 2-0 maybe. Then Team Klee in game 2, they just have this global draft with the Storm Spirit and the Spectre. They're playing against Lion. I mean, we know now why Lion isn't picked. It's just that he was super fragile. They were just killing him the entire game. A couple of unfortunate Chronospheres from Kiritich also ended up catching his allies with a Phoenix Sunray on top of them. So in the end, Team Klee takes game 2. And now we're down to our final game of this series here. Virtus.pro on paper, I said before the draft, like the game began, I'll say it again, I do think they're the better team on paper. Yeah, they're playing with a stand-in Anters instead of Seyush, so that's something that's kind of maybe holding them back a little bit. Team Klee, they're also playing with stand-in, which is Kami instead of Dream, but they seem to be adjusting relatively quick. Game 1 on the Slark, they played fantastic around. Game 2 on the Spectre, not so much. I found it very strange that they weren't able to get enough disruptions, because VP had Shadow Demon, they could have disrupted his Spectre, got the Radiance, got the Cloak of Flame, but instead they kinda let that one slip through their fingers. And also noticed on the Magnus did not have the very best game. So overall, Virtus.pro didn't look so hot in game 2, but that's game 2. Maybe they'll be able to make a comeback in game 3 and take the series, or maybe Team Klee will be taking another victory. They already beat Boom Esports, which is I believe a South American team now. It used to be Southeast Asia, now they moved to South America. So I don't know. Klee taking this one would be quite a shock. Alright, so here we go. Draft begins. Klee, they get rid of the Dazzle. Virtus.pro, they don't want to play against Primal Beast as well as Centaur. I wonder if Klee is going to be able to get their hands on the Spectre. They looked pretty damn good with it. TA comes out against. That's the 6th game in a row where TA gets contested. 2 picks, 4 bans so far. I'm a fan of the Spectre here. Of the TA. I feel like she'll be rising in popularity. Her stock, her net worth is going up right now. So you guys should invest in TA if you can. If you like to play her in the pubs, that is. Dazzle didn't get nerfed, did he? Or buffed, actually. I think Dazzle's relatively exactly the same. Yeah, let me see for a second. Wait, he did get a change, actually. Oh, yeah. No longer affects any Blink Daggers mute period after taking damage. Okay. That's... I'm not quite sure what that even means, to be honest with you, but yeah. Alright, meanwhile, Virtus.pro, Pugna gets banned, so if Klee wants to go for that fast push draft, they can have it, as well as the Brewmaster. So that's two Primal Beasts that they picked in a row. Klee, that's not an option. You can't go for Pugna if you want to push fast. A lot of off-lane bans on this one for Klee. Reminder, Spirit Breaker is in the pool. In the previous game, Klee actually banned it rather than taking it themselves, even though they had first pick and could have taken it. And Invoker is banned out. So Spirit Breaker, there you go. There he is. My one true love, Space Cow himself. Alright, so Spirit Breaker, yes, he got nerfed. He does less damage to creeps with Greater Bash. And his charge has 1 second added cooldown at all levels, including the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. However, also Hand of Mice is weaker now, which is an item that you want to build on this hero. You go Hand of Mice, Octarine, then you build whatever you want with Phase Boost, of course. However, I believe the hero is still one of the best and always worth picking if you can get your hand on him. Now though, Virtus.pro, how do you want to counter? So Shadow Demon is considered a fairly good counter as a Spirit Breaker. You can Demonic Purge him, you can disrupt the people that are being charged, or himself if you want to interrupt it. Although that's much harder to do, you know. Disrupting a charging Spirit Breaker is difficult. So, what else do you want? Enchanter? Oh no, they go Spectre straight away for Virtus.pro. Alright. I like this because in general, Klee, you have one of the best global presence heroes in the game with the Spirit Breaker with very little downtime. And if you give them the Spectre and the Spirit Breaker, suddenly if you're Virtus.pro, anytime you walk around, you're like, oh crap, these two guys show up out of nowhere. Beauty and the Beast. Although so it is a bit scary for that in that situation. Klee, you got 2 bans now. Just make sure you don't ban the Lion. Not really the hero you're afraid of right now. Lion has some value, don't get me wrong, but you need a lot of meat shields in front of you. When you're up against Storm and Spectre who can jump from a mile away, Lion feels very, very susceptible to being killed. Dawnbreaker is going to be a ban out from Klee, so they're trying to limit some of the global presence from the other side. Reminder that Nature's Prophet is in the pool. And that's you know, like one of the trifecta of heroes. Spectre, Spirit Breaker, Nature's Prophet. I suppose that it's not trifecta if it's 3 of them with the Dawnbreaker. Taking their time with this ban here for Klee, but they have time to spare. Almost 2 minutes of reserve time to go. I guess the big question is: do they want Nature's Prophet, or do they want to ban it? Because it just feels like too hot of a commodity. Both teams have global presence. As we mentioned a bunch of times, no one really cares about Io for his global presence, which is a little unfortunate. Another hero that with strong global presence that we haven't seen in a long time is Underlord. I mean, when you think about it, you're like, oh crap, Twin Gate is actually a thing. They banned Enchantress. Can dispel the Spirit Breaker, although similar to a Shadow Demon. Actually, her dispel is very easy to use. You know, it's not an ultimate that you have to wait too much for. Alright. While he's not a global's hero, Storm Spirit does have a similar function if you have a big enough mana pool. You can jump from basically the halfway through the map. You know, if you're in the middle, you can be standing next to your mid-tier one, then jump all the way to the enemy base. Not early game, to be fair, but you do have a huge amount of mana you can use. VP. They go with the Phoenix. They pick the Grimstroke. So that does leave the Nature's Prophet if you want to go for it. Although this Grimstroke pick is very nice. You can often soulbind some person as Spirit Breaker charges in. They just like get leashed onto that person. Same thing if you soulbind a hero, you see the Nature's Prophet teleporting in. When the Nature's Prophet finishes teleport, he gets soulbinded as well. So there's a lot of value to this Grimstroke soulbind already. Of course, Nature's Prophet gets picked up. You want the global presence if you can get it. Klee, I'd say if you can get your hands on a Storm Spirit again, it's not a bad idea. Maybe not right now, but eventually. High mobility, go for this. Just kill people as much as possible. There we go. They've been taking their time here. All right, I appreciate everyone, all of you, for tuning in and discussing the chat. And also, it's been very nice and hearing from you guys and all of that. So it's good to celebrate Pinnacle's 25th year anniversary with you all. Now let's see what Klee wants to show us to celebrate with in this game. Storm Spirit. What else has a high mobility? We talked about Underlord. Bristleback, by the way, is in the pool. I mean, you wouldn't think that a week ago he was the most popular, but Bristleback is in the pool. You can take him if you want, if you're Klee. Of course, they could be thinking Spirit Breaker is position 3, and they might, they should probably 4, in which case you can't really fit Spirit Breaker, Bristleback anywhere. Although I don't think the Spirit Breaker is bad as a position 4 at all. You can just get Phase Boost, Hand of Might. It's expensive, but nope, it's gonna be the 3 Spirit Breaker. So Treant comes out for a bit of global presence, but as defensive. It does give you time to go late game, and you want that for Spirit Breaker. This is one of the best late game heroes you can have. 3 abilities that pierce BKB, holy moly. Which is, of course, the charge, the ulti, and normal attacks. Virtus.pro, no? Well, they have the double dagger with the Spectre. Inkswell shot is pretty good in this game, I gotta say. Especially against the Treant. You get Overgrowth, put it on him, you'll be fine. You'd like some... Do you care about tracking Treant? Do you care about tower damage? What's Virtus.pro thinking about right now? Again, Dark Willow is an option. And a solid one as well. Fairly... Well, I want to say... as a position 4 with Hand Mice, later on she becomes fairly durable just because of the Shadow Realm. Pretty good against Spirit Breaker. Very hard to charge when Bramble Maze around. You can just everyone can be like, let's just walk into the Bramble, and Spirit Breaker is gonna walk into at least one of the thorns. So what does VP want to go with here? They're taking their time on this one. Wow, down to 10 seconds on this draft. Phoenix is out. Who do you want to combine with? No Enchantress. Chen. Alright, Magus comes out. That's solid team fight. Oh, I wasn't thinking they'd be going this direction just yet. Spirit Breaker are generally pretty good against the Magus. You catch a glimpse of him, you charge him, he can't blink, it's difficult for him to skewer away. Like you can be on him, and prevent him from moving around the map. And they do take the Chen in the end. Alright. I like the Chen. I like the Chen for Virtus.pro. You have now that fast push, a bit of heal, this global heal. After all, you can get some creeps as well if you need to. Give you different auras for what you need. Solid in the laning phase. Does this mean that's very likely to be Grimstroke 4 with the Magnus, Chen, and Spectre? You can get away with this Chen and Spectre lane. It's not amazing, but you're up against Spirit Breaker, and he is in the laning phase. Spirit Breaker is a bit of a joke. Alright, Klee. We know Spirit Breaker is going to be off, but you might consider taking a carry and flexing Spirit Breaker mid. It is a thing that's happened before. We'll see if Klee wants to go for it or not. I'm liking the Slark pick, I gotta say. The thing is, we saw Klee play it in game 1, and Kami did not look very comfortable with it. So I would... you need a certain type of mentality to play some of these heroes. They go for the Naga Siren instead. Okay, a good way to reset against RP. And decent damage. You can you can use those illusions to push out lanes. Not a bad pick at all. This Naga Siren, I like it. All right, so both teams probably would want their mid in the last pick. Of course, Spirit Breaker can be flexed mid, but that's been becoming more and more uncommon as the patch goes on. All right, what do we want here? Pangolier is the ban. Haven't seen a whole lot of him. Storm Spirit's in the pool. Necrophos. Damn, I forgot about this guy. I forgot about this guy. I haven't seen him all day. He got a bit of nerfs, didn't he? What was it? Something to do with Ghost Shroud, I think. Yeah, Storm Spirit and Puck is Puck in the pool. Puck is in the pool. This has been a hero that teams have been sort of looking at, being like, oh yeah, Puck's looking pretty good. And he's actually pretty good with the Magnus, because you can Dream Coil, skewer them to break the leash. But they ban out the Storm Spirit. Klee looks too good with him, and they don't want to give that global presence. Yeah, Klee, are you going to leave the Puck or take the Puck? Because Puck, Magnus, very powerful. And Klee, their lockdown charge is good, net is good, but they're not exactly instant stuns like Lift or Hex. And Nature's Prophet and Treant Protector are pretty bad. They take the puck themselves. Right, puck had to be something that they factor into. Virtus.pro, you see the puck. What do you want to go up against here? What can you pick in the mid lane? Oh! Wow! Okay, Tiny did get buffed, by the way. The Avalanche cooldown went from 120 to all levels to 90, 10, 110, 120. So it maxed out at the same amount, but you get much better usage of the spell earlier on. I was not expecting the Tiny at all. He this isn't really a game I would think about Tiny very, like, can you really kill a lot of these heroes? His burst damage is not as impressive as it used to be. I don't know. I don't like the Tiny, but I feel like Virtus.pro is just a better team, so it's hard to pick Klee in this situation. Even though I think Klee's draft is kind of better, you know. At the same time, you have what? You have RP as well as Tiny. That's a pretty good combination. It's very durable. That's actually another thing. You're very durable on VP's path. It's Spectre, Tiny, as well as Magnus. That's a hard group to bring down. Yeah, look at that. Look at that behind that. I see Void Spirit, Crystal Maiden, Death Prophet. What is this? This budget Dota. It looks awesome in a terrible way. You know what I mean? I want a poster like that. So yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. I guess I'll still stick to VP just because I feel like their draft is so much easier to work with. Of course, Tiny does have to rotate around the map and make space, which is whatever on the hero right now. It's not like it's like a bit tough. But sometimes they just do, but sometimes they go for like Echo Saber and they farm. I don't like the Tiny pick. Last game I did like the Lion pick and VP loss. This game is different though. I think Squad X could make it work. Good global presence from Klee though. Nature's Prophet and Spirit Breaker, they can show up anywhere and get the damage done. Puck is also fairly mobile. It's very tough. It's very tough on this one, but it's hard to go against the 8th place team in TI. So let's go and see if VP is gonna prove me right or if it's going to be clear. Oh my! It's like a baby Bloodseeker. He's angry but cute. He's so small. You ever look at this and be like, holy crap, what are some of these couriers? They're so like, you have no idea. I thought Dota had like 5 couriers. I know it has a lot more, but you never look at them and you're like, baby Bloodseeker? What does he look like with wings? All right, so Squad X gets Young G's puck. Fairly hard to catch the puck, I guess. I mean, they have a decent amount of stuns on Virtus.pro, but it's like RP, Skewer, Avalanche, Toss, Inkswell, Phantom's Embrace. Phantom's Embrace might be the tough one, but the rest, you can generally see them coming for your puck. Let's see what 1G can do for it. This is Zayak, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least that's what he was calling himself early on in this game.
Interesting.
Alright, noticed. Let's see what we can do on the Magnus. In the previous game on the Magnus, definitely was not his best. So hopefully we can do a little bit better this time. It's going to be 2 for 2. So no one gets an advantage right now. Wow. I like how he just took out like a third of his health on 1J. Roshan just showed. He was like, nope. I also assumed Roshan started on the Radiant side, and then I'm like, all right, it starts Knight. Well, in the meantime, top lane, it's going to be Magnus, as well as Grimstroke against Treant Protector and Naga. Not a whole lot of killing potential from both teams. Skewer into tower is pretty dangerous, but you know that's not gonna happen. It's not like it happen too often. Treant Protector Naga could do some decent work actually if they get a couple of slows on the Grimstroke. Like, you know, you catch them in the Nature's Grass as long as with a couple level 2 Leech Seed. I think you can kill them. I think I'll favor Klee in the top lane. Bottom lane, kind of the same thing where it's like Nature's Prophet and Spirit Breaker are fine. They're against Chen and Inspector, who are also okay laners. So I don't think I'm not saying a whole lot of kill potential in really any lane. I say that, of course, as 1J decides he's going to kill himself. And no bash. No bash. Nope. Oh, hey, there's a bash. Can you imagine if you're 1J, you're like, thanks a lot, buddy. You got him right when I don't care. That's why some people think it's worth it to go for level 1 charge. You don't get the bash, but at least you have guaranteed stun when you need it. Situations like that would have been better. Either way, though, his first blood starting off for VP in a lane which I thought was unlikely to get a whole lot of kills. But well, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Meanwhile, FNG does lose his life here, as Nature's probably is blocking. He's blocking. He's hidden. By the way, Charge of Darkness level 1 is like 23 seconds now, so it's not coming out very often. They really want to get that extra creep here that Chen picked up. Fair amount of gold for the team. Sorry, movement speed that adds. Now, Squad X, what's he doing? 12 and 4 to the 8 and 0s. Yeah, it's pretty good to be tiny in this lane. Like, Young G could use his levels. Oh my lord. Quiet laning phase, my foot. As kills are coming out left and right here. Notice that he does get a kill on till the end, but they also bring down Antares as well. This force rotation out coming up from 1J, which means that Lace is now by himself in the bottom lane. Spectre goes for an early earn, so he wants to be active. He wants to show up to these fights and get those earn charges and also do a little bit of extra damage to the enemy. And nice use of Inkswell, just to tell them, step away from me. We do not want to play. You know, we want to make sure we get for ourselves this Killing Lotus. Squad X. Yeah, if you're melee, you have that sort of advantage, and because it's easier for you to get those attacks off. And Denies on the line. He's just sorry on the time. He's got so much more baseline. He's got 98. Young G's got 65. So yeah, you also can't afford to be too close. And if you're closer, it's good because your attacks travel less. But at the same time, your attacks you're going to take more damage from those three hits. Top lane, Notice struggling a little bit, but not a whole lot. He did have a tough time in the previous game. He was having really bad teamwork with Heritage. I think he was caught in at least 3 Chronos, 2 of them which led to his death. Antares secures that Water Ruin, and Squad gets the other one, which means that Young G does not get to refill his bottle. And he'll be feeling very sad about that. Meanwhile, Notice loses his life, and Klee. They're leading in terms of kills. This game is going very well for them so far. Puck is farming, Spirit Breaker's doing well, Naga Siren is involved in a couple of kills. All very nice for Klee here. And the previous game, I was thinking, man, you know, late game, if you have faces for you're always going to do well. This game, no, it's not quite the same. These ink swells have been very odd. The ink swell on the Healing Lotus was good, but this one, I'm not quite sure what it removes. Till the end. It's a nice pull off. Yeah, as we mentioned, level 2 Leech Seed, level 1 Nature's Grasp. If you can get on top of anyone, well, Notice good screw away, but if you can get on top of anyone else, he can't prevent them from running away. I like how Klee is taking the Treant Protector to ensure FNG doesn't get it. No, FNG is Treant way too good. So it's going to be Potter's first item on the Tiny. Extra attack speed, always very nice for him. And back to Virtus.pro, leading to this CS on a couple of people. Lace charges away, but I mean, it's mostly just sort of a charge to use your mana more than anything else. Not gonna get them a kill or anything. Although, look at that. There is a Treant Protector here, but with the dagger coming out, you move pretty fast. Plus, by this point, Virtus.pro, they know that Treant Protectors, and well, they definitely know now. As I was gonna say, they know because he hasn't showed up top for a while, but now charge comes out. This is a lot of damage actually, and they are gonna get Heritage. That he gets high five as he gets sent to the grave. That's more damage than I was expecting coming out from these guys for sure. It's a good kill on Kiritich. And Spirit Breaker, he's having a good time. I would say that then for Klee, I think your most important hero is Spirit Breaker. You get him online fast, you get him rotating around the map, and you're just gonna have a fun time. Alright, looks like Antares, I believe he uses Shield Ruin. Either way, he is going to be fine. It's still the end of his gun, so he's trying to walk into his nature's grasp. The living armor comes out, it's not gonna be keeping him alive. Fortunately, the nature's grasp didn't latch on to notice and slow him down. What's Squad X building? Blink Dagger. Okay. So relatively the standard build. He wants to go around hunting people. There's a time where people would just go Echo Saber and Shard and just farm up. I kind of like that build. This Blink Dagger on Tiny is... It comes with risks where you have to really get kills to make it worth it. I mean, in terms of accelerating your farm, right? If you get... Oh, it was just charging a creep. If you go Echo Saber, you're guaranteed to farm pretty well. If you go for the Blink Dagger, that's not quite the same thing. By the way, can we see the Bloodseeker Courier again? Because I imagine right now it's flying. I want to see the wings he develops as it happens. And no, there he is. Oh, he's got like bat wings. Oh, that's not. He's got like bat wings. It's so cute. Yeah, ENG dies. But did you see the Courier? Looks like they were able to get the Phantom's Embrace on him. It's adorable. Oh, that's very cute. Oh, I know. This is super awesome. Alright, noticed? Magnus? Oh, he's gonna be fine. He's going straight up Echo Saber. I think it's better just to get some farm going. And I like that, you know. Blink Dagger first item is always a bit of a risk because it really needs to land, otherwise you don't get stats. And rate land as well also helps. You know, mid lane? Oh dear, are they gonna kill him? That's 2 kills on the puck. That is brutal. Kiritich gets that kill as well. The puck dying is like, first time's okay, but then he uses this TP, dies again. Huge problem for Klee right now. And they have 1 point living armor if they want to keep this tower alive. VP, they're not going to commit too heavily for it, but they do bring that to half health. And level 2 living armor is available on the 3-edge protector. And he might need to start using that on the tower if he wants it to stay alive. What we're looking at here, Kiritich, Blade Mail, have that standard build. Yeah, can we check out the net worth? VP all of a sudden 5k. Damn, look at the net worth on the puck. What? At one point, this guy was leading in terms of CS. Well, top 2 at least. But now ENG, those 2 deaths. Damn, he really got put behind. FNG, he's almost matching him with that support Chen. Well, I notice all the way at the top, Squad X having a good time. Very close to that Blink Dagger. And Notice might be losing his life. He goes down fairly well. I think he was just taking stacks. That's why he was actually... Yeah, it was taking those stacks. That's about it. Meanwhile, till the end. Mask of Madness, Magnus into Echo Saber. The greed. But if he's not punished for it, you can go as greedy as you want. It's only, you know, like a greedy move if the enemy team is actually able to get something out of it. Otherwise, it's the smart move.
Radiant are scanning.
Squad X. He's got the bottle. One of he can remove the silence from the puck, and if he's very skilled, he can also remove a coil. But there's a bit of element of luck in that as well. Doesn't always work that way. It's like you can go to the edge and break, then use the illusion rune just as the coil snaps. Alright, mid lane, the push begins. You have Tiny with trees. Oh, it's only level 1, but you have Chen as well. What items is Chen going for? Is it going to be the early Vlads or the early mech? It's going early Solar. Okay, we'll see what he goes for after that. But yeah, you have to be careful on Klee. You need to send Naga to use her illusions to push out these creep waves. Unfortunately, they're very fragile at this point of the game. Blaze, he's still working towards that Hand of Midas, which is good. That's what you want to do. But the pressure is on from VP. You know, you are feeling the map slowly shrink. Alright, Blink Dagger. He's got it on Squad X. The hunt begins now. Who is he gonna find? I think he's gonna be sending one, like, is he gonna be sending one illusion mid so they think it's the real one? Yeah, that's what he's doing. You see, he's sending one yellow illusions like near the wave, the other one's behind, so that they think, oh, that's the real one. And Tiny shows up, and then he just walks up to me. He's like, screw that. That's going to be another tower. Virtus.pro pushing fast right now. Hand mine is finished on the Spirit Breaker. Okay. It's going to accelerate his farm, but again, he's going to want Octarine Core now. And that, we're just not seeing him fight too much. Virtus.pro, 2 towers advantage right now. Looks like he disassembles. Going to be the Echo Saber. We saw the Magnus. What do you make with the with the Morbid Mask though? It's not an item we often see on Magnus, right? You don't you don't go for the Mask of Madness. You don't go for Satanic. You don't often go for Vlad's. Like, yeah, very odd to see it. Oh, looks like we might be losing our friend here, the Space Cow, and he is down. Big jump in by Squad X with this Blink Dagger. And Kiritich is working his way towards this Radiance. This is very scary. That's supposed to be the tip of your aggression, this Spirit Breaker, but he has just not been anywhere. Same thing with Young G. That back-to-back death in the mid lane absolutely stalled him out. Like, since then he's just been farming the jungle, unwilling to show himself in the lane at all. So clearly they're playing scared. Yeah, FNG, he is right there in terms of net worth. Clear's playing scared. Even though you have an aggressive lineup that could make space, they're choosing kind of not to. Worried that they might feed away kills. It's a safe play, but that's very risky. Oh, till the end, there is a no spec ultimate, so he should be fine. Look at the creeps. Jeez, that's some damage. He even solar crests till the end, so he can get him. Doesn't give you a decent slow. I mean, on bottom lane, we might have a fight here. Squad X. Oh, they spot that out. That is a nice, I believe that's a triple stack. Very juicy for Mr. Magnus to take. They also put a plant to ward in case anyone from Clee tries to take it. Notice is playing completely different than previous game. You know, the previous game he was kind of suffering, having problems. This game, oh, FNG is going to be losing his life. Get netted. Yeah, he's dead. Nice kill by Clee. Yeah, I notice is just having an absolutely star-studded performance right now. 8,500 gold in 14 minutes ahead of the Naga. I mean, of course, he's been buying a lot of farm items, so that kind of makes sense, but still, it is net worth, isn't it? Squad X, 2 people smoke, dire scan. They know they're there, and they know that the path that they walked into. Blaze, there's the bulldoze off. Blaze might be losing his life. Oh, nice use of the healing Lotus. As well as, oh, looks like the coil snaps. They can't catch anyone, but they might just be able to get a kill on Antares. Not the best kill in the world, but well worth it. Keeps Blaze alive here. Healing Lotus Magic Wand, and he is not easy to bring down. He also got the bulldoze off in time, but I don't think that actually makes too much of a difference against the Avalanche. Alright, they realize that this they want to take this. Unfortunately, they don't really have a draft built for it. Look at the other side. Both Spectre, Blade Mail, Tiny, as well as Magnus are all good at taking stacks. Klee's like Naga's pretty good, but oh, alright, till the end. The charge comes in. Good overgrowth here. Squax is gonna be paid for that insolence with his life. There is no Nether Strike here on the Spirit Breaker, so their chance of killing the Spectre could be tough. Alright, the net comes out. Good soulbind onto 2. The Phantom Embrace is used, but oh, the sleep is there. They need to get that distance here from Lace. Lace is able to make it out. That urn probably not going to be enough to take him down. Notice is here. Is he going to be able to get a good RP till the end? Looking like a nice juicy kill, and they do bring down the end. And they do take, of course, they take the stacks, which is really VP's goal to begin with. Spectre very, very close to that Radiance. Sacred Relic just purchased, only 1,300 gold away to this Radiance. Alright, Puck's got some Witchblade 1J, he is dead. Hey, well, that was just a good place to be in. Does have a Spirit Vessel though, and Tiny, he's got the Echo Saber. Might consider getting a shard just so that you have that permanent tree. Makes it easier for you to farm rather than always like, oh, I got a tree, got to drop, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. So the Aghanim Shard helps in that situation. Oh, ward on ward action. Radiant Ward was there first. They probably saw this. Oh, do they have vision? On. Oh, gets it. Alright. Good use there by Antus. Looks like Spirit Breaker cancels his charge. What do we have on the Grimstroke? I think he's got, what, Aether Lens? And that's about it. To be fair, that's really all you need. Oh no, he's only got the Arcane Boots. I think something's coming from him. Ah. Alright, he's just got the smoke coming out here. Fairly poor on this Grimstroke so far. And Chen, he might... Oh, they killed Lace again. Again, and this is really bad for Keel. You are... sorry, Klee, you are really hoping that you get some value out of Spirit Breaker. Another jump in here. Till the end, he's gone. Inkswell pops, and they keep their ward alive as well. Notice it's farming the enemy Ancients near the Tormentor. Klee. This is scary. I'm seeing hearts getting built on Notice. Oh, alright, that's gonna be a good kill on the Chen. They do get it. RP is available if he wants to use it. The leash is there. The charge is on the way. And it should be, oh, beautiful use of the Spirit Vessel prevents him from TPing away. So but it's an illusion. And my god, the Spirit Breaker is not the fastest. He does get there in time. Good use of the Ink Swelper, but it's not enough to sort of get him out to safety. Puck loses life. What? Notice uses the RP, but doesn't get him a kill, and he is so damn tanky. Holy crap. Screw on 3, but so does the Overgrowth on everyone. Meanwhile, Lace, he's trying to go back in, but does lose his life. Yeah, till the end's gonna lose his life, and so is Kami, I think. That Radiance Burn should be enough to bring her down. Naga, there you go. What a fight. Klee looked pretty good in the beginning, I must say. But Magnus is so damn tanky, took all they had, and even though they were able to get a good Overgrowth, Kirito was just like, yeah, the Radiance Burn, that's all I need. It's that net worth deficit, the fact that they're so tanky on Virtus.pro. Klee, they're not tanky at all. Nature's Prophet, Treant, as well as Puck are super easy kills to get. Fight starts, FNG is out. Charge comes out. Oh, someone else died just now. I believe it's not the Puck. Is it the Puck? I think Puck is dead, but I'm not sure if he just died or not. Yeah, this charge took forever to get here. Bulldoze was used, but the Inkswell was able to interrupt him. If that Inkswell didn't happen, they could have brought Notes down. The low ground killed him. Squad X shows up. Very durable. They can't do anything towards him. Look how much they have to invest to get the last few hits on Notice. And at this point, you know, just the Tiny and the Spectre by themselves are able to output all the damage they need. Of course, the Chen heal, probably we haven't talked about, but it's a lot. Fight's happening. It looks like the Spirit Breaker just dies instantly. What does Spirit Breaker have? How close is he to the Octarine Core? I don't think it's that close, is he? Oh, well, no, not too bad, not too bad. About 1,000 gold. He already has the energy boost, just 1,000 gold away. Yeah, the living armor's there. It helps. Alright, with the Nature's Grasp, they decided they don't want to take too many risks here. Squad X, though, a couple of hits from him will be able to bring down that tower. That's one of the things about Tiny, right? This guy is super good at bringing down buildings. And Holy Locket is the item for FNG. Now he's going to go for Urn, so nice bit of increase to his heal. I don't imagine that improves the heal of your creeps, but I'm not quite sure about that one. Alright, Magnus, so he did go for the Satanic in the end. It's an unusual item for the hero, but when I saw the Reaver and I knew he had the Morbid Mask, I'm like, yep, he's probably going to go for Satanic and make himself unkillable. Oh, good. In game 1, we saw 1J do this a lot, where he tried to sort of open up the map with an Ace Prophet. He actually died in that exact same spot earlier on. Alright, it's 21 minutes. Wisdom Ruins are available. The Young G picks up his, but man, you rarely see Spirit Breaker with a Hand of Mice and Octarine Core and see his net worth is barely above the enemy supports. Although FNG has been farming up amazingly well. The biggest person who's behind is till the end. Only 3,000 gold on this treant. He is suffering a lot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking at on Young G, just farming up here. Has the blink dagger, but that does not help you survive. Look at Magnus, 3.5k health and Satanic. Oh god. This Satanic also. Oh, and of course he's got Harpoon. I know. This Satanic also means the Spirit Vessel is a lot less effective against him. You have to use it after he Satanics, which is pretty tough. Aegis of being picked up on Curatage. And they get a kill on the other side. Like, look, he gets the Aegis on one side and he jumps on Lace on the other. And he's just dead. Someone in the chat says, if you pick Spirit Breaker in this patch, you lose. I completely agree, but you are seeing the sort of the slower farming speed on the Spirit Breaker really hamper him right now. That's gonna be this tower. Oh, well, okay. Glyph comes out. Doesn't mean that they won't have glyphs for their tier 2s, by the way, by doing that. What we're looking at in terms of creeps, nothing too amazing. I like the Tormentor for the heal, but and there's a nice catch coming out from the the Dark Troll Summoner. What if he only summons now, actually? And they just go for a Tormentor. Everything is VPs. FNG gets the shard. Now you can collect Ancient Creeps. You get a Granite Golem, and good luck with that. Living Armor's there, but I'm not really feeling that impact from the Living Armor. As it looks like, yep, the tower is just gonna fall here. As will they be? Oh, they catch Young G as well. This has not been Puck's game at all. You're so fragile. Squad 1X. Wow, I mean, sorry, Squad X. 1J shows up, but I feel like he's just throwing his life away as 1J also dies. Sorry, as the bottom melee range racks also falls. Clean, no breathing whatsoever. Decent farm on Kami. It's just everyone else is not getting anything. 1J has also got decent farm considering the state of the game, but Spirit Breaker, Young G, nothing. Till we end, till the end, sorry, also has got nothing on him. Notice he just walks on and is like, yeah, let's see if I can do something here. Charge comes out. I don't really know if you want to kill that guy. He can, yeah, he just mantas and he's just back to life stealing. He didn't get a whole lot of health, to be honest with you, but it doesn't matter. Kami, they're trying. They're doing okay damage, but Curatage has the Aegis and he gets skewered away till the end, loses his life. Chen uses the Hand of God to make sure everyone's life. Pinnacle buys back. He's got Overgrowth, but I don't know if he's gonna get in range to use it. Does Nature's Grasp. Look at that Granite Golem. Look at the health from Curatage. Look at, they're just killing people left and right. 1J trying to open up the map, but he just can't. Overgrowth on 2. Will they be able to kill? Oh, the sleep. It's not what you want. He actually walks into the sleep. Antlers doesn't want to die. He's like, sleep me, please. And he's still alive. Oh my lord. The Song of the Siren. Well, it was alluring, and Antares definitely like that. And surviving by using the enemy's song to your benefit is... Well, I'm sure everyone in chat can do that, but in the heat of the moment, it looked really good. Very well played by Antares. And VP, this game, they pressed the let's win button. They didn't press that in game 2, but they just gave no chance to cleave. Meanwhile, yeah, just mega creeps. That's it. No Young G, they call it. What an absolute beatdown. Feels like the same way as game 1, you know. Game 1, game 3, VP played pretty impressively. Game 2, he was able to make a comeback, but no, in the end, Virtus.pro takes the series. This is their first match of the Pinnacle Cup, and they looked very strong. Team clears the second. They took down Boom Esports. They still get a point for bring down Virtus.pro at least once, so it's nice. But I look at Virtus.pro like, yeah, they give him no chance. That early Satanic Echo Saber was really good. Squad X just ran around with the Blink Dagger. on beautiful combination with the ink with the Grimstroke, by the way. You put the ink swell, you get all this extra damage, all this extra stun. He just spawned people. The laning stage he was able to shut down Young G. That double kill on Young G shut him down. After that, I didn't see Young G after. He was out of the game. He couldn't do anything. And Kiritage earn for early join early fights, and then just uses the Radiance to burn people down. Virtus.pro, I don't feel like it feels like Virtus.pro played Dota, and the other team was just not a non-factor. You know, like it was like everything Virtus.pro wanted to happen happened, and they were able to take this 2-0. But that is 3 series down. Actually, let's look at the schedule. Can we look at the schedule so people know exactly what's coming up next? Thank you, production. These guys are on top of it, I'm telling you. And there we go, schedule. So next up is going to be Team Falcons versus Moneymakers. I believe Falcons is going to take it. And then it's going to be Nemiga versus Keith Stars. I'll let Bowie handle that one. I've been through 6 games today, and I've enjoyed my time a lot. But it is going to be Bowie who's going to be taking the last 2 series. My voice is starting to go. I have a sore throat, and I've been harping on for 6 hours. So, yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be taking a very short break for the next match because we are right on schedule. So it's going to start in a few minutes with Bowie. If you have any feedback, please let me know. I only get better with your advice. If you have anything mean to say, save it for Bowie. He loves negative comments. He loves them. I don't. He loves them though. But for now, I'm going to call it a night. I'll see you guys in a couple of days. Have fun and enjoy the next match. Good night.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, hello. We are back with the 25th year anniversary of Pinnacle, and we have two very cool series ahead of us today. First of all, we will have Falcon versus the beautiful Moneymakers. These guys, they have been around the Pinnacle tournaments for a while. They are a powerhouse around here. They usually go through the group stages, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do so, because we have some big names in this Pinnacle. Falcons being qualified to ESL Kuala Lumpur. They're definitely a big force to be reckoned with. Probably the favorites of the whole group, to be honest. But we'll see how they're going to be performing here. There is a standing today, according to Twitch chat. I'm not sure if I'm spreading misinformation here, but apparently Crystalis is going to be playing for Falcons in turn of Skitter. And yeah, we'll see how things are going to unfold. I do feel like Moneymakers could potentially take a game out of Falcons, but the entire series would surprise me quite a bit. I didn't really check how the odds are looking like, but I would assume they are in the favor of Falcons just because of how strong they are. We can maybe check the groups and let you guys know how things are looking like. I believe this is Group B, but I can double check as well. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, there you have it. I was right. It is Group B with Moneymakers being ahead. Right now they are tied with Falcons, and we're going to figure out exactly who's going to be the leader here. I believe Moneymakers played against Atlas Burden, which, to be honest, might not be the strongest team here in this group, which means that now they're going to be tested once again here, the Moneymakers, to see who's going to be on top. Regardless, though, they are already in a pretty comfortable position here. But yeah, Falcons versus Moneymakers. The match we're going to have after this one is Kid Stars versus Nemiga. So the South Americans against an Eastern European team. That is also going to be a very interesting match to watch. I believe this is going to happen in Group D. We can also take a look at that since we're waiting here for the lobby to start. And Nemiga, they did have a couple of changes, I believe, ever since TI happened. We have Roger now playing position 5 for them. He joined the team in August. And as you can see, Nemiga not looking very hot right now. They did lose one match. I can double check to see who they lost to. I believe it was Alliance, actually. Yeah, they lost 2-0 to Alliance, a team that was, actually lost to Secret during the ESL Kuala Lumpur qualifiers, and Secret ended up qualifying. So a lot of people are like, was Alliance like the second best team in the whole qualifiers? Well, so far they're looking really good right now. They are 2-0. I believe Thompson standing for them, at least in one of the matches. I'm not sure if in both of them. But nonetheless, it was quite interesting to see Thompson playing the tournament. And yeah, these are the matches that we have for you today. I'm going to be covering the last two series. The first one, obviously, being the one that I talked about first, Falcons versus Moneymakers. Moneymakers, if you don't remember who they are Lucas, Igor, Palantimos, Bignum, and Slayer. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't really change their roster ever since they played for Pinnacle the last time. And yeah, there you go. We have these beautiful faces right here. I'm 100% sure Lucas, Igor, Palantimos were the position 1, 2, 3. I also remember Bignum. Maybe Slayer is a new one, but I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, though, I think they're a very promising bunch of players. It's just that Eastern Europe is such a contested region that, like, for you to actually shine so hard. But like Lucas is incredibly high MMR. Same for Igor and Palantimos, and all they need is a break. All they need is one tournament they do really well, get a little bit of that momentum. And this tournament, that's a really good chance for them to prove their worth, because we have a big prize pool here. I believe it's 100K total prize pool, with 50K being given to the first place. So any of that would be huge. And this time we actually have money being shared into the 8th place. I don't think that was true for the former tournaments. So even if you get 8th place, that's still going to be a decent amount. Oh yeah, there you go. We have the players here for Falcons. Skeeter, Maureen being the mid lane, ATF their off laner, Crit in the position 4, and Snaking being their 5. Very interesting team, and they're already making waves. I think they are very, very good. I don't think they got tested too much, right? Even though there were very strong teams in the MENA region, there were not that many teams, so they didn't play that many matches. I think this tournament is going to be a very interesting test for us to understand where exactly Falcon stands in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, are they indeed a tier 1 team, or are they in the process of becoming one? All of that's going to be very cool, and it's also a little bit of a spoiler for ESL Kuala Lumpur, so just watching this gives you a lot of insight about how they're going to be looking in the future, so that's very nice to have them here. Yeah, we'll start here with the Razor bans. Pretty much every single game that I've seen, they ban Razor and they ban Primal Beast, because these are heroes that both ATF and Mr. Maureen play, so it just has a lot of value when you ban those two heroes. Also, one thing that I noticed is that Falcons, they consistently ban the Brewmaster first phase, which is not something a lot of other teams do. I cast their game yesterday, so even against a totally different team, they're still prioritizing this Brewmaster ban a lot, which I'm not sure, you know, if not even a question of agree, but how popular the hero is. It's not really something that I've seen being picked, even when it's not banned. But regardless, that is, you know, the approach they're having here to the first ban phase. Now we get to see Nature's Prophet being banned. That is a very common one. And then we have, you know, all of the other common ones. Grimstroke, very often banned. I believe Treant Protector gets banned by some teams, not every team. And yeah, it's actually the Weaver here that barely got nerfed. So there you go. We have Muerta open. If someone wants to go for it in the first phase. Grimstroke was also not touched. Same for Pugna and the Treant Protector. But Spirit Breaker, dude, I've seen Spirit Breaker lose every single match that I cast yesterday. I'm still very baffled that teams are prioritizing this hero as much. I kind of believe in this hero if it is a core, but as a position 4, which I've seen twice, I believe, it was very underwhelming. Maybe if you want to pair it with a Darkseer, there could be a little bit more potential there. Not really remembering any other meaningful combinations, but yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling this is something that might fade out, you know, in a couple of weeks, because most teams are still screaming and playing based on the results pre-patch, and we're starting to see people adapt. But you know, it's a slow process, especially if you have games every day to play. Like, you're not going to be able to like fully change your approach in this patch, and the response is going to be a Pugna. Now that is a meta hero. That's a hero I think is very powerful. A little bit squishy, can be overpowered by a hero like Spirit Breaker, but nonetheless a very common and strong hero in the patch. And now we get to see the 2 bans here from Moneymakers. If this is going to be a core, I hope that they ban Morphling. That is definitely a hero I've seen that just destroyed Spirit Breaker. Made him look like not even only when he can become the Spirit Breaker, but even in the lane, you have a lot of base damage. Spirit Breaker doesn't have that much burst damage in lane anyway, so you don't really fear him. Yeah, I would love to see the Morphling banned, but if they want to play this as a support, maybe pick that Darkseer we talked about. Then that could be a different approach, and you ignore the Morphling. I guess, you know, an argument you could make is that Morphling is very hard to pick in the second phase. Right, you don't want to second pick your Morphling, even third pick it. But if they just go Spirit Breaker, like, isn't that enough of an incentive to maybe risk it? We'll see. We'll see. As Moneymakers are definitely taking their time here with the 4th ban. Definitely waiting it out. Shadow Demon is the hero they take away. Definitely a popular hero right now. Strong one as well. But I'm not sure I would say. I mean, it's a soft Spirit Breaker counter. Like, when in the beginning of the game, when he's not as fast and you can like OT, he cannot charge away, you can like disrupt his charge. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like once he gets Shadow Blade, though, you're not even seeing the charge, you just get overpowered. So yeah, maybe they just feel like it's a strong support and a hero that Falcons likes to play, which is definitely true. And now, for the next ban, what is it going to be here? Maybe something that is annoying in lane for you. Maybe something like a life stealer. We're starting to see that hero more and more. Very good against the tanky boys. But they actually take the Spectre instead. Okay. Falcons, they have one ban. What are you afraid of here? Do you ban some sort of darks here? Are you sure that this is going to be a core? So instead you're going to ban a support that could pair up nicely here with the Breaker. Willow is definitely one that I've seen a lot. You charge, you get the Bramble, you can ulti the Spirit Breaker for that extra damage. Even Invoker, sometimes seen with the Breaker just for that Sunstrike damage in the later portions of the game. Yeah, pretty slow draft here. They're definitely taking their time. A lot of respect being given from Falcons. Huh. Wow, I mean, that's a lot of reserve time. Maybe they're considering the... Okay, so they banned Void. That is definitely a hero that works well with Morphling, against Morphling. So I'm thinking whether they're considering to potentially second or third pick this Morphling here. I like it. I wonder... I like it, you know, in a box, in a vacuum. There's definitely counters though, so I'm just wondering, like, what would moneymakers do if that Morphling does come through? As the Tusk is the second support picked here, I'm assuming, but could be offlane, could be mid. I believe I've seen Maureen playing mid Tusk actually. Oh, Muerta plus Alina Snatch. Now that is very interesting here for moneymakers. They snatched that Alina. For sure, the hero we've seen Falcons play the most. Alright. So who are you going to... What's the hero you're going to give Maureen against the Alina? Because Lina doesn't have a lot of great matchups. Well, first of all, we're going to see a Mars being picked up here. I believe, even though you fly with Lina, you cannot get out of the arena. So that is an interesting approach. It's going to force this Lina into either a BKB or Sadness. So I do like the approach, and they're going to go for a Puck. Not necessarily a hero that wins the lane, but they have a lot of lockdown for the Lina. Coil, Arena, Spear, Snowball, Shards. There's a bunch of stuff that is going to lock her down. Even though once you get X for the Lina, you can deal with the Shards. There's still lots of other things you're not going to be able to deal with. Although, as Lina, you get that magic resistance from the OT. You get magic resistance from being an int hero. Technically, you can survive a lot of burst damage, a lot of magic burst damage, which is mostly what Falcons has. So it's not the end of the world, but I definitely like here the approach that moneymakers ended up going for. I believe they have to pick a support now, because they're either flexing this Muerta for support or the Spirit Breaker for support. But I don't think you want to play Muerta 5, Breaker 4. So one of these two has to be a core, and ideally we find that now, but oh, they go for a TA. Oh, that's crazy. I have no, like, is this Lina support? Is this carry TA? What in the hell is happening? I hope TA and Lina are not cores in the same team. I feel like both of those heroes want to be doing the same thing at the same time, which is farm from minute 8 to minute 15 to get those items, and unless you have a lot of other space creators, you will struggle. So considering this Muerta is... But yeah, like the Muerta could be the carry, and then you have a Lina support and a TA mid. I actually think I prefer that configuration rather than the other one. But they're betting Treant here. Falcons expecting Lina and TA being cores, and even the Breaker being a core, which in turn means they're lacking a position 5. Naga is the hero the moneymaker's going to take out. What is the other support here the Falcons can eliminate to, you know, make things a bit easier? So Grimstroke still in the pool. Not that great with the moneymaker's heroes besides the Breaker. So maybe that's not the option, actually. Phoenix is still in the pool. They don't have necessarily tanky heroes, but the Sunray is nice, and I believe they don't have the best egg heaters, so that's like one option. Although I also don't like the Phoenix in this game that much. Then we have to go like kind of deep here for some unorthodox heroes, right? Your doctors and Skyref mages and stuff like that. We'll see what exactly they're gonna go for here, as the Skyref mage is the one that they ban. Yeah, very good against Puck, so I do like the route that they took. And for moneymakers, they want to ban a carry, and we already saw the Void being banned, Spectre being banned, Luna is still in the pool as they removed the Slark, which means they're probably going for melee. So this is support breaker and support Muerta, right? I guess Muerta could be carry. Yeah, you have this weird TA Lina Muerta flex. If TA is mid, Muerta has to be carry. If Lina is mid, Muerta has to be support. That's the flex that they have. There's some crazy stuff going on here. But yeah, that's they needed some lockdown, so I like the tide, but I'm not sure I trust the Spirit Breaker support. That's all I have to say about that. While Falcons, they go for that Luna we talked about. Stable hero, goes for BKB once she has it. Not that much they can do about that, but Big Num is going to be playing that Muerta, which means it's a Lucas, TA, and the Igor Lina. Not a big fan of that combination, and because of that, I am all in here with Falcons. I think they have the, they definitely have the answers they need. This Mars, if he gets an early blink and just consistently kills Lina, this is like almost an impossible game for moneymakers. I don't really know what you're supposed to do against that. You cannot charge into the arena. You cannot like, it's really tough. So yeah, I really like the Falcons draft. I feel like they were a little bit too cheeky with trying to steal the Lina from Maureen. But at the end of the day, you know, if they just stomp their lanes, there's always a chance, right? If you can actually get away with farming with TA and Alina for 10 minutes, it's obviously going to be strong. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how things are going to be. Oh, I do see some stretching here from Lucas. Yeah, making sure those shoulders are nice and loose. Gotta have them very, very loose to farm a lot. Yeah, makes sense. That said, though, yeah, not a big fan of the draft here that they concocted. I think there's a couple of flaws that Falcons, being the team they are, could potentially exploit. But it's all going to be about how they play. I've seen games where Falcons, you know, look a little bit shaky, which is why some people are still a little bit indecisive on where they rate Falcons. And I think deservingly so. They're a new team, and I don't think they really got tested. If moneymakers can actually do it here, it would be a surprise for me. But maybe not a surprise for the moneymaker fans. These guys are definitely very good. But, you know, we're talking about Falcons in org with a lot of resources, players that have been, you know, playing for ages. So I do give Falcons that little bit of an advantage. But if I had to say a number, probably something like 65-35, maybe 70-30 even for Falcons with this draft. I think the draft that they have is a little bit superior. And sure, the lanes might be a little bit hard, like this Puck versus Lina. I don't think it's that easy for the Puck. But, yeah, once Amar gets that Blink Dagger. Like, if Amar gets 0 and 5, which happened in the first game of the first series that I cast from this team in Pinnacle here, maybe there's a chance, right? We are kind of expecting this Mars to have a reasonable Blink Dagger timing, and that is way too early for Alina to have Eggs and BKB. And if you go BKB without having Eggs, without having Aetherlands, like, is Lina even a hero you want to play? I think that's what you have to think about. Anyways, we do have our boy Slayer here just chilling in the mid lane. Very aggressive moves here from Falcon. They are under vision though. That ward is showing where they are. I'm not sure if it scouted the ward they planted in the high ground. But I'm assuming it was planted first, which means it potentially could have scouted, depending on the angle the support took to get there. Yeah, there we go. Lina, not on Maureen this time. We'll see if gonna be able to play it at the same level. Because I'll be honest, I think this hero is really hard to play. It's such a fragile hero, and you know, now that Aether Lens doesn't really combine into anything, and you have to keep that in your inventory, like you don't scale as much as you used to. You rely on being so clean with your cast range, and yeah, I mean that can be tough. We'll see if Igor has been watching Maureen replays, because right now I would even say he's the best lane in the world, Mr. Maureen. He's he's been getting a lot of them more in pubs, but in terms of actually winning officials, he is one of the few players that is like consistently playing this Lina and winning with it. So gonna be very interesting to watch. As Maureen did get that range creep deny, feeling very frisky, feeling very happy as snaking. Keep piece here to the bottom side. Alright. So this Tusk plus Mars lane, it's pretty interesting. You get the shards to spear people into. This is also a 5 breaker, which I don't know how I feel about it. I guess I prefer it than 4. Because now, like, as a 4, you kind of want to have means of farming, and this hero just doesn't do that. Oh. Very nice coordinated deny there. That was, felt like that was rehearsed even. Very nicely done by Amar and Crit. Maureen starting to feel the pressure of the Lina there, even though his CS looks good. A lot of damage being taken. But his bottle is coming in, so he shouldn't really worry too much unless the runes get denied by the Lina. Oh, bottom. That's a gush with the blood grenade. Nice use of the calling, and Big Num is gonna get that first blood. We talked about Pugna being a little squishy skelly, and you can see exactly why that can be a problem sometimes. As Skitter is actually recovering quite nicely here. It was 5 and 1, but suddenly gets 3 creeps. Is now a little bit in the same realm of the other cores in this game. Tide really the one that's struggling, but he did get that first blood, which alleviates the pressure a little bit. Yeah. Oh, he actually dodged the Dragon Slave there. That is not easy to do with level 1 phase shift. You have a very narrow window to be able to dodge that. Very nicely done. He plays a lot of Lina, right? So he knows exactly when Puck has to dodge it. Makes sense. In terms of that top lane, pretty much free farm here from ATF. And we talked about, you know, maybe Amar having a bad game. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, this SP5 is a pretty shitty support, and yeah, oh my god. Oh lord, I didn't know you could cancel charge with Bushwhack, but yeah, now they have 2 ways. Potentially 3 ways to cancel the charge if you dodge it with Snowball. Yeah, I don't know about that, moneymakers. Every single team in this tournament picks supports for Breaker, and I just, yeah, I'm still not really understanding why. I'm waiting for a team to surprise me. Maybe it is going to be moneymakers, but no, Shaker 5, I'm sorry, with SB5, you don't really get to scale at all, as Lucas gonna be sharded up. Nice meld, no detection so far, so Lucas should be okay as we get a really good bash. Lucas, though, he just uses his meld hit and dies instantly. Oh, wow. This lane is getting out of control. This is really problematic. I mean, I expected Falcons to have a little bit of an advantage. And sure, there's no gold advantage. It's only 4 minutes in. But TA, like, it's not a hero you can afford to be in a lane like this one. And TA is actually walking back with a smoke, my friends. So that TA lost 3 range creeps, lost a fair amount of melee creeps. I guess Slayer's getting experience, right? He's actually ahead of his position 1 right now. Decently ahead in experience. So, yeah, gotta look for the bright side, and that's the bright side. Maureen doing okay here, but definitely being pressured by the Lina. Igor, I think, I would assume that's how the lane's supposed to go. Like, Puck can get CS, but definitely takes a lot of damage, and the denies from the Lina are ruthless just because of the attack speed and the attack range being way superior than Puck's. As I saw a move there from the Muerta. I think she was stacking the triangle. That is one thing that the TA will be able to use and recover from. But yeah, we'll see whether Falcons is gonna scout that dire triangle and try to do something about that. Slayer has a pretty juicy stack right here. Be able to probably fully deny this wave, which is quite nice. It's also very nice when you pull like that, because it means that the enemy catapult wave is gonna die on their tower. Okay, charge onto crit here. They do get vision. The charge is going to connect as the Lina approaches. Igor's not level 6 though, so they get the LSA, they get some damage, but crit could easily... Oh, nice dead shot. Can they get a snowball? They can't. Tower hit plus the right click of Slayer though gives him that kill. And this Spirit Breaker is actually level 4 right now. Way ahead of the poor TA. Nice blood grenade. Snake King gets bladed by Igor, and that's another one. Can they find this Puck with a charge? Coil will stop the Spirit Breaker, and Maureen's gonna get a double damage out of it. Okay. A little bit of a ward there planted by Big Num, as we do see Skeeter here doing his thing in the bottom lane. 47 CS, holy shambles. That's a lot of crips. That's like perfect CS pretty much. Okay. Well, 12 cat. Doing fine. I mean, he's slightly ahead of the TA. That's probably not fine, but at least he did not die this game. And they did get that first blood onto Snake King. That, I guess, gold-wise, that's why we even see a slight advantage for the moneymakers here. Okay. Tidehunter pretty low, trying to walk away. Lucent Bean with the blood grenade as well as that last right click from Skitter will secure a kill. Very nicely done by Falcon once again. Top lane, he dropped the shards. Good charge, but gets cancelled again. Amar, he is the charge denier as Slayer gets spinned to a tree and turned into, I don't know, bacon as crit. So I'm trying to fight. They get mana here for that level 6. Lucas doesn't have refraction, needed a second. And with this rotation, that is the third death of this TA, I want to say. Yeah, just... how many deaths the TA has? I think she is all of the deaths on the side of Moneymakers. Ooh, yep. That's exactly the case. Oh, time for the runes here. Crit trying to scout it out. Igor, the core is going to be placed down as Crit gets Laguna Blade and killed. Double damage on that Maureen Puck allows them to get a kill on the Crit, but they are not going to be able to find anyone else. Okay. Mr. Amar having the time of his life here in the top lane. 44 CS, Crit equilibrium is perfect. And this is just chilling as we do see Slayer being level 5. Yeah, like experience wise the supports are doing well. So if they can potentially create a lot of space here for this TA, there's a chance that they can recover her, but I'll be honest, it's not looking good. They're gonna have to create a lot of space.
You will have my respect.
Okay, Snake King going for a little bit of a stack. Alright, those are some juicers. Igor, he wants a piece of those juicers. Okay, finds the Pugner here. Snake King trying to drop that ward, but there is a dire ward actually giving vision of everything there, which means Igor will keep on trying to steal some of those stacks and will be relatively successful at that. Level 9 here, getting that Pugna kill. Very nicely done. So far, looks like a Maureen Lina game, but no, it's being played by someone else. But I think he passed the test so far. Igor definitely living up to the expectations of Lina at this stage of the game. We'll see if he's going to be able to keep it up, because once the blink is available for Mr. ATF, that's when the game becomes extremely hard. Absolutely no saves that they have. Big Num is going for a stack here. Gonna try and scout the rune. We'll see if it's going to be successful as Maureen. Yeah, it stopped. They don't have someone there. Oh, nice dead shot, but doesn't stop Maureen from joining to the orb and getting himself a haste rune. So, in terms of this game, he got every single power rune. Very nice game for that Puck. You know, and that happens. He's a more mobile hero. He's supposed to be getting more runes than the Lina, unless the supports interfere, which I think they tried, but not that successful at that, as we do see a charge from Slayer. Not exactly sure where he's going towards, but eventually just gonna cancel it. Bottom lane, yeah, we do see a coil on the Tide Hunter. He's looking for something. There is way too much damage. There's no heroes here from his team. The Ravage would be a waste, and now Crit going up the high ground might be able to scout some of those stacks that we talked about. If they can take this tower and just rotate towards the stacks, that would be huge. But TA already on stack duty. Very nicely done. Realizing that the Tide is dead, they will not be able to protect the stack, so he gets most of the ancient ones. And now they have to defend the others. They're gonna get a very good calling with that trap slow. Beautiful stuff here for Moneymakers. They're gonna punish Falcons as they try to pick their heads a little bit too far. Moneymakers, T-hole. That's not really a hole. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, nicely done. And it looks like this Mars is actually rushing a BKB that is not necessarily what I expected. It looks like he's going BKB. Didn't really buy any of the components, so maybe he's gonna get the blink anyways. But so far, not really queuing up the blink dagger on ATF. Now finally, level 6 available for Slayer. Has that Nether Strike, could potentially go for a smoke play. Oh my lord, he just walks to 3 heroes and he will die as the 4th and 5th hero show up. Amar and Crit ready to pressure this mid tower, and you know, this is what the Pugna gives you. Alongside that Luna is a lot of tower pressure, which Moneymakers are pretty bad at dealing with. If you try and poke your heads there, there's going to be a coil, there's going to be some follow-up. Arena also has a lot of cast range. Bottom though, Arena is going to be dropped. The silence from the calling is not going to be enough, as Muerta becomes her green self and dies anyways. 12 cat trying to run away. We'll dispel a couple of those slows. Is it enough though? The Ravage just to get out, but the body blocks from Maureen are pitch perfect, and that Tide Hunter is gonna become a watermelon down the drain. That's a very sad use of a watermelon. Such a beautiful fruit, such a plump fruit, just gets wasted. Yeah, big gold lead right there. And Skeeter gets found, and that is a dominating streak for Igor. Laguna Blade being used, and I'm not sure if this was a smoke, what exactly happened right there, but they read the map perfectly. They don't see Skeeter there. They expect him to be doing carry things, and he was doing his thing in the triangle. Gets punished for it. Very nicely done. Map control wise though, very bad game here for the Moneymakers. They didn't really get a single tower. They are in no position to get any towers right now. But at least the TA is recovering. Now slightly ahead of the Puck. Still needs a lot to be competing with that Luna. And considering how fast Luna farms, I would be surprised to see the TA ahead at all. But I can always dream of that, as Slayer trying to position himself here for a Wisdom Rune. We'll get vision of Skeeter with the ward, and maybe even vision of that courier from Skeeter. It was just chilling nearby. Interesting. Might be able to actually get that Wisdom Rune right now. Oh, let's see a couple of TPs happening in the mid lane. There's some action brewing up as the coil on that Tide Hunter will eventually find the poor guy. And once again, it is 12 cat falling. That said, Big Num. Oh, he did not. Yeah, they got both Wisdom Runes, right? Yeah. So, supports on the side of Moneymakers are actually doing very well. They're ahead of the counterparts on the side of Falcons, but it's the gold, and especially who has the gold, that's the problem here. This TA needed to be a little bit more ahead, and we talked about it. You know, Lina maybe, you know, got a couple of kills here and there, but it's also farming a lot, draining the resources from the TA. And in a game you need to recover, you're gonna farm slower if there's less resources in the map, as our boy gets slowed down, but the suck is not enough to put him down. Well, he's gonna be fine. Okay. Mars did go for the Blink Dagger. Amar had the BKB queued up, but ooh, looks like they have an interest in his life as Crit's running away. Ooh, they don't find him. Trying to go for the blind dead shot, but they don't find ATF. Everyone from Falcons grouping up in that bottom side. I wonder if they're gonna smoke. Don't expect them to group up in the bottom side like that. We do see moneymakers in the top. Oh, Coil will give vision of the cow. Oh wow, Crit is so close to his blink. Holy shit. 15 minutes in, already has, or pretty much has that blink dagger. This is gonna be awesome for him. The Luna keeps on farming incredibly fast. TA actually behind the puck now, despite not dying. So Maureen is somehow farming at a faster pace, and I mean, yeah, sure, Igor is at least keeping his own, but that's the problem, right? At what cost is that happening? We do see Slayer just looking for that room, but it's actually bottom. At least it is the Tidehunter that picks it up. But we get to see, like, the team fight on Moneymakers is very awkward. Like, what's the combo here? Gonna Ravage into an LSA? Like, this Lina doesn't have mobility for that. It's a Ravage into the Calling, which is okay, I guess. But overall, just feels a little bit underwhelming what they have. Which is why they can't really make plays, or they're not trying to. Oh, Slayer. Alright, that's another Strike Laguna Blade. More than enough damage to kill the Skelly Bro. That's nice. Slayer to get the kill. Not the Luna, not the Lina. Okay, 12 Cat, he gets found. Was trying to go for a meme hammer play. Gets the stun dispelled, still alive. The Calling buying some time here as finally Arena gets dropped. Trying to sidestep that spear. Good Ravage. Buying time as Amar with another Bulwark. Doing a lot of damage. Slayer with a very good charge. Finds 3 heroes. LSA onto 2. Can he get this kill? Mars. Good Decrepify. Buying some time, but they have magic damage so far. It's on cooldown. Maureen dominating streak as the Tusk trades his life for the Tidehunter. This is not bad for either side. Slightly bad for Moneymakers, but you know, considering how that fight started, that Tidehunter bought a lot of time for everyone else to get there. Not the worst fight I've seen. They did spend a lot of cooldowns, but both sides actually did. Oh, okay. I get, yeah, he has one ward close to the big jungle there, which allowed him to get that charge. Very nicely done, Slayer. Close to the river. Oh, Big Num dropped another ward. Yeah, those wards are very good because they are hard to remove, and it gives Slayer the capacity to go for a charge like that one. He's actually having a much better game than I expected, this Spirit Breaker. Probably at the cost of the TA having the worst game of her life, but you know, he's making the best out of it, as the TA is now somehow the second in net worth. Very surprising, but this means Roshan now will be taken. Ravages on cooldown, and Falcons, they make use of that window. No response here from the Moneymakers. They are kind of nearby, but not close enough as the Radiant scan. Expecting one angle, but it's actually the other one that gets picked up. Can this Spirit Breaker maybe charge through the Roshan pit? That would be the ideal play. He's kind of waiting for it. Can he somehow steal this agent with a charge? No. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's going to be okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, if he went for the blind charge, that would have been a highlight for sure. Oh, Big Num gets his ulti off with the Calling. So far, the Tusk is very low. Still alive. Tumbler's Toy. Dragon Slave does not connect. And with that beautiful Eclipse, both Luna and Muerta will be muertos. And that is a 2-for-0 here They thought that ward in the lane was an advantage, but he baits them into a very, very bad fight. And now with the TP mid, Koi 1-2, Money Makers, what's happening? Slayer's gonna be fine. Yeah, this is gonna be fine for a corpse. This 12 cat is now going to follow. Poor Watermelon cannot catch a break, and the Tide gets spinned to a tree and devoured by all of the Falcons. Yep. Oh, instant TP, by the way. So it just goes to the fountain there. Some push in the top side. Falcons. Yeah, they just out of nowhere increase the pace, and it works beautifully. In a way, it was Moneymakers forcing the fight, but still very beautifully done how they go for one fight to the second without really wasting any time. Even the Mars, right? He understands that they're not gonna get any towers out of that. That he's not like there's nothing for him to do in the map. Instant TP base. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be topped up. I'm gonna use this time to farm, and that's okay. We don't need to increase the pace of this game. It's already at a pace we're comfortable with, which I think he's right. They get a very early first Aegis. They have a lot of map control. Tier 2s are still up, but it's just a matter of time if they can keep winning fights like this. Okay.
You have
Little bit of a pause. The Spirit Breaker needed a break, and alright, yeah, let's check some cosmetics there. Yep. That's a little bit. Nope. That's yes, that's better. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Yes, that's much better. Can we check the mustache on this Luna mount here? Has a little bit of a mustache. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Kind of an old cat. Okay. We are back here. Everyone respawn. They do have Ravage, but with that Aegis on Falcon's side, it might be hard here for Moneymakers to really do anything. They might just be better off farming the map, splitting up the lanes, and hoping for this Aegis to expire. Like, they're not going to go high ground here as Falcons unless Moneymakers really drops the ball. Which hopefully is not going to happen. We like games like we like our coffee. We like them long. I don't know where I was going with that joke. Oh! Skitter! Holy moly, that was a close one. 15 HP in the Luna, but yeah, he's a pro player. That's perfectly calculated. Yes, we knew exactly what's gonna happen. Time for the Wisdom runes here. It will be picked up by the TA. Yeah, there we go. Lucas picks it up. The other one's still alive. Maureen's just gonna get some deluxe treatment from the Pugna there. The butler treatment. As we do see a Midas on this layer. So straight up Midas Spirit Breaker. Hoping for the levels, hoping for a longer game as a smoke is going to happen. Igor doesn't have his eggs. In fact, he's very far away. They're looking here, but Amar, he can feel it. I heard a coil somewhere, and it's on the TA. That's the worst target. Lucas, my friend, drops the refraction at the right time, dodges a little bit of the damage, but he's still being ticked down by that shard on the Tusk, and they will lose TA. Good Ravage onto 4, but he barely does anything. They find one Pugna kill at the expense of not one hero, but now 2 Slayer. Will be taken by Amar, and that's a mega kill streak for him, and 22 minutes of gameplay. I guess they did get the Aegis from the Luna, right? Yeah, I think that was taken away. Yeah, let's rewatch that. So very, very good find on Lucas. He doesn't have a BKB as long as he gets coiled. Like, if you would look at their draft, and there's not that much damage over time on Falcons, but they have so much lockdown that it doesn't matter. Like, the TA just dies because she's gonna be pinned down and stuck in a shard or a coil for ages. Alright, so tier 2s are still up. Moneymakers somehow not losing as much net worth from those fights as I expected. Especially, if the TA dying, I would expect her to be the biggest farmer there. But Luna obviously keeping the net worth up as Big Num with his Yeah, he's dead. Try to use... Oh, Pipe plus that Glimmer Cape does buy a little bit of time, but they don't have any Ravages. They don't have any hopes, as the Coil will be dispelled by the Tidehunter. He's going to be slowed down by 70,000 different spells, and with the Shard, he dies, as now Mr. Big Num gets taken away, and the Muerta is dead. And slowly but surely here, Falcon ramping up the pace of this game, knowing there was no Ravage. They just go for this fight, and yeah, I mean, all they can do on Moneymakers is farm, because this Lina needs her eggs to be useful, and she's not close to it, unfortunately. No Aegis though, so looks like Falcons will not try to go high ground or anything crazy. They're gonna keep on farming, rotating towards this mid side of the map, maybe even poke at a tier 2 if they want to, but with the Ravage about to be ready on Tide, that could backfire, so you gotta be very careful about it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. Nothing happening so far, as 12 Cat does have Ravage available now. Spirit Breaker actually got the best neutral for himself. That Bullwhip is very good. It allows him to almost clear the creep waves, I believe. As 12 Cat doesn't really have a Blink Dagger, but it's very awkward for them to really position here for this fight. They're gonna have to give up this tier 2 tower. There's nothing they can do. 12 Cat will be fine here. Charge from Slayer. Oh, okay. Does have Shadow Blade. Not gonna be detected here. He's actually about to surpass the Tidehunter. He's gonna become a core, this Spirit Breaker. But you know, at the expense of everyone else also not having farm. We talked about Lina and T8 competing with farm, and now you have a third one just sapping farm that it's... Like, obviously he can get the farm that's a bit harder to collect, but I still wonder if that's how your 5 should be playing, you know? It's a little bit weird, at least for me. Now they're gonna group up for the last tier 2 tower here on the side of Moneymakers. No real response. It's been a Falcons game through and through. Yeah, I think this is just gonna fall. There's no intentions here. Moneymakers, they want to defend their high ground, which is probably the right choice. Like, I don't even mind that they're not defending. At the end of the day, like, they need this Blink Dagger if they want to fight. And even with the Blink Dagger, like, what's the follow-up? TA also needs one. Lina needs her eggs. They need a lot. Can we check the items here? Do we have, you know... okay, so Blink... yeah, Blink on TA. What about the Lina? Tusk has a Blink as well. What about the Lina here? What do we have for her?
Top tower is under attack.
Well, Luna has BKB and that Hurricane Pike. Very, very farmed. Mars going for that Side of Eyes. Very popular item. Just gives you a lot of control, as Lucas and Slayer are close to ATF here, maybe unaware of that, as they will travel to the other side. Lots of Moneymaker heroes in the top side, but yeah, looks like ATF doesn't cross the twin gates. It's gonna be on the Radiant side. And okay, 20 seconds for Roche. Oh no, they're smoking with Roche being so close in the mid lane. There's also something happening here. This Tidehunter with that pipe trying to sustain, but it's so much physical damage from Skitter that he's not going to be able to live. Doesn't drop the Ravage. And oh man, Roche is actually alive. They could have potentially maybe went for it. And now it's Falcons going high ground here. And Big Num trying his best with the dead shot. They have buyback on the Tide. Slayer did cut a wave, it seems like, so that's nice. They're going to... yeah, they're gonna run out of... they cannot go high ground anymore. Very nicely done, once again, by the Spirit Breaker. Just cutting that wave. And this is now positioned to get the Wisdom Rune. Oh no, they find the Muerta, they drop a ward. Instant jump, no buyback for her as the Laguna Blade finds crit, so they trade support for support. How much more can Falcons pressure this, as we do see the Spirit Breaker about to steal a Wisdom Rune. He's on the other side there. just chilling, but they're gonna lose their own Wisdom Rune as it is Maureen that picks it up. Oh, and a double damage on the book as well. Roche is up throughout this entire time, by the way. I'm actually kind of surprised that Falcons didn't try to do it themselves. Lucas, no, also doesn't check Roche. Just gonna cross to the other side, maybe try and cut a wave or two. Slayer's doing the same thing. Okay. Puck just slowly wearing this down. Igor does have that Eggs, does have a Blink as well. If they get a good Ravage, he can explode anyone, including the Luna or Puck, if you hit that Ravage. But that's the hard part. Yeah, Roche is up, looks like Falcons. They're gonna go for it. That's a very menacing Roche, look at that. No scent ahead for him, as he will die. Very nicely done here. Skitter working towards that Silver Edge. Very good against the Tide. Very good against the Spirit Breaker as well. Yep. That tag team, very strong. And they will quickly get rid of Mr. Roche. No response here for the Moneymakers. They've been in the back foot the entire game. They're really, trusting their high ground. Which, yep, there you go. That's a dead Slayer. Nicely done. Maureen and the boys get it. They did use Arena for that, but I don't think they care. They really do not care. Zigor is just farming some ancients here, using that ward, using the little bit of vision they have to try and keep up in net worth, which he, did a decent job. Both him and TA are farm, but there's a cost involved with that farm. A cost we might not be ready to discuss here. The gold advantage is so small, but the momentum is just not there. And I believe the experience is probably gigantically on the side of Falcon. The only reason the gold is close is that they have like really fast farmers on the side of Moneymakers. Alright. We'll see what's going to happen here. Break of the charge finds the Pugna, but the LSA is gonna miss. They're forced into. Oh no, this is a terrible fight. This Ravage straight up awful as 12 cat. Oh, look at that. The cheese consumption from crit. They finally get one kill, but they literally use all of their spells. They have to get the hell out, and I'm surprised they only lost one. Only Slayer falling, but yeah, maybe I was a little bit hasty as they lose Muerta as well. Oh, that was such a bad fight. They missed the LSA. The Pugna gets all of his spells off. They Ravage nothing. But, yeah, the high ground is still very scary. TA traps. Buybacks are going to be there as well. And they know there's no arena here for Moneymakers, so forcing is a bit too much. Can be dangerous, especially with the buybacks there. We'll see whether Falcons is going to be able to really deal with this as the second trap gets used. Lots of damage here onto Amar, but Side of Vice with the spear locking down the TA into that little building. Skeeter, not afraid, keeps on moving. The illusions, the glaives are bouncing like crazy as the creeps are falling. The glyph came a little bit too early. Charge onto Snake and gets cancelled. Slayer will be able to sidestep the spear, but it's still such a hard game. Oh, they do get the LSA, but a suck from the Pugna is gonna be enough. Skeeter, very tanky boy, will survive. Okay. Slayer looking for a creep to Midas. We might find that he actually finds crit. That's a very important kill. Nether Strike onto the Pugna, LSA on cooldown as Day King with the Glimmer Cape trying to get out. Slayer will be found, has a buyback, and is holding on to it. Side of Eyes onto the TA, good spear. This could be disastrous here for Moneymaker. I'm not sure Lucas has a buyback, and he does not. His BKB maybe recently purchased. He dies as Big Num's gonna be next, and this is awful. It feels like they always going for a support and the cores are just waiting there. Okay, I heard a Laguna Blade, so Igor finds one. Can he TP out? Should be able to do so. But, you know, now Laguna Blade is on cooldown. Skitter still has his Aegis. That's a minute and 11 seconds he has left. And creep waves... Actually, the waves are not pushed enough. Mid lane is... Yeah, they're gonna have to push one of those waves. Maybe this could be enough time for Moneymakers here to lose only one Rex. Because 50 seconds of Aegis might not be enough for them to get everything. As the TA is still dead though. But that's the problem. What is a Ravage even doing if you don't have the damage of that TA? That TA barely did damage the entire game, to be honest. It was always in recovery mode. That hero cannot afford a lot of deaths. Good side of vibes, but the 4-staff, Igor will be able to stay alive. But he already committed his eggs, so he doesn't have that burst of damage for long. 12 cat will be fine, but not the barracks. The barracks, that's the second set that he's gone. Very good Laguna Blade, but Maureen doesn't really look like a fairy. Looks like a freaking dragon. How much HP he has? Because I'm surprised he took so little damage. The puck. He might, yeah, 2.7k. Maybe they have, yeah, they have the pipe aura as well. That's why he was able to survive. Lina, not 25 just yet, so that pure damage is not available. As the Slayer Spirit Breaker gets a shard. That's nice. Oh, crit. Very nice kick. That's a goal. That is a goal in my book. They get a very nice shard blocking his path. No 4-step, and he's gone with no buy. Jump in. They find Alina. Igor has no buy as well. The beginning of the end is here. The Lucas tip is just the salt on the wound, ending this game number 1 just as I expected. Falcons, they stomped. I gotta be honest, this was not even close. From beginning to the end, it was Moneymakers in the back foot. I feel like the supports played pretty well, but the draft was just really bad. The draft did not allow for a lot of mistakes, and this TA died 3 times in 10 minutes. Like, there's nothing you can do. So, not only that, but the TA was against a Spirit Breaker, was with a Spirit Breaker in lane. It's just not the strongest lane. Sometimes you see, you know, your Undyings and other strong laners really give that start for the TA. That never happened. I think the draft was bound to fail, and they tried to steal the Lina from Maureen. The Lina gameplay was nice, but there was never a chance that they could actually play actual Dota. They were just getting pickoffs or being the pickoffs for Falcon. I feel like their draft was way more balanced. You could see how, especially ATF and Crit, they had a lot of synergy in lane. They were high-fiving, they were going for denies, you know, in perfect synchrony. I think they're looking really good, Falcons. I still have, you know, some doubts about how Maureen can look with heroes that are not like his 3 best heroes. And no, this was a game showcasing that, you know, his Puck is just as good as, you know, his Lina and Razor and his Primal Beast. So very nice showing from Falcons. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep up, or if Moneymakers with a better draft can take this series to a game number 3. I'm Bowie, and we should be back in about 7 minutes, so stay tuned. We're going to be back.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with Pinnacle and their 25th year anniversary tournament, and this is going to be game 2 between Falcons and the Money Makers. Game number 1 was a little bit underwhelming from Money Makers, although I want to attribute a decent part about that because of their draft. So hopefully we're going to see something a bit more balanced. They tried to steal Lena's, they tried to steal Maureen's Lena in their draft, and I think that kind of made the draft weird, but the bad part was when they picked TA after the Lena. I think stealing the Lena was an interesting idea, but you have to be able to kind of fit that piece within everything else that you have, and I don't think Lena TA is really that good of a combination. I would like to see the win rate for that duo in competitive. I would assume it's not high. It's probably not popular, so there might not be that many data sets, but you know, just out of thinking how those 2 heroes want to play, it does feel a bit weird, and when one of those 2 heroes fail, it's just so much pressure that the other one has, and the pressure was not alleviated. In fact, there was so much pressure from Falcons from minute 0. I think they played the top lane the best out of every other lane, but even the other ones, I think, pulled their weight. We saw Maureen with a lot of really good rotations. Skeeter, you know, was taking towers at minute 12, joined his team, level 8, just going in with the Pugna. There was definitely a lot of synergy there, and yeah, let's take a look on the draft and see what's gonna happen. Moneymakers, I assume they're gonna go for the same strategy here, Razor and Primal ban. But you know what, I would love to see the Lena banned and giving away the Primal. I feel like for Falcon specifically, Lena might be a stronger hero than Primal. That's not even counting the fact that Primal did get some nerfs and Lena stays untouched. But you know, they prepared this way, and they're gonna go the same way as they actually banned the Spirit Breaker this time. Alright. I still don't understand so much value given to this hero, because every time a team picks it in this tournament, it loses, unless it's core, which they did not do, and which is hard to do if you're first picking the hero, right? You know, they ended up swapping it to 5, and I guess it did a, like, it does a lot of stuff later into the game, but the lane is so bad. Like, this hero is just not a great laner. That's one of the weaknesses of the hero. I don't think I'm being a hater when I say that. Pugna is the hero they choose for themselves. They're gonna take that away from Snake King. I already like their opener way more, so I'm happy about that. Now, what are the bans they're gonna go for? Do you ban the Lena? Are you still gonna steal the Lena for yourself? What exactly is gonna happen here? Questions that we need answers for. I'm trying to remember the bans that they went for here. I think it was something like... so they first picked Spirit Breaker on one side and Pugna was the second pick on the other. And then they banned Spectre. I think it was something like Spectre... Kunkka maybe. No, Kunkka's already banned. Kunkka was banned for them. Oh, they take away the Mars. So they might be trying to get the Lina again. Okay, I mean, I like that. If you're going for the Lina, you bend the Mars, and you don't go TA carry. That sounds lovely for me. I think that's a good adaptation. We'll see if Falcon's going to be able to find another way to handle the Lina. Okay, so they take away the Grimstroke, expecting the Puck to still be available. Okay. Alright, You have my curiosity now, moneymakers. Now, okay. Okay, guys, just a second. I have an issue here. Alright, never mind. We see a Chen being picked up. What the... I mean, I'm not that surprised. Obviously, Zoo got a couple of buffs, and with the Pugna being banned, they decide to go for the Zoo, something that Pugna is kind of hard, kind of bad at dealing with. They will steal the Lina again. What was the other support that they had? It was... oh, they go for the Centaur. Interesting. So they want to give another layer of protection here for this Lina. Okay. I'm listening. I'm listening. What is Falcons going to do about that? So they already have something that is that I consider pretty good against Centaur, being the shards, right? Even though the Lina with eggs can transverse it, in general, when you OT a Centaur, it's gonna be hard to like go around it. It's not that easy to... Like, Centaur is not a counter to Tusk in that sense. So, I'm not that big of a fan of the Centaur when you see the Tusk on the other side, but I guess the Centaur is a tanky boy that can deal with the... He has like a lot of AoE damage to deal with the creeps. Falcons, they're gonna go for the Puck, which I'm not surprised. I'm actually happy that they banned the Grimstroke. I think that's kind of the combination that could screw the Lina over, just having Inkswell on Puck and all that damage. That's nice. And now Falcons, you can pick your offlaner now if you want to, or you can pick your carry, knowing that the lane is probably gonna be Centaur Pugna. Picking the carry kind of makes more sense here, actually. We'll see what they're gonna do. So when you look at the moneymakers, they have two squishy heroes on the Pugna and the Lina, Centaur being pretty tanky. You also have a Chen, so you might want a melee carry for Falcons. Something, you know, Spectre is available. Very good against Lina with Puck. I think having that second target to get on top of Lina is nice. I wonder if that's the route they're gonna go for, because Spectre is available. Centaur is kind of an annoying laner, I think. Spectre is not the strongest hero, but Chen might be able to offset that. You're gonna have, you know, a lot of regen, some aura, some creeps to kind of help you fight and go through the hardest part of the game. I do like Spectre. I think it's kind of the meta hero that kind of fits what they want to be doing this game, which is explode heroes, and there you go. They do go for the Spectre. Now for moneymakers, what is left here? Okay, now that is some cheese. That is some fermented, expensive cheese right there. I love it. This here is very strong. They are picking that without knowing the offlaner, which I think is right from Falcons, going for the Spectre here. So they will be able to at least get a decent lane against that, although I'm not necessarily sure what lanes well against the Lone Druid. But I like it. I think Lone Druid is very strong. He's a very strong hero, basically. That's what I want to say. It gives them siege alongside the Pugna. It means that it's very different than TA, right? It's a tankier hero, can hold his own in a fight. I like it, and they don't have that much burst damage on Falcons, right? The Pug Spectre Chen literally has no burst damage at all. Same for Tusk. So they need this offlaner that ideally lanes against Lone Druid well, but also brings burst damage or damage. I'm not sure which hero is that. I want this like maybe a Necrophos? I mean, against Lina it's probably really tough to pick Necro though. And they are taking their time here with the bans instead of Moneymakers, really trying to understand what exactly is that they need. I'm not sure. So they banned the Night Stalker. I wonder if Darkseer is a possibility here. Just jumping the Lina with the vacuum is nice. If the Lone Druid goes for Radiance, you also get that for... I'm assuming you get a Bear Illusion now that he's a hero, right? That should be true. I didn't see that interaction just yet, but I'm assuming you get a Bear Illusion. Which sounds weird, but should happen. Luna ban. Oh, wait, what? What's happening here? I think it's center support. An offlane Lone Druid. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, that is a thing that happens. I made a video about this. And they banned Morphling as well. Okay. Very interesting. But they might be right with the Luna ban. Yeah. Center support. Can actually trade against the Chan, against the creeps. You get the OT anyways. I wanna say that I like it. Now Moneymakers. Possible bans here. Offlaners that are strong, and I guess if they're picking their carry, then we also have to think about the carry that they want. So it's not that easy for me to predict what they want. Bruce also out. I guess Mag is probably the hero that comes to mind as still available here for Falcons. But he doesn't bring the damage that we want, the damage that we need. That's a tough one. I'm not sure there's a lot of obvious heroes here for Falcons to pick up. Legion Commander also doesn't bring you the burst damage. Dawnbreaker doesn't bring it. I guess Axe? I don't know. Has to be a ranged hero as well. Yeah, I think Moneymakers did it. I think this is a really good draft for them. There's no obvious answer for Falcons here. Like, can you dazzle offlane? Something like that. It's not burst damage, but it's something. Yeah, they're gonna have to... Oh, okay. It is burst damage. Interesting. Huh. Now that's a hero I kind of forgot existed, because he's not picked that much, but this is nice. You do have 2 strength melee cores, and then you have 6 heroes in a way, since Lone Druid's Bear is a hero. We're going to be using the Warding Death against all of it. It is a universal hero at the end of the day. But you're also against a lot of magic damage. This is a tough one. I have no idea. I think that's probably the best pick they had, Falcons. And they played really well, but if there's a game we're going to see Moneymakers win against Falcons, it's going to be this one. I think their draft is solid. I think the Lina from Igor looked amazing, and now you're giving Lucas a much better carry for the situation you're in, having this very greedy Lina, sapping so much farm from the map. The center support, I think, is very strong, actually underrated even. And yeah, I kind of think this is going to be an even game. I still maybe slightly favor Falcon, but probably like a 55-45. Maybe even 55 for Moneymakers, just because I really like the draft that they had. That Lone Druid is such an underrated hero. We'll see though. I'm a big fan that they actually kept the same strategy, which was getting the Lina for themselves and the way that they like the bans and everything, but they actually altered the strategy in a way that one, Falcons did not expect, and two, that is actually much superior than what they did in game 1. So very kudos to whoever is drafting for them. I personally like it, and we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to execute it. Oh, there you go. We're gonna see some beautiful faces right there. That's Mr. Maureen, as always, with his faint smile. ATF. So, in a moment of all right, my friends, we should be getting ready to cast some Dota 2 right here. We just have a small little hiccup, but as soon as it's up, we're gonna be there. But now, I want you guys to tell me what you think. You can write in chat. Who do you think has the better draft? Who's taking this game and who's taking this serious? Because, because we're starting the game right now, so you better be sure you know who you're cheering for, because the match is already on the way and you have a double smoke. This could be hype, or not actually, because there's like a Timbersaw in the mid lane. ATF was literally yawning. He was like, yeah, guys, I'll be going there. Don't worry, I'm gonna get there eventually. So, not really anything major happening here. Very long wraparound for Moneymakers, kinda apparently avoiding the ward that they expect to be in the cliff, and they're blocking the small camp from Chen there. I do like that a lot, so that the Chen is not going to be able to get those early creeps against them. Very interesting that they block together that camp. Alright. This is probably a really hard lane for the Lifestealer, now that I think about it. Like, you don't want to be raging to dispel Warding Death. It's such a huge... like your base damage is gonna be non-existent if you get Warding Death. So yeah, I don't know. This might be a really tough one. This might be again a game where Lucas is gonna be a little bit sad, as Maureen going for the body blocks here. See the same thing here for Igor. Had a pretty good showing against Maureen in game number 1. I think his Lina did a good job. Probably, I think he played well. It's just that the nature of Lina as a hero just, I think, takes away a lot of what the carry wants to be doing. So you need a carry that's like used to or willing to be this space creator. As we do see Lucas already kind of low in HP here. Yeah, that's losing that primary attribute's not a fun thing, but it does mean that this Timbersaw doesn't have his passive. So potentially here's Lair could do a lot of damage. I've seen Timbersaws that actually start, I think it was actually Whisper. He started with the Ring of Protection and didn't really get the passive at all. Not the case here for now, but maybe he can actually go for some Wraith Band on the Timbersaw, just so he can have the armor and not worry that much about the passive. Oh, there you go, Lucas. He's just dead, and that was a really good last pick. Falcons, you guys know what you're doing, huh? And almost as if you guys are very good players, all of you. Yeah. Timbersaw Dota. That was really smart by Falcons, just picking the spec as 4th, waiting. They also read the Centaur like a book. Obviously, it was a very early centaur, so you can kind of guess that they're trying to flex it or something like that. But still, very nicely done as 12 Cat, having a pretty decent time bottom. Just Maureen did not dodge the Dragon Slave. We did talk about it in game 1. It's not easy to dodge that. Oh, Maureen gets himself a little courier, but he's very low. Takes the Dragon Slave to the face, will not die, has no bottle, but it means that Igor also doesn't have his bottle because his courier got sniped. Oh, damn. Oh, and Alpuck has his, so ooh, this could actually totally shift the matchup. This Lina is gonna be this sad. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe you have to die as a support, and I mean you cannot refill the bottle though because the courier is dead. But maybe once the courier spawns, you die and you TP with the bottle. I don't know. This is a tough one, as we do see. 12 Cat is at least having a pretty good time here. Just like the Timbersaw, it is a good matchup having the Lone Druid against the Spectre. Snaking finally gets a couple of creeps. He never unblocked the camp that they blocked in the bottom side, but now gets to have a little bit of a purge creep. That's nice. Top lane, still a Amar show, 16-3 against the 11-1 of Lucas, and I mean I'm not surprised. Like this, he's gonna suffer this game. There's no denying it. Oh, a TP here, a little bit of a sneaky one as the snowball onto Big Num, looking for the shard, still holding on to it. The stun lands as Kidder. They do not proc that root, which means now 12 Cats being damaged. Can they proc that root? They get it, but it's not enough. It's a shitty one. It's a very shitty one. The Spectre will live and the Lone Druid will fall. Crit with a perfect rotation bottom, and Falcons 3-0. Alright. They understand that the Timbersaw. Yeah, I can rewatch that. There we go. Good stun. Good stun from Big Num right there, but not enough. And 12 Cat, I think he played the best he could. You know, try to go for the kill. That's the best you're gonna get. Yeah, that root didn't last long enough. It's not what he needed. And I assume he still has a bear, because I don't think he resummoned. So this is not the end of the world. It's tough when you resummon the bear, and yeah, there you go. Does have one bottom. But now if he dies in the next 100 seconds, that's when he's going to be actually sad. Yeah, corrosion is up. So you do have decent way here to get on top of the Spectre. And that Spectre actually, second point in the passive, not that common, but against such an aggressive lane, you probably want that. You're just trying to survive and rush that blade mail to start actually farming items. Alright. What about the mid lane here? It doesn't feel like the career snipe really changed things too much. Igor is still 27-13, arguably doing a better job than he did in game number 1. So despite Maureen's best efforts, this lane is still very hard, and I think that's how it's supposed to be. We also see Crit in the mid lane, trying to find an angle here, but that's a hard kill. That's a really hard kill, and also there is a Pugner nearby. Yeah, he will find Snaking, but yeah, he's just gonna be dragging the creeps here as Igor looking for that LSA, doesn't find Snaking. Laguna Blade! Holy smokes, that was close from Crit trying to get the dodge, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. Maureen, no coil just yet as he takes a lot of damage, gets the illusion somehow. He goes into 3 heroes. Alright, Maureen. Alright. You gotta have some balls to do that. You gotta have some big balls.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. So top lane, level 5 on Amar, level 4 on Lucas. This has to be a Midas game for this Lifestealer. You cannot really expect to be able to do anything in this game. Yeah, it does have it queued up. Yep. Rage. And that's it. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. I wonder if that's a game where like you try to max rage just so you have this spell. I mean, it's probably awful, but like maybe that possibly increases how long you can stay in the lane. We do see Big Num getting the Wisdom rune, so it's 1 for 1. No surprises there. As Amar keeps on doing his thing here in the top lane. Is there a hero that can sit top and defend this? Like, can you send the laundry top? I don't think you can. Maybe you can, but that's gonna severely destroy his game. So I guess you just give away top and you find a place for this lifestealer. That's Maureen farming a huge stack. That's 4? I think that's 4 large camps. He's been stacking for himself the entire time. Very nicely done. Even has this clarity here, so he's gonna have some decent mana if they try to fight for the next rune, which I assume he wants to. Yeah, I already see crit. That's actually quite interesting, right? When you see the support in the mid lane, you expect the mid to be ganking, but in fact he's just farming that stack, and this probably makes money makers play way more passive than they usually would. But at the same time, crit gets experience. The Pug farms without any danger. I mean, they didn't get the rune, but I still feel like that's a pretty cute little play there for the Pug. Wants to finish that Witch Blade to start getting some damage. Phase Boots finish on 12 cat. And I mean, the Spectre is actually behind the Lifestealer. So despite the Lifestealer looking like a little potato. Oh, okay, Igor. Maybe wanted to go for that play, but doesn't get the initiation. Wastes a fair bit of time. As in the mid lane, we do see a little bit of pressure here. They don't have the Pugna, so it's gonna be a bit awkward. Oh, Coil instantly with the Spectre ulti. Skeeter wants to get that kill. He's very poor. Can they save this Lina? No, they cannot. Igor falls, but they want to try and at least get something for their trouble. Big No one gets infested. Will be able to live for now as they do get the Decrepify to save that Centaur. Crit looking for a way out. Drops his wand. Still alive. Can they get a good stun? Crit will be dead. It's kill that Slayer picks up, but still not a good trade. You're gonna lose your Lina. Sure, you defend your tower for a bit, but still definitely not what they wanted here for the moneymakers. Still, the Spectre not having a fun time. 3.6k gold. Not a lot of impact just yet, and unlike the Luna, that is a hero that farms very, very slowly. And that's also a game where they were not able to open up the map as effectively as they did in game number 1, right? Game number 1, they got that early bottom tower, they just rushed into the mid one, and that pretty much like paved the way for the Luna to be gigantic. Not only, oh, I heard a haunt somewhere, I'm sorry about that, as Maureen looking for a coil. Drops it on the Pugna. Actually, a 1 there. Nicely done. Maureen doesn't dodge the stun. He just explodes to the Nether Ward. Nicely done. Snaking will be next as Falcons. They overextend. They just dive the triangle here. Oh, my boy Big Num is going to be fine. He's a big boy. Ooh, yeah, that's a little risky. But he does live through it all. And Slayer with the Nether Ward. That's how they were able to kill that Puck. A lot of mana being used as they find an LSA. Can they get a good route? 1 hit's not enough, and that's all he got. So Skinner will live.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Oh. Oh, that's a play. That's definitely a play. Now, can he last hit this way? Alright, no, let's keep watching. Oh no! He was... Come on! We lost the last hit. Alright, let's go back mid. I mean... Okay, let's follow the guy a little bit. They defended mid. Tower's fine. He's gonna join as a catapult, actually. Oh, somewhere the... How did the laundry die? What? Amar killed him. Oh boy. That's problematic. That's not good. Amar is so farmed, actually, which is expected. That was a really good last pick. Timbersaw in. They're yet to really acquire enough burst damage to be able to kill him. Yeah, the Pugna's gonna be good. The Crepify, once the Lina is strong enough, is also gonna be good. But not there just yet, as we do see that aggression here from Amar, looking for Big Num. Still not level 6, and the Courier of the Poor Centaur gets taken down. That was a TP that he lost. And that toilet paper would be very nice right now, because he gotta be shitting himself with that Timbersaw just running at him. There's not gonna be any engagements. Coil with the Spectre going in. That's a kill. Skitter actually picks it up. Nicely done for him, as he is now 1-0-4. Despite that rough start, he is keeping up in net worth with the Lifestealer. A Lifestealer that I assume completed his Midas now. He was working on it for a while. We'll see. Yep, okay. He does have that Midas. Working towards his armlet. No big surprises there.
Radiant are scanning.
Slayer going for some double stack arenas. That's okay. The Lina is pretty farmed. I believe this is a game where Igor is going to be able to get to that eggs much faster than game number 2. And this might be how they kill Amar. As long as they get a good initiation with the Decrepify, the amount of damage they have is insane. Right? Like, Lina already gets so much damage, but if you can Decrepify the target she's going on, like, there's no way they're going to survive. You even have the center damage on top of it, but he still needs at least his 6 and possibly a Blink Dagger. In fact, Crit is so farmed that he's gonna get a faster Blink Dagger than he got in game 1. 2, 1, and 2. Okay. Not too shabby, as the mid tower slowly being chipped. Okay, they find a LSA here. They're gonna drop the Nether Ward with the Diffusal Blade. Oh, the... okay, no. The center ulti, not enough gap close. Nicely done by Crit there, holding him down with the Walrus Punch. That was supposed to be a kill, and now Amar shows up out of nowhere, gets that kill. Falcons, they are way too good. Oh, Skitter. Yeah, that was really beautifully done. And they're going to find the stacks as well. So the Ancients are going to be quickly taken care of by Amar. They don't have vision here as moneymakers to know that this is happening. They might suspect it's happening. And in fact, the little Pugna using... yeah, I'm not sure about that. Your Decrepify does nothing. Really good LSA. Oh my lord, he dodged the LSA with the snowball mid-air. And now the Laundry is dead. That's a disaster. But that was so nicely done. Wow. I mean... yeah, gotta clap. Chat, we need some claps here. This was really nice. You know, Crit tweeted a while ago that he was looking to become his best self again, the best 4 in the world. He has a lot to prove, but you know, that's not a bad start. He's been looking very good in these games that we're watching here, as Lucas gets the rage off, looking for an infest, and a Satyr is what he's going to find. Becomes a purple man. But he has no one to really fight with him. Yep. That's not effective way to farm. There you go. That's better. Regent's back to full HP. I mean, he's gonna finish an armlet at 16 minutes. That is not good. That is not ideal. And unfortunately, you know, the Laundry, despite all the farm that he has, I think the 2 kills he tried to go for failed. So they tried to, they tried to use the Diffusal Blade. Okay, they go for Snake King. Nice LSA. That's a lot of burst damage. That's a dead Snake King, but that's just a support. What else can they do? As now the orb flies Igor. They are trying to run away, and the puck runs to the other side. LSA finds Crit, so they do not get the gap close. Finally, with Skitter they do, and Big Num still trying to fight on the back lines. Will fall as well, so that's a 2-for-1. Crit is very low, very low, and he will not die as Amar shows up to save the day. Oh, never mind, he actually did die. Lucas somehow got the kill. But that's a 3-for-2. And that's 2 supports for 2 cores. For 1 core plus 2 supports, which equals 2 cores in my book. Very nicely done by Falcons once again. And yeah, they are losing their temper a little bit. They're getting desperate. That is like the definition of desperate. You just OT and run at a Chan. You use everything. Oh, Amar. A Blink Dagger will not fall to the center. It's gonna be fine. He's going for a side. Okay. Alright, so the guy is very farmed. He is incredibly strong, and if they can get a side from Lucas, then there's nothing he can really do. He's going for this Desolator. Lincoln's is not even close to being a thing for him. I guess the center OT could be a way to save him if the Tusk is not nearby, but he will be. I'm sure he will be. Dragon Scale. It's going to be picked up here. They have a lot of Blink Daggers on Falcons, right? Tusk. Puck pretty much has one. You get the Tusk, the Timber, and Spectre pretty much also has one. So that gap close, the effective gap close they have is insane. 4 heroes that can be like pretty much anywhere. And that's the tough part here, because this Lifestealer right now not tanky enough to withstand that. Igor, same thing as... Oh man, I thought he was gonna get a better timing on the eggs, but he actually has no gold towards the eggs, Igor. 400 gold is what he has. And now they're gonna Roche. Okay. Not the best Roche lineup with the Tusk. You actually increase it fast enough, and the Chan definitely also makes it a bit easier. As now Maureen will pick up the Aegis. And somehow with a Spectre lineup that got destroyed, Falcon seems to be further ahead than they were in game number 1. Igor with a Haste Rune. Looking for initiation here. That's a missed coil.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Huh. Nothing really happening right now, as we do see that Midas helping a little bit against the Chen. Alright. Oh, great with the initiation. Good wall response. Igor has no eggs, will die inside that shard. Now 12 Cat gets the root onto crit, but they do not have enough burst damage. The bear, he will fall, and that's a 2-for-0. The Pugna gets found in the back lines, and now Spectre going for a third one. That Centaur doesn't really look too tanky. That's a dominating streak for the Puck. A double kill for him. That's a tough one with Lucas still not even close to his shard or his Desolator. Falcon's just looking on another level, honestly. Well, when we look at what Moneymakers has, they have decent high ground with this Lina. Problem is, without eggs, they don't actually have the damage to burst down the Timber. I thought that at this stage they already have the eggs, they would potentially go for a good smoke gank. This Lifestealer could infest the Centaur, but Centaur also doesn't have a Blink Dagger. All of the things that they needed for Moneymakers are not there. You're gonna have to wait these Aegis out. Hopefully, I think they can, because the actual high ground of Falcons is weak, but they're being out-farmed at a rate that is a little bit concerning for Moneymakers. Now they go for a smoke. Yeah, that's how they go high ground. You gotta kill 3-4 heroes. If you can do that, then you're really not gonna care about the high ground defense that Moneymakers has. Aegis is over. They are looking for someone, and they're gonna find Igor. That's a big one. The coil's there. He's gonna break the coil, and the Spectre Haunt. We talked about it during the draft. Such a good combination. Having that puck damage alongside the Spectre is just too hard. And now they actually get back to the smoke. Skitter touching base with crit there. Gets the smoke, but I don't think they're gonna find anyone else. Oh, Igor with the big numb tip. Okay, hoping that's a friendly tip. He was like, "Don't worry, guys, we're gonna win." And Igor's like, "Yeah, buddy. Let's be positive." Hopefully that's what happened, but usually doesn't really express that to us watching.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're just being choked right now. There's nothing that they can do. Even without the Aegis, they can barely get out of the map. They're all in their big jungle. A lot of farm being shared from money makers. They're not really making a lot of money right now. As look at those Skelly boys.
Dire's bottom tower
That is a
under attack.
lot of extra damage for the units. And they're taking 2 towers at once. Lifestealer is nearby, but you gotta be careful. 1 Walrus Punch. Does Amar have the Side of Vise already? Because Blink, Vise with Punch. Oh, look at that. Interesting
Dire's
play.
middle tower is under
The
attack.
Timber Chain into
Dire's
Blink.
middle
I'm
tower
gonna
has
scare you
fallen.
into... I'm actually not initiation. I hear a stampede somewhere. Snowball saving the Chen. Look at that little Chen just fine. They're gonna lose the Pugna. So much damage flying out. Lucas gets killed. They're diving the base here with the BKB on Amar. And there's nothing they can do. Another tip. GG flies out. And yep. This is a stomp if I've ever seen one. Even more than game number 1, which I didn't think was possible. They really outclassed Moneymakers, which is expected, right? Everyone is saying the Falcons are supposed to be a tier 1 team. Some people don't believe it, and that's the kind of result you expect out of tier 1 teams. Moneymakers, I think they have a lot of potential. I think they have really good players, but they're not there just yet. And when you actually... Like, if Falcons is playing at their best, this is how it should look like, and I think they delivered. They barely broke a sweat to take this series, and it was honestly a little boring. I wanted a more entertaining game, but Falcons are way too good, right? They qualified. They actually beat teams that were very, very strong to go through the MNA qualifier. Sure, there were not that many teams, but the teams that were there were actually pretty good, and we can see why it took them 4 games, I think, to win the qualifiers. And unfortunately for Moneymakers, they are now not the first of their group. We can take a look on groups now. I believe that Falcons are now the first place. They had 2 points. They win this 2-0, which means they should have 5 points. Sometimes I get confused with the point system in this tournament, but I think that's what it's supposed to be. And it means that Moneymakers loses 2 points, so they should be 0 points. Something like that. But yeah, there's still a series today, guys. But because this was such a fast game, we're gonna be waiting about 40 to 50 minutes until we are back. The next series of the day is going to be... Yeah, let's check the groups and see how it's looking here. There we go. So Falcons, they have 4 points, not 5, and Moneymakers, they're back to 0 because when you lose to 0, you're going to lose 2 points. When you lose to 1, you're going to lose 1 point. In this case, Falcons 1 to 0, which means they get extra 2. Moneymakers, they still have a chance to qualify, especially because when you look at the other teams, you know, Na'Vi didn't really had a good start. And Yellow Submarine, as promising as I think they are as a team, not sure they're ready to really take it to Moneymakers. So in a way, it's probably going to be a competition between Moneymakers and Na'Vi unless Yellow Submarine really improved from the first tournament that they played. That was actually a Pinnacle Cup. So hoping for them to maybe get their act together. They still have not played in this tournament, and that should be coming soon, but not today, because the last series of the day is going to be, as I said, Nemiga versus Vivo Kid Stars. So Eastern Europe versus South America. That's very entertaining, right? You have a big SA team against Nemiga that I think changed 1 player, but we're going to talk about that when it's time. For now, it's time to wait, to take a shower, to get yourself some snacks, and be ready for Dota in about 40 to 50 minutes. I'm going to be back, and I hope you're going to be here as well. So stay tuned and farewell.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. with such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with Pinnacle Cup 25 years anniversary, and this is the last series of the day. I'm Bowie, and I'm going to be casting Vivo Kidstars versus Nemiga. I'm sorry, we had a little bit of a wait time, but I think it was for a good reason, alright? Everyone is rested, everyone is ready for some high-octane inter-regional Dota here with South America versus Eastern Europe. This is going to be really hype. I think we can take a look on the groups and see how both teams are looking. I believe Vivo played one match. Actually, maybe they didn't play any matches. Whereas Nemiga, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check here, has played one. So yeah, there we go. We can see that Nemiga lost their first series, as well as Kidstars. Kidstars, I think, played against the Dudley Boys. They are 2-0 at the moment. And this is going to be a really tough group stage to go through here. We have a lot of big names and only 3 slots available for them. So Alliance definitely looking really good, even though they didn't qualify to ESL Kuala Lumpur. They lost to Secret, which qualified. And now it's really a question of who's gonna be the third team, because Alliance and the Dudley Boys, they are looking quite dominant at the moment, even though Alliance, they have more points, probably because they won their games 2-0 over the Dudley Boys that did not. Anyways, whoever wins here will actually be competing for the third spot. I think losing kind of puts you in a really tough spot unless you lose 2-1, right? Losing 2-1 here is better than losing 2-0. But yeah, this is all conjecture. What we really have to work with is the results that we have so far, and hopefully the draft that should start soon here. But, you know, looking at the two teams, I kind of want to say they are relatively equally skilled. The biggest, I guess, wild card for me is going to be whether the draft is going to play a big role, and also whether ping is going to be a big role. But yeah, we can take a look on the players here. We have Violent playing position 1. Einkrad being position 2. I believe Bpex was not their offlaner in the past, so this might be a new addition here to their lineup. Force Major is the position 4. That is a name that I'm very familiar with. And So Bad being their position 5. Now, if we look at Vivo Kidstars, they are a Brazilian powerhouse. Costabil in the carry position. Analog playing mid. Recently got to 11k MMR, I believe. We have FCR in the offlane. King RD position 4. And KJ in the position 5. They actually did okay at TI. You know, they didn't really get an amazing result, but I think a lot of people probably didn't even expect them to, especially people that don't follow them closely, didn't expect them to lead the first stage of the tournament, but they, you know, went relatively deep into it, and I think they could definitely take Nemiga here. Ping is definitely going to be an issue since they are playing from Brazil. I believe they play around 100 ping, whereas I believe Nemiga probably has 20 to 30. But this is no time for excuses, alright? This is time for some hype Dota 2. So I'm not going to leave my bias really say anything about this series because I am Brazilian. But yeah, I do believe this is going to be quite even. I'm very interested to see how Einkrad and Analog are going to be in the mid lane. I think they played, you know, Analog plays European pubs, so he's probably very familiar with Einkrad. But another thing that I'm kind of curious about is how much Vivo adapted to this new patch. Because I'm seeing teams with different degrees of adaptation. Some players are still like, I believe this whole Spirit Breaker thing is a little bit crazy, like how much they are still giving credit to the hero, like first phase banning it or first phase picking it. Usually when they pick it, they lose, but I think with enough games, we're going to see these players adapt, and hopefully that's not going to be happening too much, or maybe, you know, I'm going to be surprised and understand what the hero's supposed to do. It's just that as a core, if you pick it early, there are so many counters. Morphling specifically was one we saw in day number 1. And as a support, I can't help but feel like you need some enabler, something like a Darkseer. But Darkseer has been dead for a while. That hero, not really very popular. For a lot of reasons, right? Enchantress is very strong, and you can always just dispel the Ion Shell. Even Oracle can show up from time to time. These teams, they don't necessarily pick their 2 supports like instantly, which means that you're not going to see... you don't really get a lot of openings to get Darkseer without having a dispel going against you, which is kind of the tough part. But yeah, we'll see how things are going to be looking like. The draft should be starting soon, I hope, and then that's gonna be the second layer of I guess uncertainty here. Who's gonna draft better? I actually rate Nemiga quite highly, and I think their drafting looks very solid. But I know Vivo Kid Stars, they play TI. I think they have a lot of experience under their belt, especially with lands, and it could prove to be hard for Nemiga to deal with it. Although, in general, I think Nemiga has been playing a bit more often than Vivo, just because they took a break after TI. So there might be more data points, more stuff for Vivo to work with in terms of figuring out exactly how Nemiga wants to play, rather than Vivo, because I believe, did they play any tournaments? They might have played something, but they definitely took a little bit of a break. It's pretty healthy, right? You don't want to like play TI and then just get right back into it. The year's gonna be very long, so many tournaments. Like even now, this is supposed to be like the break before TI, and we already have the qualifiers for ESL. We have Pinnacle Cup. There's EPL happening at the same time. Dota is going crazy, and this is not even the beginning. There's a lot of stuff planned for the next year. But yeah, just babbling a lot here as we wait for the draft to begin. I'm assuming someone must be late, which is very, very Dota-esque, right? There's always, you know, it's always the carry player, man. Carry player smoking a cigar, you know, he's just busy doing something, and all the supports are like calling him. That's how I see carry players. They're just so lazy, bro. All they want to do is farm and just, you know, it grinds my gears sometimes. As a mid player, I wish carry players weren't as lazy. But anyways, yeah, I'm checking here what are the new additions to Nemiga. So, looking at, okay, we do have a draft, but looking at their Liquipedia here, they added Roger recently. So, oh no, never mind. I might be hallucinating here. So yeah, let's take a look on this draft. Instant ban on the TA. Okay, some teams like doing that. Usually Invoker teams like taking the TA just so they have that luxury. But in general, TA seems like a very strong hero, having the flex to mid and safe lane, and in general, hero's quite good. Well, Lone Druid ban is just because FCR is a beast with the hero. I think during the in between TI and the qualifiers, he had like 95% win rate on Lone Druid with like 30 plus games or something. Never got to play it during TI just because he was playing so much of it. Finally, we see the Dazzle ban. Now that is one that I'm a little bit iffy about. Like, surely the hero looks very good, but the nerfs to the Blink Dagger are quite substantial. We'll see how they're going to... Okay, so Kanka goes through. That's a new one. I have not seen the hero go through, and Spirit Breaker is going to be the response. Not sure how I feel about that. I feel like Spirit Breaker as a core might still be viable every single time. I would say it has literally 0% win rate as a support, at least from the games that I cast here. But I'll check it later. I'm gonna check on Spectral GG if the win rate is a bit higher than that. But yeah, just not a big fan of the Breaker. Kanka is still pretty good. I think his nerfs were significant, but not as significant as what Spirit Breaker got, especially if it's mid Kanka, but not entirely sure what they're gonna do with it. So yeah, now they ban the OD. Some very, very specific bans here. This Necro OD, it really feels like they're targeting Aincrad a lot. I know that he likes playing OD and Dazzle. Necrophils might be the same thing, as they do take away the Enchantress. I wonder if this is gonna be some Dark Seer shenanigan. I do, because the Ench ban, like, surely is a very strong hero in this patch. It's not unheard of, but I don't see a lot of Ench bans in this tournament, at least so far. that was not the case. But well, let's take a look on the Spirit Breaker ring right here, guys. All right, hedge your bets. The win rate for Spirit Breaker right now is surprisingly 50%. Okay, I guess I only saw the games that he lost because he does have a 50% win rate during this tournament somehow. Okay. Now AA is going to be the pick here. I wondered if there were any games before. I think there were games before the patch. I could be wrong, but I think the patch dropped on Monday. Yeah, I could be wrong about that, but I feel like there were games pre-patch and this could be skewed. But anyways, AA is the second pick. Very strong against the heart buyers of the patch, like Kunkka. You do have the boat, though, to mitigate a lot of that AA blast damage, as NP somehow goes through. A very strong support. So they do have the flex of the Kunkka going here. Now they pick a Tiny. Lots of flexes here. Kunkka flexing to position 2 and 3. Tiny flexing to position 4 and 2. I do like that. I do like the Tiny against this squishy supports like AA. They're just food for you. And these are two heroes that Analog does play, both the Tiny and the Kunkka. I'm not sure how much I value mid-Tiny. I think the hero is... like, it can be good, but it can also be really bad. There's only 2 games of Tiny in this tournament with a 50% win rate as well, but because there are so many few data points, not sure if I can really... just give it any credit, as Dark Willow gets picked up here for Nemiga. Alright. So it's going to be a position 4 Willow with a position 5 AA, meaning the Breaker is a core. Could even be mid. Some players do like running that. I think it even happened at TI a couple of times, but in general, that is a position 3 hero. But depending on the care that they get here for Vivo Kid Stars, maybe the lane could be too rough for him. We'll see what they do. As Nemiga now, they are aware. It's very hard for them to pick because you look at these Kid Stars heroes and you don't really know anything besides the fact that NP is a support. That's all you know. So they have to choose between picking mid or carry. And both choices are a bit hard. I guess you can probably expect Tiny or Kunkka to be mid. I don't think they're going to be able to flex something else, right? Because that would mean they have to they would have to play Kunkka off with Tiny, and that sounds awful. Or at least to me it sounds awful. So if you consider these are your 2 mid options, so they actually do just grab their Jugger here. Not a hero I've seen a lot, but it did get a buff. So this is the first time I'm seeing Jug being played in a while competitively, actually. This is the first Jug of the tournament as well. Just looking here. No Jug has been picked just yet. As time for Vivo here to get their 4th pick. So you have to either... You know both side lanes pretty much. You know it's going to be Breaker, Willow, and AA Jugger. So you can pick either your carry or you can pick your other support and break the flex of the Tiny. I guess picking the carry probably makes more sense. You already have the matchup and you can still keep the flex towards the 3rd phase. It's probably the best route, I think. So carries that have good matchups against Jug. I guess Void is pretty decent. What other carries available here? I guess Spectre was not touched. I'll go... Jug's actually pretty good versus Spec. So maybe Void is the option. Weaver did not get banned as well. That's a decent one. I think Weaver is probably the best one. Because you can time-lapse AA Blast. It doesn't count as a heal. You can Sukuchi the Omnislash. You're very hard to catch. You build Linkins as well. I really like the Weaver. And they have a decent amount of lockdown for the Weaver to hit too. I'm not sure if that's a super Costa-Bill-esque type hero, but he's a very seasoned player, so I think he can play anything. Yeah, looking at his matches, he has one Weaver match in this week, so should be able to play the Weaver. To me, that's the best option. They could go... Oh, wait, what the actual F? So they're gonna go full-on YOLO your lane. Now the question for me is whether Slaughter is gonna be carry, or if Tiny is the carry. What in the world? Is this like Kunkka support? And they're gonna play mid Tiny and they can still pick another carry? Oh, this draft is... Whoever's drafting for Vivo here, definitely in a different plane of existence. But the Huskar ban probably showcasing here that the Tiny is gonna be core. We'll see. Alright, that's... Okay. This draft is something else for sure. Squeezing the flex picks to the limit here, as now I'm not even sure if the Slaughter is offlane, but we'll see here. We'll see what they're gonna cook up. Not a lot of reserve time here for both sides. For Nemiga, it's very hard to ban here. Like, what do you take away? So they are expecting the Slaughter offlane, Tiny mid, Kunkka support, and they're gonna take away PA. I would probably take away the Void as well. Eventually the Tiny gets an eggs, you have the boat, Void in general. Yeah, I think Void should be fine. Let's see what they're gonna do here. Oh, they take the Luna instead. Interesting. I'm really a meta hero, but I'm not a big fan of the matchup of Jug and Luna. I think it's kind of a hard one for the Luna, although she does farm very quickly. It gives you a little bit more siege than the Void does. Now time for Vivo to ban another one. So that is pretty much only... Oh, so they do go for the Weaver. Nice. And it's gonna be a Slaughter carry. Yeah, I really like this Weaver pickup here. Now for the Nemiga, I'm assuming they need a mid hero unless the Spirit Breaker is gonna be mid, which I think he can be mid, honestly. I wouldn't say Tiny really like is hard to lane against if you're a Spirit Breaker. Have a lot of armor, a lot of base damage. But yeah, if they don't want to go for that route, then you have to pick a mid hero here. Not a lot of options since they removed so many of them. Invoker is still available, right? Yeah. Puck's still available. I like Puck. Coil into charge and A blast seems pretty strong. Oh wait, what? They went for Ember? Alright, that's insane. This is actually insane. I do not understand this draft. We have Ember and Spirit Breaker in the same team. Alright, here's what I'm gonna say. Looking at the heroes of the Nemiga, cannot help but feel like it's impossible to win with that draft. But I feel like by saying that, I'm just asking to be proven wrong. But I cannot in my right mind go with a draft that has Jugger, Ember, and Spirit Breaker in this patch. I just refuse to accept that's a good patch. Those are good heroes. So I'm going with Vivo here. I think they're a good team. I think their draft is fine. They have a lot of minus armor, right? You have the Weaver with a Slaughter on top of that. So even the Solar Crest that the ENP can get, that's a lot of minus armor, a lot of burst damage. And even this Ember might struggle. Like one stun from the Slaughter with like with the minus armor, he can quickly and easily die. But we'll see what's gonna happen here. Not a big fan of the draft that they have on the side of Nemiga. Can see, yeah, that's not King RD, by the way. That's Costabil, and the one that came before him was King RD. But yeah, this is Bowie, and we are about to begin our match of Dota 2 here. As I said, I think the teams are relatively even in skill, but that is a weird draft. I just do not understand that Ember pick whatsoever. I think that the lane is not even good for the Ember. Like, the base damage of Tiny is gigantic. You have a lot of lockdown on the Ember, right? Avalanche, Toss, Slithering Crush. We'll see here how Einkrad's gonna look, because I really respect him as a player. I think he's really, really good. Probably 1,000 MMR higher than Analog, but that Ember Spirit, you know, that actually kind of gives me, it kind of reminds me of Vivo Kidstar's last game at TI, where they played Ember and it didn't look good. And let me tell you guys, Ember did not get any buffs. Ember got 0 buffs this patch. So we'll see how things are gonna pan out. Oh, that's not a mid Tiny actually. So it is going to be a mid Kunkka instead. Okay. I would say that's an easier lane for the Ember, but at the same time, I do feel like I wouldn't mind seeing support Kunkka and mid Tiny. Just that Tiny might be at the same, like, I think he's slightly better than Ember, but definitely also not a meta hero. Definitely not a hero that seems stable or good in a lot of games. As we do see FCR in the position here to break a smoke, possibly, but the wraparound here from Nemiga is very elegant. They do not show, but FCR being kind of lucky, moves to the right side and should actually not be found. King RD gets some vision here of the Spirit Breaker. And are they really trying to do something here? Yeah, I don't think any of the sides are good at killing people. Both sides are pretty bad, honestly. And so nothing's gonna happen here. King RD just filling everyone out as KJ trading a little bit with So Bad. Violent goes for a spin. Good damage. Can they actually get that KJ kill? He will sidestep the Brambles and should be fine. The damage not enough as Violent using the Brambles here to keep himself alive. But can he get back to the lane? This could be problematic. Avalanche is back up. And now they're going to go for the Blood Grenade and the Avalanche here. KJ gets Blood Grenade himself and falls first. But can King RD at least get a counter kill? He has a lot of base damage. He has the boots. But those Brambles are not going to help him as he is forced away. Avalanche in 8 seconds. But a lot of fighting already. And unfortunately, it is going to be no kill here for King RD. Has to walk empty-handed back to the lane. Analog, just looking for those Tidebringers, just moves forward here. Zoning by Einkrad, will not get that range creep unfortunately. Okay. Costabil just using that Sukuchi here to trade with Pepts. I actually not sure how I should call him, as Costabil almost dies. No Sukuchi available for him for a while, as nothing will happen. Everyone pretty low on the side of Nemiga, but they're trading quite well. A lot of aggro being drawn here as KJ looking for a little bit of harass, maybe a deny, but only level 1, so especially without the Sprout is a tough one as Costabil forced to Sukuchi away. No connection is going to happen here. And now the Brambles will connect on Costabil, but not on KJ. A lot of damage flying out. That attack range of the ENP is so obnoxious. And he will be just fine. As Costabil tanks another Bramble there. Not ideal. Possibly leg related. Oh. Another Sprout being used. Costabil looking for the breaker. Gets a charge. No damage flying out just yet. Costabil survives but quickly falls. Can KJ get a counter kill? Looking for the Willow, but the jukes are on point. The Sprout is off the mark and Force Major will be fine. One last right click is not enough and KJ doesn't get the courier either. So Willow now forced to fly back to the base. Still, in terms of CS here, actually pretty decent for the Ember. 11-2 against the 13-4 of the Kunkka. Jug is having a decent time here bottom. But I think this lane starts getting hard once the Slaughter gets level 3, gets level 4. That's when you have Sprint and a point of every other spell. As Analog actually kind of being dove here. That's it's actually unexpectedly low against this Ember Spirit, as now the X is gonna be used. Has Torrent, but he's holding on to it. Finally drops it. Wait, what? Did he dodge the X with a Sleight of Fist? He did. Einkrad, God. Holy moly, that was beautiful. Chat, please clap for that. That was really good.
Dire are scanning.
That was very, very good. Now Analog, pretty low here. Doesn't have mana for his X and a TP back home. He needs about 25 for that to happen, so a lot of pressure here coming from Einkrad. Even the rune itself could be problematic if he's not careful. CR, dragging some creeps. And not doing too well in this lane here. Level 2 against a Jugger that I'm assuming is like level 3, possibly even more. FCR. Pretty interesting aggro here to the left side to make sure that the creeps are gonna take longer. That's a very cool trick. Like when the creeps go back to the lane, it's gonna take longer. Oh, Ember finally dies. A rotation from KJ. We didn't catch it in camera, but it was a kill in the mid lane. Nicely done there by KJ. And that's when this Ember should be careful. Until he's level 6, he is under threat constantly. Despite Analog's low HP, they were able to get enough damage going. Analog, though, will be cold feet? No, actually, somehow walks it off without boots. Interesting. Does have mana for the TP and X back to the base, but he's holding on to it surprisingly. Yeah, there we go. Finally goes for the base, and we'll be able to regen quite a bit. In terms of CS, Costa Bill doing very well. Highest CS in the game, but the Ember ahead of the Conquer, don't see that very often, actually. So, kudos to Einkrad. Surprised that he was able to do so in this lane. Alright.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Courier will fall here. Force Major with that sneaky ward is able to get KJ's Courier. Not sure if the items were delivered or not. Costa Bill already has that Falcon Blade, so it's going to make him a bit tankier. I think in this matchup you definitely need a Falcon Blade. Falcon Blade and Bracer, just to make sure that he is not going to be bursted by all of the garbage they have, especially once AA gets 5. As we do see Violet being very low. The Blood Grenade should suffice, and King RD claims the kill. Nicely done right there, as Analog did crack level 6, so that kill making this lane a bit easier here for Analog. Torrent off the mark, but Analog just wanted to get that damage going with the Tidebringer. X gonna be used. Rune is gonna be on the right side, and it is King RD that picks it up. Very nice rotation by him. We'll be able to pick up that shield rune. And it's so bad being zoned a little bit here. Well, King RD gets the ward as well. Should be just fine. FCR constantly dragging creeps here. Not even attempting to lane against the Jug. And that's surprising to me. I expected that lane to be Slardar favored, but instead it's not what's happening, as Costa Bill will be trading here with Bex. Okay. A little bit scared to move forward. Very low in HP on that Weaver. Costa Bill still deciding what he wants to do. Finally go through the Shukuchi. And there you go. Analog is there. Gets the kill with the Tidebringer. Beautifully done. Smooth rotation. In terms of Wisdom Rune here, we do see King RD picking one of them. KJ could have possibly go for the other one. Still available. But no TP being used, as the Spirit Breaker goes for a charge. Yeah, finally. So bad picks up the Wisdom Rune. So no chance here for Vivo Kid Stars to get that 2-for-1, 2-for-0 Wisdom Rune trade. King RD getting some levels. He's actually level 5 at 7 minutes. This is insane by King RD. The support's definitely doing well, and I guess that's why FCR is dragging the creeps. He's probably alone in this lane for quite a bit, and if it is a 2-for-1, then obviously it's not going to be as easy for the Slardar to really deal with the Jug. In the mid lane, time for another rune, so this is probably where the action is going to happen. Another Sleight of Fist dodge. Very beautiful from Minecraft. Barely Okay, Wisdom. Okay, no, that's a haste rune. Force Major picks it up. Very sneaky from the Willow, but it's also a rune that the Ember did not pick up, so not the end of the world for VKS. As they have a 2k gold lead, not too bad. I'm actually surprised. It didn't feel like the gold lead was that big. Nice carrier snipe as well from close to Bill. And in general, nothing too surprising here. Looks like the Spirit Breaker is going for Midas. That was already kind of a common build, but with all the nerfs, it feels like that's something you really have to do. King Guardian for Smoke, looking for a play, but way too awkward of an engagement here. There's no way that's going to happen. As he is now walking around. KJ will get vision. The Spirit Breaker with that phase boots will be able to disengage. Slide chains. Actually, no chains, so just a slide from Aincrad. Slowing down Costa Bill, but not when he's Supuchi. Aincrad, the X is there. Can they ever land the torrent? I'm not sure they can, but at the same time, KJ, he dies for the Spirit Breaker. Now, there is just a really weird engagement going on. They're going to lose both supports on the side of Evo. Not the fight that they wanted, and just too awkward of an engagement here. With that said, it does open up the map and gives a lot of space for the Slaughter in the bottom side, but the Jug is also free farming, and when it comes to net worth lead, overall, decent advantage here for Vivo Kidstars. The supports all ahead of the counterparts as well. That Slaughter even ahead of the Ember. And that's one problem with Ember. Like, it takes so long to farm until you have your Maelstrom, and a lot of times it feels like you need big UAB on that hero, as Bex will be found. He's so freaking fast. That Windlace and the Phase Boots just makes it really annoying for this Vivo Kidstars heroes to chase him. He's also quite tanky with the Seeds of Serenity, so King Ardi doesn't even bother with him and would rather get the subway here with Roshan. Costa Bill keeps on farming here, as Aincrad did pick up a regen rune for himself, so that's gonna feel quite good for him. Violent going for that Battle Fury build, no surprises there. Okay, so Bex is pronounced Ver. All right, I'll try to do it. I'll try to do the pronunciation. Okay, Ver with an H. You guys can let me know if I'm pronouncing it right, and in 5 minutes I'll see it. So, thanks, chat. That's a very, very kind pronunciation tip right there. I really appreciate it. Spirit Breaker still working towards that Midas, and the gold advantage is actually like substantial. It's a 3k gold lead, but it doesn't feel that way. I wonder exactly how and why it feels this way. Like, there's not a lot of pressure coming from VKS. I guess a part of that is that their siege right now is pretty bad, so they're not forcing any towers. The only one they were able to acquire was bottom. And, okay, Kanka will be found analog with the bolt, trying to run away, will not be cold feet, and it does land the bolt here in Aincrad. Pretty much max range, as now the charge will probably find analog. Has that damage reduction still going, but eventually will be overpowered by all of that damage from Nemiga. They keep on going here. FCR has some bashes, but he is a bit scared and will use the river to get an increased move speed. Trying to run away and should be able to keep his life. Oh, trying to use the tree line there to not be under vision for the charge, but still, they get the chains. The charge on cooldown, FCR, it's a Lotus still alive, drops the corrosive haze here on top of Aincrad. Can they cancel his TP? No, they cannot, and he will live. Actually, even going mid, looking for that rune. Can they deny it? They will. Very nice from King RD. That TP from Aincrad is not gonna feel as good now. Throwing off the mark. Analog just not finding those torrents, and Ember definitely a very hard to land spells hero. Okay. Gold advantage now a little bit lower, down to 2k, but still a decent advantage here, especially the Weaver. But once that Jug finishes the Battle Fury, it's probably going to be quite hard for the Weaver to keep up in terms of net worth. We do see Var charging towards the top side. Alright. Blink Dagger available here on the Tiny. This might be the debut. He has almost no bolts, I'm assuming. Okay, that is a max range Avalanche, but he doesn't get the toss. Finally, with the Sprout zoning him, he will get it, and that's the kill. Not the ideal target, but core nonetheless. And the A blast off the mark from So Bad as Analog, taking a very deep angle, looking for the AA, but he's not gonna get anyone. Force Major going straight up for his shard. We see Costa Bill pressuring the Jug out of lane. I'm not sure he already has his Battle Fury, but he should be quite close as the Spirit Breaker finally. Yeah, he needs a fair amount actually. Still needs like 1500 gold to complete the BF, as Costa Bill is trying to deny as much farm from that Violent Juggernaut as possible. Kingardi with second rotation has a smoke going, but you know, to kill this Ember, you're gonna need another source of lockdown. Ideally, it has to be FCR or Analog, but they're not nearby. Oh, they do go for the Jug. Omni Slash is gonna be there sharing the damage. Is it going to be enough? AA Blast flies out. Do they have enough damage? Costa Bill will survive, but there's a counter kill onto Kingardi. He did die after Violent though, so it's still a very good engagement for VKS. That Jug dying without Battle Fury is a thorn on Nemiga's shoes. That said, at least, you know, Ember is actually quite farmed. He's not fighting too much. He's been farming a lot, and that's the same for the Spirit Breaker. Did finish Midas and should scale, right? The Octarine build is probably what's gonna go next, and the Ember is probably gonna go for a BKB Maelstrom. In terms of Wisdom Rune, VKS is still on the top side. Nemiga already picked up theirs. As yeah, there you go. Octarine is gonna be the path here for Ver. Violent, very close to his Battle Fury, but not the greatest timing. Usually you want to have that around, you know, 13, 14 minutes. It's already 15. Oh, FCR gets found. The damage is being shared between the neutral creeps, but that's not enough to keep him alive. Vincrod had a double damage rune, and that's more than enough for them to fry that fish. Oh, Violent, good Sprout. That's a really good one. But with the Quelling Blade, he's gonna eat his way through the Sprout and be fine. The Jug is okay. The X is going to connect here with the Torrent. Isn't enough damage. Kingardi, beautiful Avalanche back, and that is a buzzing kill for VKS. Can they turn this into a tower is the question, as KJ looking for a Sprout. The Shadow Realm making it a bit tough, but they get it. The Torrent is going to connect. Beautifully done again from Analog. Actually making him look much better than in the first minutes. Oh, the charge though finds KJ, and that's a counter kill. Ver gets one, goes for the Nether Strike, looking for another bash, but the Axe should hold him in place, and the Pirate's gonna be okay. Okay. Time for the rune. It's going to be bottom. I believe Analog can pick it up, but with no bottle, it doesn't really matter. It's just a deny from the Ember more than it's actually gonna mean anything. We'll see. He's gonna be able to connect with a rotation. Costa Bill getting close to his Desolator, and Kingardi possibly looking for some fights here. Okay, they know he's there. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how, as his blink looking for AA was not on point. Very nice tree he was hiding on. Now AA Blast looking for Kingardi. They do have the charge available, and he finds him. Good Bug's gonna be laid out, as finally Kingardi should fall to Force Major. Very deep moves, but they force a lot of heroes here, and they only lose a tiny on the side of VKS. We can see that the gold advantage is increasing at a healthy pace. Despite the kill, it doesn't feel like Nemiga is getting that much out of it, and this is why they picked the Slaughter. You can now jungle, but this is a weird move, because they're fighting with a lot of stuff going on around the map. Costa Bill will find Violent, trying to do enough damage. He doesn't get it. Eincrad. Okay, Costa Bill looking actually for Violent, and they get it. He's just not tanky enough. The Remnant is there. The Ember is gonna live as they lose KJ, and Ver should be next, using the tree line quite well. The Willow OT, but they still get vision of the SB for a while. Nice charge through, and he's going to be okay. The Axe, though, finds that Spirit Breaker, and they get the Torrent back. And with these kills, it should be enough for VKS to at least attempt Roshan. Will they get the tower first, though? Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not quite. It starts very, as in very, very. Okay, okay, okay. I'll do my best, guys. I'm doing my best here. Very. I'll say very. I'm not sure it's right, but I'm just trying to read it off Twitch chat. So hopefully I'm not being trolled here, but I don't see anyone contesting Mr. Chase Cox as time for Roshan. It is. And it should fall so quickly. Yeah, they have minus almost 0 armor on Roshan here. Minus 20. Oh yeah, that was very close to 0 armor. I think that was about 6 armor left for him. As they will get Roshan and Costa Bill will pick it up. Alright, so very farmed Weaver. King RD going now for a 4 staff. What does Analog? Did he finish his eggs? What is the build that the Kanka went for? Jug did finish his Battlefield, but he doesn't even have a Yasha yet. Very here, working towards that Octarine core. A getting closer to his 4 staff. I actually expected the Solar Crest on the NP. But he did go for this Vessel instead. It does make him a bit tankier, gives them a little bit of damage. There's obviously going to be trade-offs as the Ember Spirit going for the BKB after his Maelstrom. But yeah, I mean, lots of timings here for VKS. I wonder what the plan is going to be, because taking tier 2s is not that easy. Weaver's attack range isn't that great. There's a lot of burst damage on Nemiga. You can be charged into AA Blast, into a couple of garbage spells, and you die. So I think VKS, they need to get a couple of kills if they want to hit towers right now. We'll see if they're going to be successful at doing that. In general, their advantage wasn't created out of getting kills, because they're tied in kills for Nemiga. It's really been how the other cores are farming and how they're splitting up the map. Even the Midas on side of Nemiga not really offsetting all of the gold they were able to acquire by just pushing Nemiga back to inefficient areas of the map. Like, this Jugger is when a Jugger is behind a Slardar and he has a Battle Fury, something went pretty wrong. SB nickname is pronounced BB Trip. Okay, yeah, that sounds very accurate. Skunka does get a Blast. It does have an Axe as well, so his team fighting is quite powerful. They were lacking a little bit of lockdown, and that will help quite a bit. They get some vision of the Ember, but that's a hard target. You need a smoke to really get on top of him, get that first contact, especially before, especially after he gets the BKB, which didn't happen just yet, but I think he's quite close. FCR farming quite aggressive here. There's just not a lot of space in the map for Nemiga. The good advantage is, Ancrad will TP through the Twin Gates. SKJ. Okay, that's an Octarine SB. Very annoying to deal with, and he's gonna start getting online, and that's when dealing with this guy becomes a problem. Like, that did not change. If he can one-shot creep waves, he's going to be a problem. And we see a couple of TPs here. Wisdom Rune's going to be picked by KJ as he also finds SB, so he understands exactly what they wanted to do. But the SB, there's no stuns on the NP, and thus it's going to be fine. Tier 2 tower being attempted here by Costa Bill. Yeah, I mean, the Aegis was barely used in the sense of getting objectives. They farmed a lot, but I wouldn't even say the gold advantage increased that much. It feels like they got outmaneuvered in the map a little bit by Nemiga. They were chasing a lot and didn't really acquire too much. It's still a comfortable position for VKS to be in, but I think ideally they would have liked to get more of that Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a fine Aegis, just not an ideal one either. We'll see how much more they want to pressure here. They still have a minute left on the Aegis, so it should be a decent amount of damage done to the tier 2. Oh, TP from KJ. Oh, Lord, that was close. No shard on the AA, meaning he doesn't get that TP stopped. Oh, Skostabil. They take 2 tier 2 towers. That's no, that's decent actually. You know, now that they got the towers, I am a bit more satisfied with the Aegis used from them. I don't think they're gonna be able to take any fights with these Aegis anymore, but they're gonna control the triangle here, and they should be in a decent position, especially now that this Skunka already has his shard and the eggs. So the team fighting is definitely in their advantage, I think. Like. The team fight on Nemiga is honestly pretty weak. You have Shard and like Willow OT, just not that good. Oh, Nether Strike. They find a Tiny. They're gonna OT very quickly, and King Ardi will not be able to survive. Good toss, good avalanche attempt. But if the Omnious Lash being on cooldown, I wonder if this is a window here for Evokid starts to fight once King Ardi is back. That's a big part of the damage from Violent, and you could see that it took a while for King Ardi to die there. Like. Despite not being that farmed, King Ardi has a lot of armor. Kostabil now about to finish his Lincoln Sphere, it looks like. The Tormentor being messed with some bugs here. Nice ward coming from the AA. Is Kostabil going for this? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. That ward. Oh no. The charge is still there. Kostabil. Not like this. He will be killed. And they read him like a book. Ah, and that's still a Tormentor they're going to be able to pick up. Oh no. Ah, that feels really bad. What the hell is happening here? KJ's diving the base. Alright, yeah, that's... I have no words for what's happening right now. I don't want to use the T word, but when your carry dies like that, you don't have to TP to the enemy base and try and get kills. You know what I'm saying? Like... It's fine. The map is full of creeps and the waves are empty. And that's a big swing. We're going from 70% here down to 60. That's a 20% increase in win probability here that Nemiga got out of those 2 moves. And I gotta say, so bad. Very smart with what he did there. He predicted the play that Weaver wanted to do. Placed the ward. Gave everyone a chance to help him there. And yeah. Jug now only 2k gold behind the Weaver. Gold advantage slowly being bled by VKS, and the comfortable position they had. Just gotta be careful with those individual plays, you know? Gotta be very careful. KJ now working towards his eggs. We saw how the lack of a stun was a problem, but he already has an Atos, so that's gonna be a second route he's gonna have to work with. As now a double damage is going to be found here by Kostabil. We're going to go for a play. KJ is not with them, but he has that teleportation to work with. In terms of vision, though, they're lacking quite a bit. There's absolutely no vision here in Triangle. They just move forward. They find... Oh, my... Yeah. That's not ideal. That is not ideal. They already used the Torrent Storm, so even trying to go for another play might be very problematic. Violent will spin, dispels that Corrosive Haze as the A Blast finds Analog. He's a tanky boy, but he's by himself. They're gonna share that damage, and finally they will. But the Curse Ground is gonna stun all 3 of them. Torrent Storm will find the Juggernaut, but he's still alive. Fear onto 3 as well. VKS, what have you done? Is this gonna be enough? Violent will not have the damage to sustain through Kostabil, and that's a 2-4-0. Oh my, that looked very sus for a minute. They group up to share the damage, but the Curse Crown stuns all 3 of them. Oh, Ver gets found here. FCR, can you actually fight that, dude? You're a fish, and that cow looks much bigger than you. Looking for the bash. They have the teleportation of the NP, but yeah, not on time as the charge will allow him to get the hell out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bardo, they actually TP. They knew where he was going for. Verd, and invisibility is not going to help. Good Sprout, and the damage plus the minus armor will be more than enough. Kostabil claims another, and the AA Blast is but a dream here from Nemiga. find King RD. That A blast is quite the damage. They do lose 2 heroes, making 3 with that Torrent Storm. Yeah, I heard that spell was supposed to be nerfed as King RD gets a really good Eva toss. Ankrad with the BKB will be able to deal with the X. The Sprout, though, deal with that. The trees, they want your life, and the Ember Spirit is gonna be dead. Close to Bill with another one. What the? Yeah, they decided to... I guess there was a ward from Vivo Kidstars there. Nemiga thought that the triangle was safe. Yeah, that's a big swing. That's a big one. And I mean, I don't want to say it, but Ember Spirit, farming the whole game. The hero was farming the whole game. What did it accomplish? So far, not very impressed. I think like he laned very well against that Kunkka. That's a first pick Kunkka, and you're picking Ember last pick. Like I cannot justify that Ember pick. And maybe we're gonna be wrong, and Einkrad is gonna showcase us the best Ember Spirit play I've ever seen. But yeah, we'll see. So far, not impressed, and Roshan is not impressed because his second Aegis is now on the hands of Costabil with Cheese on FCR's Ladar.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, we're back at 70% win probability here. Only tier 2 tower alive is the top one. Costabil, very cheeky here. His positioning will just time lapse, but no, that's a decent cooldown. We're gonna see whether Nemiga can abuse this. So far, it doesn't look like that's the case, as the bugs will latch onto Einkrad and the tower will fall. They get vision of the Ember, but King RD doesn't really go for that move, as now it feels like they're trying to poke at the high ground at least. Chain's gonna be used again. Weaver, no Manta or BKB, so the chains are a problem when he doesn't have the time lapse on. We'll see if the defense here of Nemiga is gonna be strong enough, as FCR just using that puddle to get some extra armor. Curse Crowns, very annoying with the shard, but just no catch, no chance here for Nemiga to fight. Juggernaut is also bottom. He is split pushing the bottom side of the map. Still behind the Spirit Breaker, bro. Yeah, that's really weird how the Spirit Breaker here just gets some Midas and out farms every single core, despite being the offlaner. But you know, if it's offlane Spirit Breaker, I'm totally okay with it. I just feel like I've seen way too many support ones, and I was not impressed. Okay, so Nemiga forced to be in the base. They have decent high ground defense, right? You have the AA thingy in the ground, charge to clear the wave, slide fist, brambles, curse crown. There's a lot of garbage that they can throw. But I feel like they rely heavily on Yummy Slash, and there's a fair amount of heroes on Vivo that can just deal with it, whether by damage mitigation from the boat or the time lapse completely dodging it. It's not gonna be easy here for Nemiga. Butterfly, that's a big one. Eva toss, he tossed the Slaughter instead. That's a little bit of a problem. King RD taking some heavy damage. A Blast is gonna fly out. Doesn't connect to him, but connects to the FCR Slaughter. That's a bigger one. Costabil trying to go for the kill, but will be forced to time lapse away. And just, well, we'll say that was the ping. Alright, that was a ping issue. King RD was going for that toss, but the Slaughter got impatient. And he got tossed instead. Got tossed into the mouths of Nemiga. I'm Crad now working towards that Kaya Sanj. Pretty standard Ember Spirit item. Weaver, Giga farmed. KJ is gonna be chained up here, but nothing's going to happen, it seems like. Aegis duration still a minute and a half. We'll see whether Vivo will be able to do something with these Aegis. So far, they have not really found a lot of success going high ground, and you know, deservingly so. It's a hard high ground to go for. Nemiga didn't really give them a lot of openings. They They're not farming too much, but they're not afraid of not farming too much. And Einkrad gets torrented. Where's the Sprout? Okay, they're gonna send Einkrad back. He still has his BKB. He's just holding on to it. As finally the Willow will be pushed back. The OT is there. Connects onto Analog. On the other side, they lose both Tiny and FCR. What the hell is happening here? Violent got a double kill. This is such a weird fight. And Einkrad still alive. Evil Kid Stars. They lose 3 heroes with their ages only 40 seconds in, and Kunkka's gonna be next. Cheese will be consumed, but it doesn't matter. Or will it? The X is there, the Torrent lifting Violent away. Can they get a decent fight going? I mean, the Weaver's not even here, so... I don't know, man. That was so sloppy. That was sloppy as hell. They had everything they needed, and somehow Tiny and the Slaughter go for a solo play on Jug while everyone else was trying to do something middle, and it's a 50-50 again. Okay. Not ideal here if you're a VKS fan, but very cool if you're an Nemiga fan. They are back in action, and yeah. Just, I'm not sure if it was the same problem that we saw last time with, you know, the toss of the Slaughter. But I don't think Slaughter and Tiny should be able to solo kill this Jug, right? He has Butterfly, first of all. They just don't have enough damage. Like, you need the Weaver to be alongside them, at least. Regardless, though, Ag's gonna be the next item here for the Slaughter. But in terms of net worth here, it's pretty much dead even. Every core on Nemiga is getting fatter and fatter, and I don't know. I feel like Vivo might have missed their window here a little bit. We'll see if they're going to be able to not let this affect them too much. But yeah, Ag's finally done on FCR. The Shard seems to be the next option. But the game's going to slow down a lot unless Nemiga feels like they can fight. And yeah, we can see the Eggs there. Going to get a lot of HP regen. Some status resistance when you're in the puddle. The Shard on Tiny, pretty bad Shard for support Tiny, but you know, it's fine. And the Weaver with his Geminate attack talent, getting close to 25. That's gonna be a big one here for Costa Bill. And finally a smoke here from Nemiga. Jug looking for an opening. No mobility item just yet, no blink tag or something of that sort. But yeah. We'll see if we're gonna find something here, as they are very deep. I guess they have the A blast on. Mid lane. Analog going for an axe, but nothing's gonna happen. Very tense game. Very tense game. I'm trying to figure out who has the better late game. Oh, Costa. That was so close. Holy Weaver. That was a long TP as well. We're gonna be fine. Does force a lot of TPs to that other side of the map. In terms of Aegis duration, still 40 seconds until we know the spawn timer. But yeah, I'm trying to think who has a better late game. I kinda wanna say it's Nemiga. I think Spirit Breaker late game is probably still one of the best heroes. It's just that you're not supposed to get there, but in this game I think there were definitely a couple of blunders from Nemiga. Alright, very. Just farming towards his Silver Edge. Interesting item decision. Wouldn't say it's that good of a Silver Edge game, you know. Against Slaughter's okay, I guess, but expected maybe other items. Oh, Timeless Relic. Ooh, that one for Kunkka. That one is so strong. Yeah, it's time for the tier 4s here. We're gonna keep an eye. Spell Prism for the Slaughter. That's okay. Unfortunately for the Jug, the Trickster Cloak is not good because despite being visible, they're still going to be able to get vision of him unless he spins right before he pops it. But also, at least he gets more evasion. The MKB on the Weaver is up, but against everyone else, the evasions are always going to be very important. 2 minutes for Roche spawn timer, so it's actually gonna be on the Radiant side once it spawns. And
Dire's bottom tower is under
interesting play here from Analog, using the X to potentially save himself if he just twin gates into the enemy side. And that's a smoke from Nemiga. They understand Roshan might be nearby, but little do they know, they know that it's going to be a long one as KJ breaks his nose by the position. But they know where he is. He uses his shard, and now the Sprout will force Violent away. And we got nice Nether Strike as very, very low, and he dies. Holy crap, that's a bash. FCR, he had it ready, and one hit is what they needed. And P will die in return, but that's a small fry. Roche, though, still not alive. They're not able to continue this. Eva toss with the Slither Crush on the other side. So bad. Fighting against a Tiny. Violent looking for King RD, but he does have that U-Scepter to dodge Jump slash damage. At the same time, 2 buybacks for Nemiga as well as KJ on the side of VKS. The fight is getting crazy, and Aincrad trying to battle on Slardar here, but he's such a tanky boy. Has Corrosive Haze, but not enough damage as finally Conquer with the Blade Mail. Is it enough? Doesn't care about that Omni Slash as finally they lose that Ember with no buyback. Very trying to get something done here, but that bug revealing where he is, the invisibility gets revealed. So much grass in my screen. What is that? Okay, buyback from the Ember. He didn't have money, but somehow he got it. I don't even know who. Okay, so it's pretty much an even split, but Roche is gonna spawn in 20 seconds. So VKS might be forced to either buy back or give away Roche. I would say Nemiga is happy with this, especially because they have the Jugger alive, so they could potentially Roche. Yeah, so they split so much in this fight. The Tiny goes for the AA by himself. FCR is fighting by himself. The target prioritization also so bad. I guess he had a Lotus. He had a big Lotus. He reached a super big chunk of his HP there. FCR uses his BKB for not a lot, and Violent. I guess KRD was wasting a lot of the Jugger's time, but it didn't matter. The buybacks on Nemiga, they were fighting closer to Nemiga's side than Vivo Kidstars, so the buybacks matter much more for them as, yeah, eventually, even with this Torrent Storm, they get overpowered. Really good Dark Willow OT as well, and Violent. Just looking unstoppable. No time for the Weaver. I guess she had time to time lapse. Just weird. Oh, there we go. Roche is up. 14 seconds for Costa Bill. Vivo Kidstars, they know Roche is up. You have to know. This is pretty much maximum timer at this stage. They have no global abilities to throw inside the pit, but oh wait, what? They're going the other way. They find this Willow with no buyback, but the Roche is so low. They will get so bad, maybe. Yeah, they have vision because of the Corrosive Haze, but Roshan so low. The Treants reveal it. Nice Torrent. Axe is still on the ground. Can he pick it up? He will not get it. Ember will try and get out. The Axe is... Oh my lord, that was such a close Littering Crush. And now the Jug. He is back. His Aegis is gonna be consumed twice. Oh, the bolt perfectly timed. I think it was. So the Jug dies. Ember without buyback lives. But that's still very big for VKS. They don't get the Aegis, but they get the second best thing, I guess, which is killing the Jug twice, killing the supports with no buyback. Yeah, let's rewatch that. That was so bold from VKS. Like, they ignored the Roche pit, assuming... I guess there was... Yeah, I think ENP dropped a ward there earlier. So they saw the movement, but maybe didn't realize more heroes were already inside the pit before they got there. But at the end of the day, it actually turned out really good. The Axe just pushing back the poor Jug. They had no saves for that, and yeah, very nicely done. And now they're going high ground here. The Jug with no buyback, that's a super hard one as the Ember. I think he's about to die back, somehow lives with a Sleight of Fist. BKB is there, the cheese being eaten, and Analog so low that he will fall. So VKS maybe diving a little bit too deep here. KJ gets an AA kill, but now he has a buyback. Aincrad still alive. The FCR forced to BKB as KJ stuck beneath brambles and vortexes. He is definitely gone. Now Vari will die. That's a 90-second respawn timer for him. Good Avalanche locking the Ember. He has no BKB and he should die. No buyback as well. Nemiga. It felt like you were about to punish VKS. but now you get punished yourself, and this is the first lane of barracks here that the Brazilians are going to be able to acquire. Can they go for more? Yes, they can, right? They don't know about the buyback on Ember. I mean, they know about the buyback on Ember as well as SB, but they are a little bit low in HP, and they will respect Nemiga for the first time in 43 minutes. Okay. So we're now at 61%. Despite the barracks falling, we're actually at a better position according to Gaben than we were 10 minutes ago, which is crazy. You know, that's what South America and Eastern Europe together brings us. It brings us very entertaining Dota. I assume you guys are entertained. Now, they are back here. They region up. They actually got a DD on Costa Bill. There is... Okay, a blast. Finds the Weaver. No follow-up though. The glyph is available, but they're holding on to that second glyph in case they go for the third lane of barracks. And will they go? Because the double damage is not an opportunity you're going to get a lot of times. Costa Bill, thinking about it, it just wore off though. Still, they're going to try and poke. 10 seconds for the Spirit Breaker. Finally, the glyph gets used. This should be their call to get out, but it could also be a call for them to throw the game for the third time. Costa Bill going for the tower. Spirit Breaker is alive. They're going to use the time lapse as FCR trying to run away. BKB plus that status resistance is going to be there. And somehow the Jug is just dead. The damage from the Weaver and that corrosive haste is too much for him to handle. The NKB on Costa Bill analog has a refresher somehow. And VKS from 0 to 100 to 0 to 100 to 100 it seems like. This game seems impossible to win here for Nemiga. No buyback on this Jug. Mega creeps, 85%. I would say it's even more than that, but Gaben is updating his stats as now Slaughter will fall. No buyback on FCR. King RD might be next. The Lotus Orb will buy him some time alongside the U-Scepter Very with the charge as well as that Remnant gets a kill. They're gonna lose KJ at the same time, and they also lose Costa Bill. Guys gotta be careful. But yeah, this should be the end of this engagement here. VKS, why did you buy back the Tiny though? That's such a weird buyback, and now he's going for this Wisdom Room that doesn't exist. Oh my god, if he dies again. Should be fine. Should be fine. Level 24 Tiny, holy crap. He has a lot of levels. 27 on the Spirit Breaker as well. Alright. So that's it. Looks like the Spirit Breaker is going for the upgraded U-Scepter. Or the Wind Waker, as the Zoomers would call it, because boomers don't remember the name of these new items. Aincrad is looking very strong. Kanka with his Octarine Refresher and that Timeless Relic, so he does a lot of damage. Finally, Analog also gets himself a BKB. Ember with a lot of items too. It's super farmed on Aincrad, but his buyback still a minute on cooldown. Yeah, you can see all the items here. Costa Bill with his what's the name of the red sword thing? I always forget. It's Edge something. No, the other one. The neutral item. Right, yeah. Penta Edge. Yeah, Penta Edge sword. I always forget the name of this one. The ninja gear on SB is very big. But yeah, it feels like the Jugger is really struggling to stay alive, and even though the butterfly build, oh yeah, Side of Visor, Willow is big. Even though the butterfly build seemed good at the start, like even with 3k HP with this Abyssal and Trickster Cloak, he's not surviving the burst damage. I don't know what he can itemize for anymore. It's a really tough one. We'll see. As Roshan, very far away from now, and because they are against Mega Trips here in Nemiga, it's quite tough for them to leave the base. Like, they constantly need to come back. They have decent wave clear, right? I guess Spirit Breaker used to be much better at Mega Creeps. I think even when Mega Creeps were up, if you were farmed enough, you could one-shot them, or almost one-shot them. I think with this new change, you might not be able to do the same. Because, like, that was crazy. You could have, like, 3 waves of Mega Creeps in your base, you go top, and you charge bottom, and you clear everything. Like, that was... Oh, FCR... Thought Very could have maybe charged through him, but he would rather Just chill. That's very... Yeah, he almost clears the wave, but it's not good enough. Even with the ninja gear. He doesn't have enough. Analog just dealing with the... Okay, he's gonna get Side of Vice. He has that BKB. Is he gonna be able to cast any spells? No, he will not. Saved for buyback. But despite all those items, they have way too much burst now. That charge, the Vice, the Nether Strike on top of it. KJ does have a Vice himself, and Costabil, he's pretty much topped off. Doesn't really have a slot for a Rapier, for instance, or some different item. He would have to give up on a big item to do so. This is actually a gold advantage here for Nemiga, man. That's such a scary game. Okay. So, I mean, next Roshan is really when Vivo can try and end this game. But it feels like the wave clear on the side of Nemiga is better than I expected. They are able to lift the base much more than I thought. Like, they're bottom here. Oh, yep, they're gonna lose FCR. How are they getting these kills with waves of mega creeps against them? Like, this is insane. I am worried for VKS. Even when they were winning, I don't know. I am worried right now for VKS. They are like they should have. Like that's 34% for them to win. Yep. That's the okay. We'll see what's gonna happen here as they are like they're dealing really well with these mega creeps. I guess AA brings a lot of AoE, the Spirit Breaker, the Ember. They are definitely doing fine as Kingar D4 steps him away. KJ still alive, has that Side of Vice, but the BKB on Aincrad preventing anything from happening. So Aincrad forcing some stuff, maybe forcing a buyback as they do get that Vice. No BKB available. The leash on the Sprout is annoying, and there's no way for him to deal with it. Buyback on the Slaughter. Finally, Nemiga, they forced the buyback they wanted, but is it gonna mean that they get something out of it? The Ember is still alive. It's now a refresher for Analog, looking for anything, but Aincrad somehow still alive. The last right click from the Weaver gets it done. Ember still has a buyback though, and KJ died without one. This is still not the ideal scenario here for VKS. The gold advantage is even bigger because of the Slaughter buyback. Vivo Kid Stars though will smoke. Roche still not up, and I think that's what they're looking for as Omni Slash. Beautiful Lotus Orb from King RD. This is going to prevent, I think that's just the eggs though from the Juggernaut. He might still have his ulti, and he will try to BKB. Getting out with the Healing Ward, a lot of Torrent Storms, and the X-Back brings him to the hands of VKS, and he gets murdered. That's a big one. King RD, that Lotus Orb was clutch, and that's with 20... I mean, I don't know how much extra ping he has, but definitely more than the Nemiga players. And yeah, they're gonna get 3 kills. Ember forced to buy back to defend his base. And I wonder what the play for VKS is now, because they could wait for Roche. They don't know whether it's up or not. Ideally, they want to force more buybacks, but you don't want to force buybacks and die in the process, which is something VKS seems to be very good at least in this game. Okay, Avalanche will not connect. Spirit Breaker buyback, really good Wind Breaker away. Costabil gets hit by the AA Blast, and somehow the second buyback flies through. Jug still holding on to his, but Nemiga, they were forced to go for 3 buybacks, as now Nether Strike gets taunted but not used. Very doesn't find Costabil. When VKS, I think they are quite happy with the results of this engagement. They can now Roche, and yeah, I don't think Nemiga can really do anything about it. With Jug dead, it's just not gonna happen. I think they Roche fast enough. And KJ gonna show up there. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be Roche. Age is on FCR. After all, he doesn't have buyback. The eggs was picked up by who? Okay, Tiny gets an eggs. Not the eggs I expected, but I'm assuming. I mean, Kunk already has one, and P already has one, and the Weaver is worse than the Tiny, and both are awful. So that eggs literally means like it's not nothing, but it's close to it, right? What's the base damage of Tiny here? Let's check how much damage he does. I mean, it's decent. It's decent. Okay, King RD, you have value. You are important to us, and his eggs is gonna do some damage. Okay. They will get that shrine for themselves, or I guess the outpost. Aincrad going for a refresher. That's a big one, and he doesn't have buyback, so he probably should buy it. He just needs a little bit of gold and needs access to a secret shop for that. As we do see VKS chilling in the triangle there, just clearing waves. No, but that's the thing, right? For him to get the refresher, he either needs to backpack boots or he needs the eggs as well, so that he has a slot for the refresher. That's really the problem he's facing here. Okay. 53-minute game. Aegis, I'm assuming ideally want to wait for Slardr's buyback to be up. But the Aegis will expire at that stage, so you're gonna have to compromise a little bit here. But they have 3 minutes of Aegis, and the buyback of Slardr is 3 minutes 45. They have to go. Like, you're not gonna get a better opportunity than that. There's a lot of buybacks on Nemiga that are on cooldown, as we can see. 3 are on cooldown, and Jug doesn't have money anyways. Yeah, Spirit Breaker cutting some waves, but there's still some healthy ones in the mid wave, in the mid lane as well as bottom. They can still siege if they want to. They're just chilling here. The scan from the Radiance on the wrong side. They're on the top. You see engage. Very pops his BKB. That's the first win that VKS gets here. They didn't really commit anything too big besides the NPOT. Now Ember, the Remnant, just doing some damage there as Kostabil going for the tier 4. Really good boat, just zoning the entirety of Nemiga here with the first Tower Storm, and Alok still has another one as Violence going to be found, and holy crap, the damage is there, but he will get an Omni Slash off, doing a lot of damage. Can they get this time-lapse off? No, they can, but with the buyback, Kostabil will be here, and now Jugger, he got the money for his buyback out of that kill in the first place. Very still alive. The Willow did die with no buyback. Everyone from VK Stars still alive. Good Slithering Crush. Holy shit, that Jugger just got put into a different dimension here. Aincrad will be able to dodge the crush, but he's going to be axed back and vised and killed, and Nemiga, they will fall. It was by any means not easy, but VK Stars in 55 minutes, they take it. Much closer game than I expected considering the draft of Nemiga, and I think that to me is the scary part. What happens if they don't pick Ember and Spirit Breaker and Jug? Like, what if they have more, let's say, meta standard heroes? That's really what I'm afraid of, because sure, VKS were pretty much ahead most of the time. There were a couple of times where they threw their lead, but very few times I think Nemiga was like clearly ahead. But I think their draft had a lot of holes and just a lot of question marks that for me were not answered. I think most of the time when they got ahead on Nemiga, it was mostly VKS throwing more than Nemiga clawing their ways back, just because their draft seemed quite clueless to me. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a better one. One where they can smoke. I don't think they smoked a single time to kill someone because they just didn't really have enough lockdown. Eventually, when the Vise was up for the Willow was when they were able to kill Analog a couple of times. I think FCR also died the same way. But it took way too long for them. So they're going to need to get back to the drawing board and hopefully find a way here, or else VKS might get this win 2-0. And if they do, they're going to be in a very healthy position fighting for the 3rd place, or just fighting in general for the 2nd stage of the Pinnacle Cup. I'm Bowie, and I'm going to be back, so stay tuned in about 7 minutes.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with Pinnacle Cup 25 years, and this is the last series of the day, and it has been a very hype series with just one game. Vivo Kid Stars takes game 1 against Nemiga, and I gotta say, it was not a clean game. It was sloppy at times, but they managed to do it. The question remains, what if Nemiga gets a more standard draft, let's say, because I honestly feel like a lot of their heroes were a bit wonky, and if they're able to shape those heroes into, you know, they don't have to totally change their identity or anything, but get something a little bit more meta, I wonder how that game would look like, because oftentimes it didn't feel like they had a lot of tools at their disposal in terms of smoking, in terms of just making plays around the map in general. They pretty much lost every Roshan besides the one that they took and instantly gave away with the X from the Kanka bringing the jug back from the fountain. So it was an interesting one, but yeah, if they are at their full power, Nemiga, I think the match can be even more entertaining than that one. And I mean, that would be lovely to get a very entertaining matchup. Nemiga, they looked very good in lane, I would say. I think the lanes ended up being much better than I expected. But besides that, the way VKS was able to constantly fight and farm with their cores was also very impressive. I think the way they farmed the mid game was much more efficient than what Nemiga did. But again, it goes back to the fact that there are not that many plays that Nemiga could do. And we'll see how the draft's gonna look like. I also feel like the fact that Nemiga got those heroes might be partially to the way that VKS drafted. I think they drafted really well. When it came to the 3rd pick, you had no idea where anyone was going. I think they had Kanka, Tiny, NP, right? And then they went for Slaughter. So the Slaughter, like, is that Slaughter carry to destroy the SB? Is the Slaughter going to be offlane? Is Kanka support or mid? I think they actually flexed their heroes much better than what Nemiga did. And, you know, they did play at TI, so I think maybe at drafting they could potentially be better. At least during game 1, I did feel like their draft was, you know, much better. And now it's time for Nemiga to get a better draft, and if they don't get it, at least play a bit better, because I would love to see a game 3 between these two teams. That said, the draft should be starting in no time. Maybe we can check the groups here just so for the people that join a little bit later to understand what this match actually means. So both Nemiga and Vivo Kid Stars, they are tied in 3rd, 4th place, I think. And they have minus Okay, so let's check all of the groups first. There you have it. We have Tickles ahead. They have +2 points. Navi Junior second place. Now that one is a bit unexpected for me. I would expect them. I mean, they just got lucky, right? The matches that they won, they probably won 2-0, and that they lost 2-1. Whereas Bait, they didn't really get that lucky. They are both 1-1, but they don't have the same amount of points. And Level Up being the last one. Level Up was, a powerhouse, but it seems like they're struggling this season. Group E is also looking very interesting here. We have Falcons. Not surprised at all by that. They did beat Moneymakers. They were the previous first place. But there's still a lot of action to happen here. Atlas Burden, they played 2 games. Yellow Submarine didn't play a single one. I'm so curious to see them play because, they have Satanic, now known as Butterfly, that 15-year-old that everyone's talking about. And they are even using the O-Team Spirit tag. So it's so nostalgic for me. Fortunately, I'm not sure I'm going to be casting any of their games. But yeah, it's going to happen eventually. Now, Group C is the group that the first series of today were played. So we had Virtus.pro versus Team Klee, as well as maybe there was just one match from Group C. But yeah, we have CB, Marsbat, and Boom. Not a lot has really happened with this group, right? Only 1, 2, 3, 4 matches, I think. No, actually only 2. Yeah, only 2 matches. And then Group D is the group that we are covering at the moment. We have Alliance 2-0, the Dudley Boys 2-0, and then Kid Stars and Nemiga tied 0-1. And that's where I was trying to get at. Because they're both tied and because Alliance and Dudley Boys are looking so dominant, whoever takes for third place, there's pretty much only one spot left for the second stage of the tournament. And it feels like, considering how the results are looking so far, the Vivo Kid Stars and Nemiga are going to be battling for that one. Winning here will give anyone a big advantage, but before they can win, they have to draft, and we're going to transition smoothly to the draft. There you go. Smooth operator, and Nemiga going for the standard Lone Druid ban. Yeah, if there is a spammer on the enemy team, you just gotta ban it. There's no going around that. Lone Druid TA ban on Vivo. That's pretty much the same ban that they started with in the other game as well. Okay. Now, Vivo going for the second ban. I'm trying to remember exactly what else got banned, because I don't think heroes like Spectre really got touched. I don't remember Pugna being banned. Even Muerta or Treant, but they banned the Weaver Vivo Kid Stars. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, they don't want to give that one away. They only have one extra ban here in this phase, and it's gonna be the Breaker. Yeah, I mean, one after the Spirit Breaker, and okay, Spirit Breaker ban. Yeah, I mean, it had a lot of impact. I think it was probably one of the only heroes that got to do stuff, but at the same time, it just jungled Midas, right? I understand that core Spirit Breaker is still good, but I still feel like it's overrated. Vivo Kid Stars also banning their Kanka, so pretty much banning the entire strategy in that game number 1. Now living here, a lot of room for Nemiga to work with. The KJ and P gets respected, and I don't remember what was the other ban they ended up going for, but also the CK being removed. All right, Vivo, what is it going to be? You see that Pugna, it could go for a Grimstroke. That hero did not get banned, and I think it's a very strong support as well. Muerta 4 is something a couple of players like running. I don't remember Vivo Kid Stars being very keen on that hero. Then when we look at other supports, Tusk's still in the pool, but they actually get the AA. Decent anti-healing against the Pugna for sure. And it also felt like pretty impactful hero for Nemiga in game number 1, so they're in a way stealing stuff from them. Clock ban from Nemiga. Interesting. Is this some Primal Beast attempt from them here? Because usually when I see Clock ban, I only think of either Primal Beast or Shaker. I think Shaker did get banned by Vivo as well, so this might be something that they address here with their last ban of the second phase on Vivo. But nonetheless, Nemiga, they still have one ban left, and yeah, Clock was not one I was expecting at all. It's definitely something that KingRD can play, and I've seen KJ play it as well. But I wonder if, you know, even Analog would be willing, because I've seen a fair amount of mid Clockwork these days. It's relatively popular. Now, reserve time here being burned through, and Nemiga unaware, unsure of what they really want to take out. Just taking their time here. Trying to... Yeah, I mean, Treant was something that KJ used to play a lot, but with this AA pick, I'm already assuming KJ is going to be running the AA, not really a KingRD hero at all. He's more of the roamer type. So, if they want to... Honestly, I would ban the Tiny. I think he played really well with the Tiny. I was not expecting Pulse 4 Tiny to look nearly as good as he did. And it's very good versus Pugna. He's a squishy boy. He's literally made of bones, and they crack easily if you throw rocks at it. So I think Tiny... I would say KingRD deserves a Tiny ban, but instead they ban the LS. Interesting. What are they cooking here? Some tanky boys are going to be picked, I'm assuming. Maybe they also want to go for a Phoenix type hero. Phoenix definitely doesn't like playing against the Lifestealer. Okay. And now Vivo do have a fair amount of time here for them. Well, I mean, when we look at the very popular heroes that didn't get addressed. Oh, they banned the Brew instead. Okay. Also not expecting this one. Maybe they want to try some illusion heroes here, because Brew definitely very good at that. Earth Spirit gets picked up. Usually, very often, this is a core, either offlane or mid. I don't remember seeing FCR play it, and I know for a fact Analog plays it. But because KingRD is a very old school player, I wonder if he is intending to play this as a 4. I don't like it, but it is played sometimes. It's far from being the most popular role. Like looking at dota.pro right now, out of 2k mid ES, there's 400 Earth Spirits playing position 4. So really not that popular. But, you know, if you really want to play it, you can, as they will grab themselves a Grim Stroke. We kind of talked about this hero being popular. The Centaur, we saw a support Centaur today, but now that they picked these two heroes, unless the Pugna is going to be mid, which is possible but not that common, the Centaur is going to be offlane. Which is rare. Which is, you know, why I think Pugna could be flexed here, because it seems like a bait. There's so many counters to Centaur. Sure, they banned the Lifestealer, but I assume there has to be more stuff you can pick to really make his life hell, right? Can't you Ursa here? I guess Ursa is not a hero, but maybe even Monkey King. I feel like Monkey King might be in a better spot than Ursa. Let me check the win rate here. So Ursa 42% win rate, holy, and Monkey King 47. Yeah. Both of them are not that common, so they feel like banning. I guess, what about the Jug we talked about? I guess Jug into Pugna is a bit of a Pepega proposition. You kind of need Nullifier to even feel relatively strong. When they do go for a Willow, they lose the flex. Earth Spirit is going to be a core, probably mid, but sometimes played offlane. Alright. And now for the fourth pick. They know the offlane, so I think they can pick their carry. It's either Grim Centaur or Grim Pugna. Unless some shenanigans happen here. So they will go for the Wraith King. Not a hero that necessarily kills the Centaur, but definitely a hero that has the sustain to stay in that lane. As now Nemiga, they do have their last pick here. You don't know the off lane, so picking carry might be hard. You can pick your mid, knowing that your spirit's gonna be there. There's a 2% chance they flex their spirit off lane, but I think it's very rare, and I don't remember FCR ever playing off lane Earth Spirit, so I think picking mid here might be fine. But maybe they already picked mid, and Pugna is mid, and they're gonna pick another support that flexes to mid. Like what? Like a Primal Beast? I think Primal is kind of good against Earth Spirit, right? Oh, well, they go Invoker. I guess that is a support that flexes to mid. Invoker is, unfortunately, very popular as a support right now. Now Nemiga, you gotta ban off laners here. What would be... Oh, they think... Yeah, I mean... It's just that I've seen 2 carry Wraith Kings in this patch, in this tournament. I assumed Wraith King was gonna be played as a carry, but... Yeah... Could be offlane. He does have that flex, and they're gonna be playing. They're gonna be banning carries here, taking the Invoker out. I'm sorry, taking the Face to the Void out. Holy. Okay. Now Vivo, you gotta ban carries. What is it that you? And the thing is, they have overall last pick. It's kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird ban here for Vivo, because they're competing for the same role, technically. Wraith King could be a carry, guys. I don't think that's unheard of. Yeah, but they will ban the Terrorblade. What else is still available here? Spectre is still available. Although I think Spectre is much better on Nemiga than it is for Vivo, so I'll probably ban the Spectre. Then we have Luna still available. It did get banned in the last phase, in the first game of this series. Muerta is still available. They take away the Sven. Okay. I was not expecting that, actually. Dazzle ban. So they feel like, yeah, maybe Wraith King is carry, and they could play Dazzle. So we're gonna get rid of it because our carry does not like playing against Dazzle. So I'm assuming it's a melee hero, and indeed it is. It is a Naga, and deservingly so. The Naga is not that good against Dazzle. Huh. Very good drafting from Nemiga. This is 10x better than... oh, there you go. Wraith King carry, boys. I told you so. I know the people are writing in the chat right now. Wraith King's an offlaner. But yeah, the Timbersaw pick is really good. I think this is the first... This is the second time today that we get a Timbersaw last pick, and it looks really good. I think this is the best pick they could have gone for. Not a lot of Naga counters were still back and left in the pool. The Grimstroke bug is very annoying, and the mana drain of Invoker is very annoying. But overall, I think if he's farmed enough, he shouldn't really struggle with being bursted. We'll see. We'll see how things are going to pan out. This is a much even draft, I think. I still like what Vivo Kid Stars have, but I would say this is kind of a 50-50 draft. And it's going to be a test for Vivo as well, because Naga, just playing against Naga is a skill in itself. We'll see whether the Brazilian boys have what it takes to really deal here with this Naga that Nemiga is throwing at them. Looking at the Nemiga draft, much better. I think they have a fair amount of lockdown with the Centaur. They have some combinations with the Grimstroke. The only thing that I don't like is, usually I like when the Grimstroke in lane has a combination for the Inkswell. And unless it's a 4, I didn't check who actually picked the Grim. If it's actually in the Naga lane, I feel like it's a little, I don't know, it's a little weak. But Pugna could be 5 and they'll send the Grimstroke bottom and then I think it's okay. They don't have the best combination, right, because the center stun is melee, but you can still probably kill the AA if he misplays when you get boots on center or something like that. So yeah, the game should be starting in no time. Very exciting game number 2. Ideally, hopefully we can go to a game number 3, but yeah, it's gonna be all about Nemiga. They have to show us a little bit better Dota. I think draft-wise they're already in a much better place, but they still have to play the game and take it to VKS, the winners of game number 1. Yeah, that's... To me, when I look at their draft, looking at this Earth Spirit versus... what was actually the mid laner for Nemiga? Can we look at the draft real quick here, production? Because... Is Earth Spirit versus... okay. Well, we're going game anyways, but yeah, and I can remember what is the mid hero. We're gonna go right now, and it is an Invoker. Yeah, that's a really good lane. In terms of lanes, I gotta favor Nemiga a little bit. I think this Wraith King AA is fine, but not that good, honestly. And the Timber plus Willow, that's kind of a wild card for me, because you can definitely deal with the illusions early on. So it's a game where the Naga has to possibly jungle early, and they have a decent amount of siege with this Wraith King. I wonder how much tower damage, how many towers are gonna have at, let's say, 10-15 minutes. Because if they can take mid and top in the first 15 minutes, that's probably the dream scenario here for Vivo Kidstars. It's gonna depend on how healthy of a game Costa Bill gets, as they will try to wrap around here. Aincrad, they get a really good Bramble blocking his path. Aincrad will dodge though, and the Cold Feet's not gonna proc. They get the stun, and that will be first blood for KJ. Beautiful wraparound from Vivo, and they find an Invoker all by himself. Nicely done right there. Now Very will get the bounty right here. And in terms of bounty, it's still a pretty decent 3-4-1 here. Doesn't really offset the first blood entirely, but it's a nice little bonus that they're gonna get. Okay. So there you go. Analog mid on the Earth Spirit against this Invoker. I haven't seen this matchup that often, but I'm assuming the Earth Spirit should do really well. Yeah, like the super tanky. Okay, he actually goes in. I think he dodged the damage, by the way. He dodged the EMP damage in Mana Drain by rolling that way. Nicely done. Even hitting the Invoker in the process. Pretty good. FCR did start with his Whirling Death. That's very potent against the Naga illusions. We'll see whether it's going to be effective. King RD doesn't have that much AoE, only the Brambles, but it does help a little bit. Gotta be careful against that Blood Grenade that's so bad scaring. Can definitely fall prey to it, as they will try and go for a play here. FCR, no Whirling Death, has one now, but the damage is still there and he will fall. That's what happens when you have no passive, and both King RD and the Timber seem to be going down. No. Oh, Sunstrike. Okay, so they don't get the kill with the Sunstrike. At the same time, the Courier dies. So bad, claiming a Courier kill right there. In terms of the mid lane, 10-1 against the 3-0 of Invoker. What in the Gaben? 10-1. That's incredible. That's an incredible performance from Analog mid. KJ just chilling here, trying to get this pool going. That's a stack that they were not capable of protecting. So that's a big problem here for VKS. Ideally, they deal with the creeps now and they block it again. But yeah, just give them away. That camp is very often something you don't want to be doing. Gargi gets a little boopy boop. Sunstrike. Not sure where he was, but didn't do anything. So this Invoker is going Exhort Quas. Interesting decision. Huh. I guess they want to use the Sunstrike and the Grimstroke Centaur lane to kill people. Like, Centaur stun, Inks well, Sunstrike should be enough to kill anyone. But it also means that this Invoker is struggling gigantically in lane. He's 8-0 against a 20-3 Earth Spirit. That just doesn't happen that often. So, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to become a problem here for Einkrad. As the stacks continue. Vivo just struggling really hard to deal with that camp. Not ideal for them. There's FCR. Let's get a tango here from King RD. Very lovely lad. Oh, there you go. That's a kill. Not sure the Sunstrike was involved bottom, but they do lose the Wraith King with what I'm assuming to be... Oh, the Sunstrike is there! KJ will... Oh, he actually did sidestep it? Not sure. But he's alive. Force Major, the Skelly Boys, plus his right clicks. He will fall. That's a double kill. But Bill comes back and at least benefits from all of that golden experience. Nicely done. Okay, those Sunstrikes. I wonder how he can sustain that much mana. Sunstrikes, they're not cheap. Violent. Gets Brambled, but should be fine. Alright. Okay, yeah, they also have the Snare. Nice share of the damage from FCR. It means that the Dark Willow will survive the Nether Blast now. And FCR is using the Whirling Death in a bit of a sus way. Gotta be careful not to... Oof. Yeah, that was close. Now he actually went for 2 points of the passive after that death. Just not ideal from FCR. Try to play aggressive and... Yeah, that Sunstrike. Very interesting adaptation from Invoker. I have not seen this very often. But when you have both a Snare and the Hoof Stomp, definitely allows you to try and use that Sunstrike. It's much better early on than used to be. As King RD gets Nether Blast. Very, very low. But he's gonna walk the Cold Feet off and should be fine. Finally, the camp gets addressed here. No more stack creeps for Nemiga to deny and mess with. And KJ is just gonna get a little pull, I'm assuming. Rifkin going for his phase boots. Pretty standard game here. Centaur's gonna get a Vanguard. I heard another Sunstrike, and he does get a kill. Einkrad finally connects onto the Dark Willow. In the bottom lane, there's a TP happening. The Earth Spirit looking for someone. Roll, looking for the Centaur. Can they find anyone? So far, the silence has been a problem. As finally, Bill gets into Berry, and the Hoof Stomp is not gonna be enough. No Sunstrike available. And they trade support for a Centaur. Not a bad trade. Our Spirit should be happy about that, as Nemiga fighting for the runes here, for the right to deny the runes, since Einkrad... Oh, he actually does have a bottom, yeah. This is actually getting more common, the bottom Invoker. I've seen that a fair amount. And he will be going for a Pidus, no boots. We're back to 2018 as Very tries to go for Hoof Stomp. Oh, look at Analog. He didn't go back to the lane. He was here the whole time. That's a bait. The Inkswell finds 2 heroes, but he had the Magnetize doing a fair amount of damage. The second refresh. Costa Build only needs 1 boop. Actually, needs 2 because that's a tanky boy of a Vanguard. Killing spree for Costa Build as he wants a double kill, but Analog just kicks the Grimstroke in the face. Oh, they could steal the Wisdom Rune. They're all here. It's 6 minutes 47. This is a good attempt, and I think they're going to be able to acquire it. What about the Pugna, though? He's going to steal the other one. Oh, what a cheeky boy. He's going to get it. So they will not lose on the Experience War here for Nemiga. As VKS, they do get the enemy one. But very good read for SoBad. I got to say, SoBad is probably the best player on Nemiga. I've seen him do so well as finally Sunstrike. Puts Timbersaw in the grave. killing spree for the Invoker. Despite that amazing start on the Air Spirit, Aincrad is just farming heroes here. Just, he pretty much has an AI monetizing his life here. He doesn't have to leave his home. The AI just keeps on making faceless YouTube videos, and he's just ranking up the dollar signs. As very takes a lot of damage, but that Vanguard and the armor from the tier 2 tower, way too risky for them to fight into. As now Dark Willow taking some damage into, well, Sunstrike perfectly placed. Aincrad now with a dominating streak. Really impressive gaming here from Aincrad. And yeah, I'm very scared for VKS, because if he looked that good with the Ember, what's gonna happen when he play Invoker and he is disfarmed? Yeah, that's scary. And look at those Pugnan Air Blast. The tower's pretty much falling here. Analog, he was so worried into getting kills that not only he loses his tower, but his life as well. TP from Costa Bill, who's gonna get silenced. Can he get a stun? Doesn't even bother moving forward, as the Invoker is the next target. But he's pretty much here to stop this tower from being taken, and I'm not even sure he's gonna be able to do so. Very low tower. They're gonna send pretty much everyone here but the Timber, and Costa Bill finds so bad. We're just gonna ignore him. Okay. Moonshot goes to top lane, almost level 6, so the fact that So Bad was able to get that Wisdom really allowed the supports for Nemiga to be ready to fight. Violent. We're talking about him being forced out of the lane. He's actually 1,000 gold ahead of the Timbersaw. This is just not how you want your Timber to be looking like. Very unfortunate game here for FCR. Dying early, forced into passive points. You know, from what I've seen at least, it feels like the no passive max whirling death Timber chain is supposed to be the way. I've seen both ATF and Whisper play that way. So yeah, he just fed a little bit. I mean, only one time, but it was not the time to feed, as we do see the 10-minute rune about to approach. Lots of heroes here, and it's gonna be top, so it's an invis that King RD will secure for Analog. Beautifully done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, CR finally gets his level 6, going for that standard Kaya build. I think that Kaya into Blink is the build I've seen most Timbersaws go. Invoker with his spiders ready. Now rotating with a smoke here alongside the Grimstroke. They do have Soulbind. Inkswell on Aincrad. That is not a combination you see very often. The Invoker using that, as the Sunstrike is going to be off the mark, and FCR just shreds Invoker like a pie. Okay. Oh, So Bad gets engaged upon, but FCR, they're not that strong. Should be careful. Oh, you're right. No Soulbind on the Grim. Tried to go for that second point of the silence. Interesting. Not sure if that's a misclick, but yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, I can see games where you don't go for the Soulbind, but not sure that's one of them. They have a fair amount of point and click, right? Double Edge, Snare, Life Drain, Cold Snap. Anyways, Spirit going for the Blade Mail build. So far, no real deviations from the normal Spirit build here. Because once again, it is the Nemiga going to the top side. Aincrad just looking for a Midas. FCR did claim the tower. They finally get the first tier 1 tower of the game here. VKS trying to slowly push into Nemiga. But that Naga is free farming. Sure, slightly behind the Wraith King, but gotta fear the Naga. That's a super annoying hero. As okay, they're gonna try and go for the Dark Willow ulti, but the Invoker is so freaking fast. How was... Okay, he got a haste. That's why the A-Blast didn't connect. FCR now falls for a Hoof Stomp and a Meteor. Very unfortunate. Urn's going to be placed onto Very, but they don't have the gap close. And Nemiga. That's so unfortunate here for VKS. Einkrad just snatching that haste from running like a boss. And they're trying their best here to poke at the tier 1 tower. But they don't really have the resources to do so. Blink Dagger on the way here for the Centaur. And once they get that Blink with the Inkswell maxed out, such a scary game for anyone. They don't have that Lifestealer or the Jug. So, no core that can really withstand that combination. And even the Sunstrike on top of it is just such a powerful combination. Blink Dagger from Very. Very close. Okay, they're gonna try Silence onto Costa Bill. They have the Sunstrike as well. This should be his first life to slow. Keeping the Centaur close by. Now finally, the second A Blast flies out and they have the Bramble, so okay. Not the trade Nemiga expected. Really quick response from VKS, and that slow from the Wraith King, just preventing the Centaur. If he had his ulti, maybe he could have gotten away, but not available for him. As okay, Tornado Meteor on this Timbersaw. He's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be snared up with the Sunstrike. FCR, you are dead. 6-2-1 here on Einkrad. Just a pristine performance from the Invoker player. Okay. Midas now gonna be the next item for Analog. His Blade Mail is flying to him. He is now TPing to the Wisdom Rune. Okay. Just making sure that doesn't get denied by this Naga, possibly. You'll see Einkrad just going for an Octarine straight up. Okay. Just wants that those Sunstrikes to be flying out constantly. I have no problem with that build. Octarine core. I expected Octarine to be nerfed. But, it didn't really happen. The item's so good. Like, pretty much everyone wants to buy Octarine. But, yeah. It is not going to be a problem here for them. Okay, a Blast flies out. They find Very. Timbersaw, good stampede away from the cold pick. King RD gets the Shadow Realm off, so should be fine. Oh, he kills himself to the Nether Ward. Not like this, my friend. The math was not done properly, as the Timber Chain and that Whirling Death will find a kill. Now, good stun onto this Dreamstroke. The stun from the Inkswell, is it gonna proc? It will not. So Bad gets a double kill somehow, but he loses two heroes. Nemiga, the Sunstrike, will find Costabil as they try to get Einkrad. Really weird game. Those Sunstrikes are so impactful, but yeah, slightly advantageous here towards Nemiga, experience and gold wise, as they do drop a ward here looking for something. So Bad was in your vision, but will not be chased down. They don't have the control for it. FCR maybe looking for something here. He's saving some gold. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger queued up, but at least that's the build I've seen the most for the Timbersaws. Oh, King RD finds the right Violent, as the Shadow Realm will be used to try and deal with the illusions. Sunstrike not enough to get King RD, but what if they get a stun? What about the life drain? King RD so far is fine, as they will shred the Pugna apart. Well, that's a almost 1-for-0. Oh, the Dark Willow is dying to illusions? I guess it was being chased down, but we'll be fine. Very low in HP. Oh, Inkswell. Blink Strike. FCR is dead. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Honestly, like, if this Timber destroys his lane and he gets his timings all faster, I'm not sure things like that would happen. But he didn't. Oh, they find a little bit of an Einkrad here with the AA Blast. That's an easy kill. And it's KJ that claims it. 700, 800 gold for the AA. That's a gold mine. There we go. He's going for a Lotus Orb. Okay. That's cool. Doesn't work against the bug unless you cast it before the bug connects, but it is very good against Snare. It is very good against Cold Snap. We'll see how impactful it's gonna be As
Dire's middle
they
tower
will try
is
and get
under
this mid
attack.
tower. Violent has been farming silently for the most part.
Dire's structures
Has
are
what?
fortified.
How's the Naga
Dire's
looking?
middle tower is
Has a
under
Manta, now going towards a
Radiant's
Diffusal
bottom
Blade,
tower
I'm
is
assuming,
under
since he has
attack.
another Blade of Alchemy. Alright. Probably wants to have that Dispel against the Brambles, against the Earth Spirit. That's quite nice, having the
Dire's
second
middle
Dispel.
tower has fallen.
With the Diffuser. Disperser, I think. Oh,
Radiant's
Einkrad.
top tower is
He's a
under
little bit
attack.
scared, and he should be. Rolls off the mark, but he will get the AA Blast with the slow. Is that going to be enough? They will find the Evoker, and that's a second kill for KJ. He's feeding off Wizards, and he is quite happy about it. King RD has no spells ready besides the OT, and even after casting it, he will fall, but FCR claims a second one on the center. If they get Violent, this would be huge, but the Inkswell is allowing him to stun this Earth Spirit. Good clear the illusion, so no damage for Analog's gonna be there. And they will disengage. There's a Regen Rune on the top side, but VKS, they are bloodthirsty. They do not want to be looking for runes. They want to be looking for heroes. Good kick, does not find any heroes. And it looks like VKS will be getting out. No, Song of the Siren, but the Cold Feet procs, but they dispel it with a beautiful Inkswell and the pause. That's, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Yep, that's KJ right there. Oh, I love this set, by the way. This is the best Naga set ever. I don't think there will ever be a better Naga set. The idea, the execution, this is a work of art. Oh, okay. I guess he did disconnect then. All right. Well, let's check some heroes here. Oh, that Satyr looks creepy as hell. Look at that. That guy's about to. That's a. He's not gonna do some good things. That's for sure. He's a creepy guy. Look his eyebrows. No, go back to his eyebrows. They're so weirdly drawn. Yeah, that guy. No, not that guy. It's okay. It's okay. Oh! Before he reconnects, look at that. That is. It feels like he stitched it. Feels like. Yeah. Come on, Valve. You guys keep talking about Morphling having no pixels. That is an awful eyebrow. All right, we're back here. Two that outside of Nemiga. VKS are gonna disengage. There's a Regen Rune here that will be picked by Analog and. Ooh, Sunstrike? Off the mark. There you go. Analog will be back to full HP. Does have that Midas working for him. Costa Bill with the Radiance being up. Yeah, I mean, lots of good things for VKS. Now, they're gonna need Shiva's Guard. Ideally want some Crimson Guard as well if possible. Although that item seems super dead. But it's always good against Naga. We'll see what the next items are going to be as the Naga gets the D-Through Blade. Going hard first, but can probably go back to the Disperser later for the Dispel on yourself. It's always nice to get the second one. Even the kill potential. Quite nice against the Willows and AAs of the world. I'm not sure they have any defensive items on those supports. Yeah, I guess there's a Lotus that you can Dispel this low. And what about King RD? I think he has a Midas, right? They have two Midas inside of VKS, so the gold is definitely going to be going their way. Only one on the Invoker for the side of Nemiga, as they were trying to potentially invade this bottom side here. They did get one ward pretty much on the southest part of the map. Oh, so bad gets found, but Brambles will not touch his Kelly body,
Radiant's middle
so
tower
he
is under attack.
just runs away. Roche is on the Radiant side. Both sides kind of bad at doing Roche, honestly. Evo might be like 1% better, but both sides are awful. They can't just sneak Roche on. They gotta win some fights. And speaking of winning fights, looks like Nemiga, they are the ones that want to take an engagement here. No Naga available, so they're gonna try and get a pick off. They have vision of the Timber, which is why and the Willow as well. So that is just that's not even fair. Stunning to Meteor. Willow becomes a puree
Dire
of
are
a
scanning.
of an Irish woman. Earth Spirit now going for the BKB after Midas. I mean, looking pretty good considering he's playing with Ping. That's been a very solid performance on Analog's Earth Spirit.
Bottom tower is under
So
attack.
bad now. Has a gem, so they're trying to get some control here. They're trying to play more aggressive. Ideally, get more pickoffs. After all, you know, this Invoker, there's a whole shtick is that he is supposed to be getting kills. Oh, how did he die? Oh, yeah. That's the classic. That's the classic one.
Radiant structures.
Oh, guys, yeah, laugh at the caster. Laugh at the caster. Casting for 7 hours. It's okay. Now, tier 2 tower about to fall here. A lot of damage done from the Pugna, and it feels like VKS, they just don't have the numbers to really do anything about it. After all, you're gonna send numbers just for a one Skelly boy. Can they get a deny? They cannot. Just perfect damage. Einkrad already has his Octarine core, so the cooldown of those Sunstrikes are gonna be even lower. And he's been pretty decent at landing them, to be honest. I hear a Sunstrike, and it's just a random Sunstrike. I guess he has no cooldown on it, so
Dire's middle tower
just
is under
casting
attack.
them whenever he can. Blink Dagger available for Einkrad as well. Has that Tornado into Ice Wall combo, potentially. The only hero that can really deal with that is the Earth Spirit as well as the Timber. Everyone else doesn't really have a way out of that spell, unless they get some BKBs. By the way, Timber did not go for the Blink. Ended up getting a heart instead, afraid of being bursted down. Oh, speaking of bursted down, there's a couple of heroes here. They have the Sunstrike, I hear it in the snare, and this Timber, as tanky as he is, has a Lotus Orb trying to live for his life, but he will be taken down. And now Inkswell onto KJ, stuns for a distant duration, and this is going to be too dead. Too late with the OT. King RD, get together. As, yeah, Nemiga, they get 2 kills. They are definitely ramping up the pace, getting those, getting the towers as well as these 2 important kills. FCR just not having a game right now. And Analog,
Radiant are scanning.
okay, Radiant scan, expecting heroes to be there, and they are. As Analog runs the other way, but there's the Invoker waiting for him, so that's a really good bait from Nemiga. Not a lot of mana on Analog, and he will try and roll, but perfect Tornado into a center stun, into his demise. Beautifully done, Nemiga, showing that they are not going to lose 2-0. Well, at least so far it doesn't look like it. As Violent goes up the high ground, looking for King RD, has that as Nair. Good slow from the Chakra. Deflection's gonna be there, no Manta. Oh, he dies anyways. Those illusions are ruthless.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Alright.
Middle tower has
Second tier 2 tower falling. Nemiga, despite all of the timings that they were hitting on VKS, the hard. Okay, another attempt here. FCR, he gets that Lotus Orb and will live, but for a Timbersaw, he's not feeling tanky, and he has a heart. Maybe that's the nerf as NA Bless flies out. Costabil's still alive, eventually dies to the little bug of Grimstroke. He has a Glimmer Cape, he's fine. In fact, they have a lot of heroes on that right side. You gotta be very careful about approaching it, as Analog now taking so much damage, has the Blade Mail turned on, but he's gonna be sucked dry to death as Pugna finally gets jumped by Costabil. Good Willow OT finds 2 kills. Centaur and Pugna dead, as now Naga will sing for her sins and try to run away. Even whips her little tail there. Should be able to live. So they lose 1, I want to say. And Centaur plus Pugna. I mean, that's fine for Zero Keep Stars. It's not the end of the world, I guess. Yeah. They get 1,000 gold. But this is not good enough. They need a convincing fight. I think they need Roche. They need to really ramp up the pace of this game because, I don't know. They are, this Timbersaw is level 14, just struggling so much. Oh yeah, look at Roche right there. Can they Roche knowing that Naga's song is on cooldown is the question. What's the level of Naga right now? Was that a level 3 song or was it a level 2 song? Guess it doesn't even matter, because the build is mid, so they don't have the resources to... It is level 2, but yeah, they don't have enough hero stop to try to do that. Maybe if it was bottom, they could try and brute force it. Okay, so Centaur has a pipe, now working towards a heart. And that's the thing, a lot of that damage from VKS is magical, the AA Blast, all of Willow spells, all of Verspirit spells. And the pipe is making those fights very tough. Oh, and now it is actually Nemiga who just drives the pit. Yeah, we don't have song, but we don't care. We're just gonna go in. Maybe they can AA Blast this, but yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to do so. They do get an Arcane Moon. They should suspect, yeah, they will throw the AA Blast. How fast is this Roshan? Relatively fast. I don't think it's gonna be able to. Yeah, they're not gonna be there in time. They have a pipe as well. Unfortunately, BKS, this Rosh is not yours. It is Nemiga's.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay. Wraith King about to get his BKB, but that also means he's not gonna have buyback for potentially this Aegis fights. Although, you know, with Wraith King, buyback pretty much means nothing anyway, so it's not like you want that buyback. Radiant Scan looking for the Invoker. They had this Arcane Rune on Analog they would love to use. They even had a couple of wards in the big jungle. That's how they maybe got the idea Invoker was nearby, but unfortunately, it doesn't connect. Alright, let's check the neutrals here, because it's 27 minutes. It's time for us to... Alright, so Cloak of Flames, very good against Illusion Heroes. Very nice for Analog. Quickening Charm on the Invoker. That's also another good one. Psychic Headband. That's great for the Willow. Violent, still carrying his little whip. A dirty Naga Siren. As they will go high ground here. They have that Pugna. They have the Illusions. Some tower pressure in both mid and bottom here as Costabil is trying to at least protect the mid side of the map. Finally the glyph gets used, but it doesn't seem to be enough, as they're even going to decrepify one of the creeps to increase how long the backdoor protection is going to be turned off. And eventually tier 3 falls. And oh, double Wisdom Rune. Oh, look at that. They are wrapping around beautifully here as Vivo Kid Stars. They went all the way up into that, but can they kill the Naga? That's probably the hardest one. That is indeed the hardest one. Violent gets found by KJ. Oh no. Oh no, they're not going for the right one. That's the right one. KJ, he's just gonna fall here. The Sunstrike is off the mark. It's there, would be reflected. Really good AA Blast finds all of the Naga illusions as well as the real one. Violent eventually gets that song, and all of the heroes on Nemiga trying to close the gap. He's all by his lonesome. But oh man, if a different hero found the Naga, maybe they could have gotten the kill. But that AA just doesn't do anything against it. The Centaur trying to run away, roll off the mark from Analog. This is a crazy fight, and I don't know what's happening. FCR with a Bloodstone out of all items, trying to fight this Naga, at least zoning her. As on the other side, we see this Wraith King being stunned. Still has the second life. But on the top side of the map, Pugna forced stepping away. They will lose. The Dark Willow has buyback, but Costabil will get the Grimstroke. That's a big one. Dying without the Soul Bind. FCR, very tanky, but the Soul Strike should suffice. Still living. Cold Feet and AA falling. King RD will buy back as the second life of Wraith King gets activated. Pugna very low. The damage should be there. Stun, no detection. Can they get it? They will. Costabil on a killing spree, and they're gonna lose 2 heroes. But FCR as well as Analog do die because of it. Can they at least get the Invoker Einkrad? Those skeletons are ruthless, and they get the first life. Can Dark Willow TP? I think he TP'd into the fight, so he should probably gonna die. That's a rampage for Violent. Even though they kill a fair amount of heroes. Oh, the poor supports cannot do anything against that Naga. It's way too annoying. Now Costabil just pushing a wave here as Naga will probably get barracks. I don't know. Age is still up for a minute and 20, and Costabil knows he can't do anything before the heroes are back up. And 46 seconds on King RD is going to be a tough one to deal with. Alright, yeah, as the barracks fall, let's watch this. Timbersaw, he's so tanky, but with no mana, like, he does absolutely no damage. I wonder if he needed that item that got buffed. You guys know what I'm talking about. To get that mana back as Pugna he lives for so long, actually. Like, before this fight, he was living through a long time. Naga taking a lot of damage. The Aegis expired or got taken away, as now Violent is running. Does have that bull whip as well if she wants to keep running, and should be just fine. Another whip. Song of the Siren is there. The rolls off the mark. Violent will be able to TP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, so 10k goal lead. They hold their barracks, but the win probability is definitely not looking good for them. Experience-wise, though, they're pretty even. Only 2 levels ahead, so the gold advantage is way bigger than the experience one. Partly, probably because of the Midases on the Earth Spirit. Okay, speaking of him, you will find a Pugna, drops a dust here, finds this little Pugner trying to run away. The Tornado EMP is there. Can he dodge with another roll? No, he cannot. His mana gets drained, but the Pugna will be eventually killed. Nice Meteor, doing substantial damage to Costa Bill, but Aincrad will be able to run away with his Ghost Walk. So that's 1 for 0 here. Not too shabby as holy moly. That's a shared Sunstrike. That's a shared Sunstrike, my friends. Okay, so let's take a look on the items here. Let's see what everyone has. So we got 2 Ogre Seal Totems on Nemiga, 2 Cloak of Flames on the side of Vivo Kid Stars. We also have Hard Pie. Ag's gonna be next on Icrod, and Violent is pretty much 6 slotted. This Costa Bill has a Mjolnir, very good against Naga. I think they need a Shivas as well, but it's probably FCR that has to buy it, and he... usually a Timbersaw should definitely be ahead of an Invoker in a game that is this long. So the fact that he is substantially behind goes to show how good of a game. Oh, King RD. Be careful. Oh my... what? That was a blind Sunstrike. Holy shit. Dude, Aincrad, you don't give this guy Invoker. You just don't. Like, this is probably one of the best Invoker performances I've seen in a long time. Like, what was that Sunstrike? Literally blind. Right? There's no vision there. Not that I've seen. Just... yeah, I'll just throw a Sunstrike here. There's probably a support that was 10 HP, because they all do that. Close to Bill. He will take a lot of damage. The suck is gonna be there. He will fall. Another Sunstrike right on top of him. He takes so much damage. His BKB didn't get activated. No buyback. Holy smokes. That is just the Invoker show right there. Couldn't press his BKB. Didn't expect that amount of damage. And now this Timbersaw is just melting to the Naga. There's no way he's going to live. Beyond godlike streak for the Naga. And, oh man, Violent and Aincrad. This is a beautiful showing here from both of them. Everyone on Nemiga. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. With this draft, much tougher game here for Vivo. I was not impressed by the Timbersaw play. I think FCR is very often one of the best performers on the side of Vivo. But this game, he felt clueless, I think is the right word. I don't know if he... I don't know. It was just... He got abused level 1, died, and ever since that moment, it felt like he just had to deal with so much to even stay alive. So nicely done here by Nemiga. They tied this game, and it looks like we're going to a game number 3. My neighbors are not going to be happy, but I'm sure as hell am, because these two teams, they deserve a full BO3 to showcase how good they are. And remember, whoever wins this is this close, actually, probably this close to qualifying for the second stage of the tournament, because first and second spots, it feels like Alliance and the Dudley boys, former D2 Hustlers, are pretty much securing those. They are way further ahead than everyone. They didn't lose a single game, I think. And yeah, it's going to be very tough for either, for whoever loses this series to recover. It's possible, but it's going to be tough. We'll see who's going to be that team as I say farewell for about 7 minutes since we have a little bit of break before the third game. So stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with the last game of the day, Pinnacle Cup, 25 years, and I gotta say, this was a pretty long day. I think we had 11 games, so very short of having 4 BO3s. Very long day, but very entertaining one as well, with Nemiga taking game 2 in a pretty dominant style. I think that was kind of a repeat of game number 1, but side swapped. Nemiga, with the heroes they were able to acquire, just played way too well. I think Vivo had the answers for their draft in a way that Timbersaw, in a better game, I think could have done much more. But FCR just didn't look like himself. I think I don't know exactly what happened there, but not the greatest performance. I think Analog played really well. A lot of great rotations. He owned the lane as well. I also felt like Costa Bill was a bit lacking. Just not the same presence he had in that Weaver game. And obviously Wraith King is a much slower hero. You need a lot of items. And I think that's probably what I would change for them. I think, even though I like their heroes, I think their playstyle is much better when you have King Ardeen, a hero that can roam, that can do more stuff. And yeah, the Willow can do that, but I don't think to the same extent of a Tiny, of a Clockwork, of, all those sorts of heroes. So hopefully they can tune their draft to fit their needs and fit their playstyle a bit more if they want to take Game 3. For Nemiga, I think that looked amazing. Like, that Invoker should probably be first phase banned by Vivo Kidstars. The Naga is also a very tricky one. Like, if you are not feeling confident with the Timbersaw, I don't think there's a lot of other answers you can get, especially later into the draft, which is when Naga gets picked usually. So you might be forced to ban it or pick it. I do know that Costa Bill plays a really good Naga, and we'll see how they're gonna try and adapt to, the everything that they have in store there for Nemiga. They showed that they are very good team indeed, and it's now on Vivo to find a way here for Game 3, or else Nemiga not only takes the series, but they take third place, and it will be very hard for anyone to dethrone them. There's still a fair amount of games to be played, but not that many. So winning here puts you above 50% chance of going to the second stage of the tournament, which is what you want, which is where the money is gonna be. And money is very important, but there's also the glory, and there's also pretty much the money and the glory. So yeah, that's about it. The draft should be starting in no time, my friends. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I think I was gonna check which players swapped for Nemiga. So apparently Maureen, Vazia, Roger all left the team, and then Maureen pretty much left recently, joined Falcons. Vazia got swapped by Very, right? And Roger has been swapped for So Bad. I think that's what happened. So it's actually a big change for this team. I was not aware they actually swapped 3 players. Pretty big swap, and they're looking pretty good regardless of that. I can check their rankings here. Let's see if I can find them. So we do have a draft very soon, guys. So Bad rank 119, and there we go. We do have a draft in our hands. All right, let's see what's going to happen here. Lone Druid ban, no surprises. They don't ban the TA this time. Maybe if they want to let the Invoker through, they might as well have the TA to play against it. I think that might be a good response. I'm actually surprised that they keep on banning the Weaver here. I wouldn't expect that from them, considering how good they played with it in game number 1. And now they also banned the Kunkka. Nemiga, I think that's the problem. Like, they're afraid of giving away these meta heroes, but these are also heroes they're very good at, and Nemiga can only pick one at the beginning. So why not share them? I don't know. They played really well with both Kunkka and Weaver in game number 1. But I do like the center ban. I think that was a big reason why some of the fights were hard to navigate for Vivo, especially the Brave King. He was kited quite a bit. You have the super fast Pugna, you have Inkswell, you have Tornado, Ice Wall. I did not like the Brave King pick. I feel like Costa Bill played as well as you can play a Brave King carry. I just don't feel like the hero is that strong. Whereas for FCR, he had an overall very good hero in the game, but didn't play to the best of the ability, I think. Now the Pugna, does get banned here from Vivo. Was a really good performance. Like, that Pugna looks so good when you can just force the towers, especially because the draft of Nemiga in game number 2 didn't have a lot of push, but it felt like that Pugna did a lot of work taking towers and just offsetting the fact that Naga illusions aren't that great. They also had very little wave clear for the Naga, which is why the Naga pick was so intelligent in the first place from Nemiga. So if they don't want to let the Naga through, or if you don't want to ban it, you have to pick stuff that deals with Naga a little bit better. And they will go for this Treant, so defending the towers is definitely better now. No Pugna and Treant Protector means you're going to be able to protect your buildings much better. I think this is a good adaptation. And yeah, it's a full-on green versus green here. NP versus Treant, OP versus OP. I like it. I think both sides are good. I'm surprised that they go for the Treant instead of the NP though. Like, they are kind of threading away from the style that worked for them in game number 1. And I wonder if this is intentional or not. Because... well, anyways. We do see Luna ban here. So they feel like... yeah, they're probably going to go for a pretty heavy farming draft, try to protect their towers, and banning the Luna and the spec seems pretty standard. I wonder if they can get the Naga as well for Vivo. Treant Naga lane doesn't feel that good, but you do heal the illusions, and you do benefit a lot from keeping your towers alive in that early start where the Naga is just farming. That said though, Vivo, what else do you want to ban? Let's take away that Invoker maybe. That Invoker looked very good. Sprout also sets up Sunstrikes really well, especially later into the game when you don't have Quelling Blade anymore. So, you gotta watch out for that. There we go. There we go. The... oh, Primal Beast pick. Now, that is one that I saw banned a lot against Falcon, but none of the other teams even touched the Primal Beast today or yesterday. I do like it. I am not sure how heavy were the nerfs, but Primal against NP is very good. You don't care about Sprouts. You have catch for him. You're a tanky boy. They already have 2 very tanky boys on their side, so potentially a good Timbersaw game for Nemiga if the draft develops towards this tanky side of Dota. We'll see exactly what they want to be doing here. As now... oh, Lion. Very good against Primal because his mana got drained. And yeah, in general, he doesn't like being locked down. Like, you're gonna have to rush a BKB or something like that. Interesting. And they go for the Brew as well. This was banned from Vivo in game number 2 and probably game number 1 as well. Okay. A very different playstyle here from Nemiga. I also feel like the Brewmaster denies the Naga pick from Vivo. You cannot really go Naga anymore. You have Lion Brew. This is really good preparation for an anti-Naga draft. Oh, they picked the Dazzle. Okay. Alright, and the Tiny. So I'm assuming this is Tiny for King RD, KJ on Treant, Mid Dazzle for Analog, and Primal Beast for FCR. They have a fair amount of Naga control themselves, which means Nemiga cannot go for Naga, and they instead pick Morphling. Now we can probably ban Void and what here if you're Nemiga? Let me check. So no Spectre, Void, Weaver, I guess Luna Weaver are banned. Have Void, Muerta, CK as the standard carries here. They're actually gonna ban anti-mage. Interesting ban. Not a bad anti-mage game. The only control they have is the lion. Okay. Smart one. Okay. What about a life stealer here? I guess you do get kited and you don't have a way to deal with Sprout. So yeah, I guess the voids and anti-mages. I think it's just another reason for you to ban the void. If you're an Nemiga, because it's another hero that can deal with the Sprout. I guess Slark is another one. If you, I'm sure Costabil really likes Slark. These are the two heroes that I can think of that lane well against Brew, don't care about Sprout, and are heroes that Vivo Kid Stars likes running. They did ban the Necrophos here as a possible mid hero. What else should they ban for Nemiga and Eincrad? I know that he plays OD as well. There's a lot of stuff, Eincrad. OD, how good is OD this game? I'm not sure actually. I guess the lane is Dazzle favored, because even with the Astro, like the Poison Touch is super annoying. Don't really have a lot of combos with the Astro though. But it do have some saves, so you can save people from the Primal, you can save people from the Overgrowth. It could be an interesting pick. I'm not sure that's the route Nemiga would go for. But Eincrad is a very unique player. Definitely has a wide hero pool and plays a lot of heroes that are, let's say, unconventional. A lot of reserve time here being used by Vivo, not a lot from Nemiga. They take away the puck. I like it. Even though Tiny is supposed to be good against puck, it is support Tiny, and yeah, it's just a very hard hero to really control. Nemiga, you gotta ban a carry. Void is probably the obvious one. Maybe the Slark, maybe a PL. Could be something here. I think PL is just too slow of a hero. I don't know. I'm not sure how much I rate that hero. Huh, okay, still taking their time. Yeah, I mean, anything that can deal... What about a carry Riki? Like, would that be too YOLO for Vivo? Carry Riki would be very good against Lion, very good against Morphling, very good against Brew. I actually... Yeah, I'm not sure that's Costabil's thing though, but I feel like Riki here would be amazing. Such a good Riki game. Every hero there hates Smokescreen, and if they go OD, that's another one that hates Smokescreen. That Lion would never have a game if you go that route. You would have 0 tower damage though, and if you lose your lane, you probably lose the game. So you know, you gotta consider all of the variables here as you pick. And now Nemiga definitely taking a lot of time for their last pick. They're looking for that mid hero we were talking about. Let me look at Eincrad. He actually... for some reason, when you type Eincrad, he doesn't show up instantly on Dota.pro tracker for some reason. I don't know why. You have to manually type it on the browser. And there you go. So we have Zeus, we have Razor, we have Mag, we have... Oh, there you go. There goes Zeus. Okay. Dude, Riki... Yeah, Riki is not a possibility anymore. Dude, I wonder if they ended up going Zeus just because of the Riki. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. There's no way you pick Riki here, so... If we think about normal heroes, I guess Void is nice. Very good against Zeus, actually. Looking here at Costa Bill's page, he plays Muerta, plays Luna, plays CK, plays LS, plays Void, plays Terrorblade. Terrorblade is not good, and Zeus is really good against the TB that he plays really well, so that's probably another reason why. And he gets Slark instead. We talked about it. I think it's overall pretty good. Should win the lane. Oh, it's an FCR Dazzle instead. Okay. So the Zeus that they picked was in case Dazzle was mid. And the Zeus does pretty well against Poison Touch because you can just disengage. And they instead give the Dazzle for FCR and they get a Primal Beast. Interesting. I'm fine with this. I think the Primal doesn't care. And Primal will probably have a pretty bad lane if he's against the Lion anyway. So I think it's a smart choice by Vivo Kidstars. Now, time for the third game of a very hype series that everyone is super excited about. Who will take it? I am not sure. But I can tell you this thing. This is going to be a wild one. We have a lot of team fighting heroes. We have Brazilian players. We have Eastern European players. We have Aperol there on the on top of King Ardi's cabinet. So this is going to be a wild recipe for the best Dota 2 that I've seen today, hopefully. And yeah, guys, I'm very, very excited. Looking at the drafts, I still got to give it to Nemiga. I think they have a solid draft. Brewmaster is always a scary hero to play against, but I think Dazzle is way more on FCR's alley than something like the Timber. Especially in this game. I feel like this is a pretty decent offlane Dazzle game. We'll see how much he's going to be able to do. Probably still just a standard Midas build here into Ags, but regardless of that, I think Vivo Kidstars, this is a better draft than they had in game number 1. I still favor Nemiga just slightly, especially because in game number 2, when Nemiga had better heroes, they definitely looked very dominant. So it's going to be on Vivo here to showcase the Dota that they can play. And we should have a game in almost no time. There we go. Production is smooth. Smooth like a baby's behind. And very nicely here by Zeus. No regen, by the way. Guys, if you're playing Zeus, do not buy regen. There's no point. There's no point in buying Tango. That's something that I've seen Miracle do like a year ago. And a lot of people started doing it as well. Yeah, just a little tip here for your pubs. Just don't buy Tangos on Zeus. It doesn't make sense. Just get that bottle faster. You're not going to take any damage. Unless you're playing against Alina. Then you buy a Tango. Alright, gonna find Ver. They have an Avalanche as well. Nice use of the Onslaught, blocking the path of the Brewmaster, but with a good Poison Touch. They will claim a kill, but only after KJ dies. So the Lion from So Bad gets that kill. And I gotta say, I was talking about, So Bad being a really good player and everything. When I look at the leaderboards, I believe So Bad is the highest MMR player on Nemiga. And that's pretty cool, man. I love when supports are the highest MMR. And yeah, So Bad. Actually, not finding him again, but anyways. Let's pay attention to the game here as FCR will take some damage. Good Earth Spike has no Fairy Fire. The TP of that Force Major and P, he will fall. Huh. Yeah, that's not ideal. By the way, King RD has a Quelling Blade this game just because of the NP, but this also means that his Boots or his Windlace, it's gonna take a while for that to be a thing. And against Lion, that mana drain, ooh, it's very annoying. If you use the Avalanche to cancel it, you're using mana, and if you don't use it, you're losing mana. You can't really win against the Lion, as we can see that he buys himself a Magic Stick. And this lane should be okay for the Dazzle, I believe. He has really good base damage, really good attack animation, can secure range creeps with his Shadow Wave once he's level 2 as well, so shouldn't be a problem here. King RD will block the camp, very sneaky. Cancels the Lion clarity right there. In terms of the lane stage here, I'm also expecting Analog to do pretty good. This is we're gonna trade farm type of lane. maybe you can kill the Zeus if he misplays, but he has to misplay really hard. And yeah, Costa Bill. Gotta be careful there. Shouldn't be getting his creeps denied. Force Major just being annoying with his right clicks, but overall, I guess this lane used to be much better for Duslark than it is nowadays. But it's still a melee hero. Like, I don't think Duslark should die here. We'll see though, as Analog. Using the onslaught here for some creeps, but some heavy harass from Minecraft. Oh, careful there with the aggro of the tower. And you also gotta be careful about the NPTP. Analog will get his bottle, so he's not gonna miss a lot of experience, and also doesn't get any of those bottle charges denied, which means he should be just fine. Minecraft, because he was a part of the first blood and the other kill, gets a very fast bottle as well. And overall, pretty even game here in the laning stage. You can see Zeus and Primal Beast doing fine. The Morphling and the Slark also relatively fine. But the Primal what? He tried to go for a play, huh? Interesting. Yeah, making mistakes is the path to wisdom indeed, and Analog's gonna get a lot of his creeps denied right there. This is not good. He's gonna lose a fair amount of resources here, and also the two other ones. Oh, look at Analog. He is angry. He is really angry with this Zeus that, by the way, didn't get the E. So that's the ultimate FU. He doesn't get a Javelin jump. Analog tries to kill him, but he has so much damage on Aincrad that it doesn't matter. That's actually very funny. I would do the same thing. I don't blame you, Analog. But that Zeus just, yeah, got a lot of early kills. And unfortunately, FCR will also fall in the top lane. Nemiga looking very dominant. The early laning stage looked fine, but a couple of mistakes here and there starting to snowball into a sizable advantage here for Nemiga. There you go, nice deny from Violent. Not sure the mana's worth it, but does get the deny. King RD dragging the creep waves, beautifully done right there to prevent any creep denying shenanigans as FCR. Oh, top lane, Costa Bill gets sprouted up, but will quickly eat his way through the branches as a big branch himself shows up. KJ, I think he was going for some stackaroos. He is now back with his buddy. Oh, so bad, very low. That poison touch, annoying as hell. And he will be chased and killed. Nicely done there. Second kill of Vivo Kid Stars this game as Costa Bill just enjoying the healing from the leech seed from that fog as Force Major is just being a bully the entire time. Oh, finally TPs. He's going for the mid lane, I believe. No, he's actually... I'm not... Yeah, he went for the top lane, but nothing happened. I thought that Analog was playing aggressive again as KJ gets the leech seed and very taking a lot of damage. Costa Bill will not go for that play though. Force Major just calls. He's just doing that the entire time. Holy crap. He's so annoying. Just doesn't stop. 700. Oh, holy Slark gets fried. Fried very, very quickly here. Aincrad gets his 6. That's a level 6 at 5 minutes. Woo! 3-0 and 0. Aincrad just giving us a masterclass of both Invoker and Zeus right now. Alright. It's not expecting that. Really good pull there from So Bad. This means you're going to be able to kill this catapult wave under tower now. Not a lot of tower damage is going to be done. Do you see Costa Bill? Oh no. That's another kill for Analog. King RD shows up. That's... I mean, this is an outclass. Total outclass. Game number 2. We saw Analog stomp the lane. But for some reason, this Zeus is just out of control. I know why though. Like he got tons of kills, got early bottom, pressured the hell out of the Primal Beast, and this game is getting out of control. Gold advantage is, you know, fine, but it's about the levels here. When a Zeus can snowball like that, like he gets the early cornucopia, the early items, it gets really hard to deal with, especially because his ulti now does percentage-based damage. I think a lot of people didn't catch this change log, but just like your Q, it also does percentage-based damage now, as King RD will be saved by FCR, and they're gonna be okay. 2k goal lead. Nemiga quickly climbing up the ranks here as Aincrad will deal with that common ward from Analog. Did get his level 6, but he's choosing lane, and oh my god, man. He's gonna lose a lot of experience from those creeps, and if he gets ulti, where's the ulti? He gets it! Oh, the cooldown! Holy smokes, Aincrad! Oh, mercy for the South Americans here as they get smashed to smithereens from the Zeus. Oh. Alright. Violent, very low HP, but doesn't have to worry about a Zeus ulti, because he's on his side for now. As Barry will be engaged upon. Really good engaging from Analog, and he will find that kill. TP from the Zeus, though, gets cancelled immediately. That ulti from Analog, as now King RD has to run away. Slow from the managing is there, as the TP from... don't even need the TP. Aincrad gets the unstoppable streak. Very good TP, and they also get the denial of the ward. Beautifully done by Aincrad. 5,000 gold at 8 minutes. How is this even possible? He's rushing and... yeah. Violent will be farming his Falcon Blade in the top lane. Gets himself a neutral creep. Kostabil still not level 6, so has to be very careful. Aincrad gets slowed down by the vines, and Kostabil should be okay as Force Major. About to die here for Analog. Really good. Combo Morphling looking for a play. There is a center though. Should have vision of Analog, but doesn't have the move speed to keep up with him. So finally Analog getting a clean kill here. Violent will have to walk back to his side of the map. Not the ideal scenario, but they're so far ahead. Oh, KJ, careful. That Phylactery does a lot of damage. Alright, another OT. Very close from killing KJ, but they don't get it. But FCR, he has no grave. Well, he has a grave, but not the one he wants. It is underneath the ground that he will lay until he's back up. And another performance that is not to the same level of game number 1 here for Nemiga. 4.1k on the Dazzle. Like, he's somehow the highest net worth on the side of Kidstars, despite dying twice. That is kind of the most impressive part of this game. Slark didn't die a single time, but he's so poor. Zeus is about to double his net worth, and P is not that far away from his net worth even. But yeah, Dazzle just rushing that Aghanim Scepter. You see Violent here. Level 8 as finally, I guess, a Jinx Kostabil. He dies to the Brewmaster. OT was used, and very nicely done. KJ being chased down, has the vines. Lead C trying to heal as he will walk through those trees, but you cannot walk through Thunder. Not yet, just Aincrad gets engaged. Really good damage. They have the toss on top of it. They're holding on to it. King RD never used the toss for some reason, as now Force Major will pay the price here with his life, I think. He is pretty tanky, but should eventually tick down to the Poison Touch. Analog, be careful! You're not gonna live if you're close to Aincrad. Oh no. Yep, this is a disaster. 4k goal lead, 8-0 Zeus, dude. Like, 2 heroes that I don't see being played that much, especially in competitive, and Aincrad is making them look like the best heroes ever. King RD, careful right there. Could die to a Thunder's God Wrath, but Oh, he's actually TPing to try and do exactly that, but yeah, they're not getting that kill. Piece to the base, King RD, or oh no, he gets the dazzle anyways, and the Tiny was so low. That was close to a double kill. Godlike streak at 11 minutes as Analog is about to die. That's a 4-4-0 across the map, and Keedstars, yeah, just not their day. This game is totally out of control. 7k goal lead. They played really well in game number 1, played decent in game number 2, and this is a stomp. This is a not even close to a stomp. Feels like the Nemiga is smurfing right now. Costa Bill's level 6 at 12 minutes. King RD just being dove here, eats his way through that, but Earn should be enough damage. No, it's not. KJ level 5. King RD level 5. I mean, the experience advantage might be even bigger than the net worth advantage, to be honest. As we do see. Yeah, it's 41%! Holy smokes! 40% more experience, that's crazy. At this stage of the game, you just don't see that very often. Okay, so smoke from the Tiny. Looks like they're trying to go for a play here. As I mean, the supports are 3 levels ahead. Force Major is 3 levels ahead of KJ and King RD. That's the big chunk of the experience that's lacking right now. KJ looking for that deny. Almost gets it. Just too slow. It's just a tree. Cannot move like water. As the mid lane is being taken down by a Zeus. You don't see this very often. The Zeus, casual Zeus and Lion hitting a tower. King RD smoked for some reason, but didn't really get to do anything with it. Just a very awkward game as Violent going for KJ. They're trying to do enough damage for that Thunder God's Wrath to be enough damage. FCR will live as now Violent will be ulted. No ment on him. Can they hold him? They cannot. They have to be very careful. The entirety of the Nemiga is here already. 2 dead on, on the side of Evil Keedstars. Make it 3. As at least Analog finds 1 consolation prize, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. Costa Bill being chased down by a Zeus. When you see this sort of thing happening, he's gonna try and right-click the Zeus, but he's gonna be right-click himself as KJ has no stuns and Analog has no gap close. Oh no. Adios payasos indeed. Oh, Nemiga. What a beating, and they get the Wisdom Rune on top of it. So bad. Was able to pick that one up. Alright. Very tough one. 11k at 14 minutes. This is despair tier stomp right here. Gaben shellacking, like Suns fan would say. Brewmaster has a Midas on top of it, so they're even farming with a Midas. Is Lark going for a Midas? Like, I feel like he needs a Midas. Okay, bottom lane. Eva toss back. So bad, still alive. They will drop the poison touch on top of him. But KJ, he's just ashes here. The 2 supports are supposed to be tanky. They're just being exploded in these fights. There is a Midas on Costa Bill, but is that enough? Is that enough is the question, as Very is actually alone here. Totally fearless. Costa Bill can even show in lane and is forced out. And we got 1 creep. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. And actually, because they can use Thunder God's Wrath, you can NPOT on top of it after, because you get the vision. Their combo is nasty, especially when you're this far ahead. Whew.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Ironcrad
under
looking
attack.
for a rune. It's a haste on the bottom side. He's going for an Octarine, it seems like. Already has that Kaya, already has the Fairy's Trinket. His burst damage is off the charts. Kingardi gets one Eva with the toss back. KJ looking for the stun, only finds the Slark. Can they get one Lion kill? It looks like they will, and now wanting for more. Analog gets stunned, doesn't find. Okay, they're gonna stop the Bruise split, but they do not have enough lockdown. They have to get the hell out, or else that Zeus is going to mash them to pieces. Analog trying to run away. Avalanche totally off the mark as KJ gets an overgrowth only on the Pandas. This is just a disaster. They're going to lift up FCR. And now he tries to go for Force Major, but who's going on who? Kingardi gets zoned out. Costa Bill doesn't even want to join the fight as Dazzle quickly gets turned to his mid-range. Can they get another? Okay, that is one good toss back. And you know, if there's one hero that's going to allow you to come back from these dire scenarios where the enemy team just treats you like a baby, it's Tiny. There's just some tossbacks into the fountain as Violent becomes Tiny himself, and Ironcrad 13-0. What a performance. I'm definitely feeling the shoes of Maureen here. Nemiga definitely looking really, really good. And if they win, they're gonna seize that third place. Yeah, 42%. Didn't really get better. I know, production. I know. 90% win probability. Just hide that. Everything can work. It's only over when it's over. But yeah, it looks pretty over. Yeah, that's a good toss back right there. They got 2 kills out of it. 1 on the Lion. But I mean, I guess they did force the split there. Like, it's not necessarily bad, but this is 2 heroes, by the way, because both the Morphling and the NP were farming. NP joins the fight way later, and yeah, still looks one-sided as hell. Looks like someone died. Feels like the Dazzle died again, and it's Ironcrad that got the kill. Yeah. At least they get that toss back. There we go. That's a kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree for Analog. Yeah, it's a shame. I think Analog have very good game 1 and game 2 performances, but this one, Ironcrad just outplayed him. I think just getting more damage rather than trying to run away from the Primal was super interesting. Like, I have not seen that. I mean, Zeus is not picked that much, so maybe in general it's not something that even Analog was aware of, but by instead getting damage rather than running away from the Primal, he actually killed the Primal. Just super impressive stuff. As Violent gets his Manta, he's super tanky with the Dragon Lance as well. Radiance up for the Brewmaster. They have all the timings. Like, this is really their game to lose here in Amiga.
Radiant's top
They,
tower is under attack.
and in general, like, it felt to me like once they got the advantage, they rarely gave away stuff. Whereas in game number 1, Vivo Kid Stars, they didn't keep their advantage as well as Nemiga. That's just definitely like they are more prone to overextending. Just, there's a tough one here. We'll see if Vivo Kid Stars will be able to connect. Smoke on smoke action. High ground being held by Vivo Kid Stars as Analog will break the smoke. Trying to run away. So bad gets the Hex. They will be able to do a lot of damage. Primal split gets cancelled by the Avalanche. Can they get a good toss? No, they're not going to get that kill. And now this poor Analog will be locked down and killed as once again they lift FCR and he is a creep. He cannot do anything. He just doesn't do anything. He gets lifted into the air instantly. Whoever is dying dies. And KJ, he's not gonna die, but it doesn't really matter. Costa Bill didn't join that fight. He's way too weak. He's slowly coming back with his Midas, but Stark's not a hero that can play from a 17k gold deficit. This is not the type of game Slark can come back by himself. Like, he's no Terrorblade, he's no Void, he's no, I don't know, Sven. You need to be even. You need to be able to engage. And look at Analog. they, once again, like, they get the lockdown, but there's no other stun. Like, they needed the shard on FCR, I guess, but he's so poor that probably cannot afford it. They had the shard, maybe that's enough time for the toss to connect, and you kill that Brewmaster. But if you're going on the Brewmaster in the first place, it's tough, right? Alright, we're back. We are back. For better and worst, Forest Major. Going for an Orchid here. Very good against that Dazzle as well. If you don't get the lift, you can use Orchid. Aincrad with the travels. Octarine is gigantically farmed. I'm gonna try and go for... Oh my god. If they get too low. If they get too low and Zeus ultis, this is gonna be... Okay, they're not that low. Okay, so a lot of carriers. Alright, alright, alright. Whew, if they were too low there. Can you imagine like a rampage, a full rampage from a Thunder's God Ref into a GG? I don't think that ever happened in Dota. That would have been a first one. Okay. I gotta say, Aincrad really looking good this game, and game number 2. That's another smoke from Vivo Kid Stars. They will drop a ward. BKB gets popped on analog, trying to find this Morphling here. They have a fair amount of damage, but it's not gonna be enough to really lock down the Morphling. But at the same time, Brewmaster dying is a big one. That Radiant's gonna be turned off, and no freaking lift. Now, the Zeus taking some damage from Costa Bill. He has his ulti form as a Beyond Godlike streak on that Zeus. He's worth so much money, but he feels like he's gonna stay alive. Triple kill. Can they get more? The Zeus haste still allowing him to chase down Costa Bill, but the TP is gonna be there, and they do not have... Oh, he was lifting his hands. That reduced cooldown from the Octarine. That was a close one. But they do not get it. So bad, just going for that little Zuck, and despite the Brewmaster kill, they're even further behind than they ever were. I mean, it's a decent smoke. They dropped the ward immediately, but it's a tough one because like Violent was very close from dying. Maybe if they focus him, it would be a better fight. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a tough one. Like they've been trying to kill this Brewmaster for so long. When they actually get it, yeah. Dazzle like barely can play Dota. I don't even want to see how many deaths FCR has because there's definitely a lot from that first blood. Not even first blood, right? But that kill in the rune to the lane, and now Aincrad playing like a boss. Like this has been the Aincrad show through and through. Like how many is he? Like 18-0 or like some bizarre 28-0. Holy shit, I don't remember the last time I've seen such a clean performance. Definitely don't. There we go. That's Zeus ulti. Just to check where they were, but they were nowhere to be seen. I understand that contesting Roche is really not a possibility. Especially with the Brewmaster being alive. Like, it was already such a task to kill the Brew, especially if you have to contest Roshan on top of it. Aincrad going for a refresher now. Feeling so farmed. Slark has eggs, so at least it will be... Oh, King is just dead. Violent gets that kill. The eggs on the Zeus, even more global presence here alongside ENP. As Violent, yeah, has that Aegis, has the Scotty. Very tough for anyone to really mess with him. As now the Zuck is there. Very useful. He's the Pugna 2.0. Pugna that has 2 stuns and 1000 damage nuke. Pretty good hero, I heard. KJ trying to get some farm here. Costa Bill's nearby, and KJ is dead. Costa Bill will not really do anything about it unless they have King Guardian nearby. They have no vision, by the way. Interesting ward there. on top of the
Radiant's middle tower is
on
under
top of the
attack.
twin gates. Might be a bit harder to find. Another
Radiant's
tier 2
middle tower
falls,
has
no tier
fallen.
2 alive on the side of Kid Stars. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough game. I don't even know what to say. Like, 9 to 37, 23k goal lead. Not the best comeback heroes on the side of Evil Kid Stars. A Zeus that is gigantic, about to finish a refresher. Refresher, eggs, Octarine, Travels, Kaya, Phylactery. This might be one of the most farmed Zeus I've ever seen. Like, this has to be a record. I'm gonna ask, yeah, what's the GPM right now? 721. Not that high, but in terms of experience, it might be the highest XPM ever, as they will drop the 977. Dude, it has to be up there. It definitely has to be up there. They're gonna drop the Primal Split, doing a lot of damage. Poison Touch by some time. They will try to go for the Alpha Toss, but King RD doesn't get it. Instead, he tosses a creep, I think. Yeah, and this Violent, yeah, he is not gonna die. And now, Costa joins in. They have the Poison Touch damage, but Manta instantly dispelling it as Costa slowly trying to deal with Violent. He's not gonna even get that kill, as now the Dazzle gets Orchid and Sprouted and ulted. So much damage playing out and no response from VKS. Gonna buy back that Dazzle as Costa is forced to use the Shard just to protect himself from Minecraft. On the other side, Analog being chased down. His Blade Mail doesn't do anything. He also has a buyback. But this is insane. That is a beating that I kind of want to forget about. Okay. Slark goes for Violent. Has to instantly disengage. Some damage flying out here. Violent, a Poison Touch. Barely tickles him. As FCR keeps on spamming as much as he can, but just not going to be enough. He has infinite armor. KJ, another one. He's holding on to that Manta. Doesn't want to use it right now. Evatos will probably get that kill. King RD finds the first one. Barracks still alive. 4 seconds for Analog. They did a commendable job in holding this, but without no glyph, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about this. As Costabil tries to engage, has to instantly pounce away, and Analog TPs for no real. Okay, can they get an avalanche? Looks like they found so bad. Analog, very hasty onslaught, doesn't find anyone, and now Very will be tossed into the air. Doesn't have his ult. His King RD gets slowed down by the mana drain, does not have a buyback. Force Major is found by Costabil, and that's the first kill VKS got in I don't even know how many minutes. Costabil forced to get out because of the mana drain. Not the worst, right? That's a support for support. What's the difference here? Is that like 1,000 more gold for VKS or something? Well, no, like from the fight recap. Oh, yeah, that's 1,500 more gold when they trade support for support. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely under favor. They just need to do that 10 more times, and we should be on our way for an even game. Alright. Costa did get that Mage Slayer. Very good against Zeus, but when the Zeus is disfarmed, I'm not sure if it matters. Like, it's actually so farm, man. With a Vembrace on top of it. That's a scary looking dude. You do not want to meet this guy when you're going on a club. Yeah, that's 25% magic resistance. It's not bad. That's so bad. Oh, KJ. Oh, yeah, he gets found and he gets zapped into oblivion. Did not expect the Lion to be literally on top of the center he was trying to kill. But, yeah. Unfortunate. And, it happens. And we have a 3% chance. Alright? That's more than I would give them. I would give them 1. So 3% is pretty decent. 2%. Yeah, that's probably a bit more close to the number I had in my head. As now they just drop the Primal Split, they lift the Dazzle, and there you go. That's game. That's all you need. Melee Barracks slowly falling. They drop the Poison Touch. Analog fighting an Aqua Panda here as they do drop the Nimbus on top of the U-Scepter. Kind of not really needed, I think. It doesn't matter. They're gonna go for another one. Now there's a shard on the Brewmaster, so the split lasts for a lifetime. Good Eva. The toss is on the line. They do get on top of so bad, but he's gonna get a good stun. Eventually, though, he gets overpowered and overwhelmed. Do they have enough damage? No Aegis here. Nemiga definitely going a little bit ham with trying to win this game as Force Major is taking a fair amount of damage. Costa Bill will find another one. So that is 2 for 0. Second buyback going on the side of Nemiga. They do have tier 1 towers available. And they have the outpost as well. But this is already 3 dead as Nemiga only finds 2. The Dazzle and the Tiny. Costa Bill will get Avatos and the whole Violent. He will get that one. Beautifully done. Transforms into the Tiny. And the buyback will be committed by Costa Bill. There's still 1 available on the side of VKS, but FCR, he doesn't have his available. And now Analog, he is in nowhere's land. Should be found and killed. Rampage for Violent. I think Violent and Aincrad in this game 2 and 3, like, they definitely turned it up. Very, very different performance from game number 1, and just clean games overall. Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly feel like VKS played as best as you can in a situation like this. He gets the perfect Avatos on the Lion. They kill so bad. Like, they got a lot of kills, actually. Yeah, like, Analog gets this kill without using BKB. Then they find Force Major. They lock him down. Costa Bill just using his ulti and his charge to protect everyone. There's nothing that the Zeus can do for this duration. But despite all their efforts, you know, the buyback into the outpost, very tough. The Dazzle, no buyback to really commit, and very unfortunate. Even now, with Violent becoming the Tiny, like, that's the best transformation possible. That's the only reason he kills Costa Bill here, and KJ with a pretty late overgrowth. Not sure he ever found a good opportunity. Yeah, it's almost GG. Like, we're gonna go back, and tier 4s are falling. They lose Dazzle again. I don't know. Yep. 0%. 0% indeed is what I would give them here. They're gonna try and go for last one. King Ardir, his Ogre Suit Totem gets hit by the Nimbus, so I cannot blink forward. They're gonna get on top of Force Major, try to get a kill. King Ardir just dies. He has a buyback, but the GG flies out. They're out of juice. They're out of energy, and who can blame them? Nemiga showcasing the best Eastern European Dota I've seen ever since TI. Just perfectly done by them, especially this game number 3. Total stomp. And with that, we can look at the groups now. I guess we need a little bit of time here for production to update it. But at the end of the day, what it means is Vivo Kid Stars, they're in 4th place, and Nemiga, they take the 3rd place. At least this was a 2-1, so the difference in points here is not going to be that big. I believe it's a 2-point difference. Yeah, -3 for Kid Stars, -1 for Nemiga. But Kid Stars, they have to start winning. They need to win the two other series they have, and I think they're still playing Alliance, first of their group, so very, very hard match for them. And they have Klimsania, so maybe that's one series they can take, but regardless, if Nemiga wins even a single extra series, this is not going to be easy here for Vivo Kid Stars. And well, you know what's also not easy? Saying goodbye after such a good day of Dota 2, after hearing your comments and going through all of this together. It was a pleasure. I want to say thanks to production. They've been here for a long time. This was a long day. But yeah, guys, thanks for watching. And tomorrow, we're going to have even more Dota, so stay tuned. In about 12 hours, actually. We've been online for 12 hours, I want to say. And we're going to have a lot of Dota 2. I'm not going to be here, but there's going to be a lot of great casters for you to watch. So, farewell, and see you tomorrow.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Sorry. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.